Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.
Flight Sports TV.
What's going on, people? It's Flight Sports TV. I appreciate y'all for checking with me. You already know what it is. We back with another one of them things. Right now, man, we will be discussing all things Liangelo Ball and getting everybody prepped and prepared for what we will have in store for you, in less than 24 hours, ladies and gentlemen. You definitely will have Team BBB involved when and if we do see Liangelo Ball suit up. We will be giving you what to expect and what we all visualize for him. Liangelo is on his way to the NBA, and this is definitely one stop that's ahead of his journey, and Liangelo will punch this ticket. There's a lot of opportunities, for Liangelo Ball to take the helm, and grab the brass ring, which it is to achieving his ultimate goal, and we all know what that is. Salute to everybody that's tuned in with us, man. We got a star-studded chat. We got a star-studded panel. We ain't even get started yet. We will be letting you know what's in store. All access, what's the deal, Dex? Talk to the people. We live. Dex, you in the building?
Yes, sir, Flight. Shout out to Flight Sports TV, the machine, the voice of the voiceless, the people's champ. Listen, Flight, there's a lot of skullduggery going on right now. The Drew League has just wind up its first half of the 7th week and will conclude tomorrow to finish out the 7th week of the Drew League. And BBB is on slate to make an appearance. I don't know what's going on. I don't think you know what's going on. But anybody, I'm talking about, do anybody out there know what's freaking going on with Team BBB in the Drew League? What kind of stuff do they have up their sleeve? They have been operating in a cloud of darkness, a sanctuary of secrecy. Flight, I'm on the outside looking in right now. That's how tight-knit they have this cylinder concerning BBB in the Drew League. I'm very curious of what the heck is going on. Listen, I'm scratching my forearms because I'm itching for information, Flight. And I just cannot grab any from nowhere. Because they have a lid that is vacuum sealed tight on the cylinder. And I am very curious of what the heck is going to happen tomorrow, Flight. You're going to be surprised. I'm going to be surprised. Everybody's going to be surprised. But one thing I do know for sure is we will be streaming tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. West Coast time, 2 p.m. East Coast time. We own it, Flight. We own it.
Such a goddamn class. What do you think the people should have in store for Liangelo Ball, tomorrow, if and when he does suit up, and Team BBB, LaVar Ball, coaching, what are you expecting, from that side?
Well, I believe, it's just a hunch. No pertinent information. It's just a hunch that Liangelo, if and when he plays, he will have company. something tells me Liangelo will have company out there on that court. Now, who will accompany him while playing on that 90-foot parquet floor in that beautiful gymnasium down there in Willowbrook?
Right. You got to give
I
some
don't
names
know.
or something. You just teasing the people like that. That's crazy.
I don't know, Flight. We have to see. I'm just telling you, we got to see. Something is brewing in the BBB pot. That primordial soup that they have to usher in success, because I don't even think they won a game, not this season, because I know it wasn't predicated on wins and losses as far as their display of basketball. It was more so a showcase for Liangelo and maybe EJ. So they was working on certain target areas to enhance their game or add to their weaponry to make them a complete player, because we know the journey is never over as an NBA player until you retire. So you have to constantly, Flight, work on your game in and out of season. So when we seen the BBB team perform at the Drew League, we was watching Liangelo in the rawest stage of his transition to becoming a more well-rounded player. So we might have to see more of that. But I remember Ball Facts dropped a little gem in the chat yesterday. So if you guys wasn't aware of that, Ball Facts snuck his head in, he dropped the gem and then jetted out. He ghosted us. He said, we will not see Liangelo play point guard ever again. So was he insinuating that a point guard is coming to the BBB Drew League team? What was he insinuating? What kind of innuendo was that, Ball Facts? You got to come give us some clarity, man, because all of us are scratching our heads over here. So putting two and two together, Flight, we might get a surprise at the Drew League. I don't know if we will or if we won't, but my hunch tells me there could be a surprise in the wake of tomorrow's game. So be here bright and early, on time.
How do you expect him to utilize Liangelo if he's not playing point guard?
Well, listen, I mean, that's a real basic question, and I'm going to give you a real basic answer. Shoot, young man. Shoot the ball. Shoot that pill.
Right. That's definitely going to be a good look, because that's what Liangelo Ball does best, shooting the basketball, coming off screens. I think you could always build on what you do well, and it'd be crazy if Lamelo Ball or somebody else is running that point guard position, or even what if there's other NBA caliber talent that's playing alongside him? You've seen Trae Young out there. I think he was playing for the team that played against LeBron James, so I don't know how that's going to work out.
Yeah, I think Trae Young is with John Collins. John Collins played with Black Pearl, so that would be Black Pearl. I think John Collins and Trae Young teamed up together for Black Pearl. I don't know the results of the game because I didn't watch not one dribble or witness one tick of the Drew League because I was very preoccupied with a lot of stuff today, and I just kind of got some relief, and so happy you streaming at the same time. I got some relief, so that was perfect. But yeah, we just don't know what we're going to see, Flight. But all I know is something brewing, because we're not hearing much. Even from the Drew League, they're not even putting out much information. You just got to be there to see it. That's all they tell you.
Do you know who they playing?
I don't remember who they're playing. I'm not sure. All I know is the commissioner just came back from Italy.
Oh, what?
Yeah, the commissioner just came back from Italy, so she should be touching down. So she'll be there tomorrow. So the commissioner's on deck, and something big must be going on tomorrow.
Yeah, and there's no coincidence. The commission is there for the team BBB game, right?
It's no, I mean, hey, I ain't gonna say what is what because I don't really have the information. I just have bits and pieces, and I'm just trying to put the puzzle together, Flight, and give it a whole picture.
That's fact. Shout out Jam Will in the chat. Salute to Isaiah Curry. He said, "Stop it, Dex." He said he was saying he was cut out for it. I'm not sure what you meant with that one. Shout out Slim Cahoot. Salute to the whole chat that's in the building right now. We're getting everybody prepped and prepared for what we can have in store for Liangelo if and when he plays tomorrow and beyond. You know, especially with this upcoming Drew League, with the NBA situation, everything is just connecting at the right time. And Liangelo Ball is about to take advantage of it. And he could possibly do that within about another 24 hours, less than 24 hours at the Drew League. So everybody be in tune for that. Salute to Slim. Appreciate you, bro. Salute to all y'all that's in the building. What do you expect from LaVar Ball as a coach? And, you know, because it seemed like he was getting this team prepped and prepared, playing at a very high level prior to, you know, the stoppage. Did you notice that?
Well, I think Charles O'Bannon is assisting him on the coaching, if I'm not mistaken, because I did see his presence before on the BBB team sideline. So I don't know what's going to move forward for Team BBB because, like I said, you know, the streaming, the NBA, and all this other stuff that's going on, and but who knows? I mean, you know, I'm going to be surprised just like you guys going to be surprised when we see who this mystery player that might be amongst the BBB team that might be helping Liangelo and try to facilitate a win. So I'm quite sure they're going to play a little more competitive now because of, you know, the new eyes that's in the sky that's basically going to be present for these games throughout the Drew League season. You know what? I'm going to, like I said, like I'm going to be just as surprised as you guys, but I'm definitely going to be tuned in. I'm going to have my eyes on the screen, watching to see what kind of surprise come out for the BBB team. It could be the same, or it could be enhanced. We might have the roster that we're familiar with, or there might be some added features because we have yet to see Andre Ball. Where's Andre Ball at? We haven't seen him in the Drew League this season. So what's going on? I know Big O is in the Drew League. I mean, not Big O. I mean, Eli Scott. I know he's in the Drew League. He's playing. But I haven't seen Andre Ball. We haven't seen Big O. We haven't seen Lamelo. Lamelo has been on record to say he's committed to play, you know, tentative his schedule, whatever itinerary that he has obligations to. Outside of that, he could make an appearance. I mean, he made an appearance, but I'm talking about on the court. He made an appearance just supporting, you know, BBB team, his pops and his brother. You follow what I'm saying? But out on the court, I don't know. It's a possibility that he could be there. So if you're a Lamelo fan, you should tune in. If you're a Liangelo fan, you should tune in. If you're a Zoe fan, you should tune in. Or even if you're just a fan of BBB and a big baller himself, you should tune in. Because don't wait on me to tell you. Watch it for yourself. That's all I'm saying. Just watch it for yourself. So we can all witness this at the same time in real time. I just think something is brewing. And I just think BBB Drew League team have something up their sleeve. I just don't know what it is. So I'm definitely got to tune in to see it. And, you know, hopefully it's, you know, it's enjoyable to watch. And maybe they might really play to win a game instead of just play to try to target certain areas for certain players. Maybe everybody's might be all in to get a victory. You know, enhance the competition. Because on the other side of the aisle, like, I'm quite sure those guys want to beat BBB, because every time I go to the Drew League and watch BBB play, the other team seem like they just focused to win that game, while BBB kind of coasts through their games sometimes because they got a constant up-pace offense. And then a lot of players don't sub out. It's like three players it's not coming out the game. All I'm saying. And those are like the three best players. They basically play the whole 40 minutes. And I don't know if that's a good thing, but that's the order of the day. That's the design basketball I've seen them play. So maybe that might change. Maybe they might really play like, 35 minutes or something and get a few minutes break so the quality of basketball can stay at a high fever pitch. Because when you're exhausted, when you're tired, you're not listen, your skills going to diminish because your body can only take so much. So now, since there's more eyes on the league flight, we might see a better quality of basketball coming from BBB because they might have some professional players on the team. Well, they got professional players on the team. Let me take that back. Some NBA professional players on the team.
Right. Could you see any of them playing with Team BBB, or do you see like everything coming from the other side, like as opponents?
Both.
Yeah.
Opponents and from BBB, because like I said, he has two brothers that's in the league. He has friends that's in the league, right? He got Big O. That's one of his partners. He's in the league. Curtis Hollins, he plays overseas. He was in Golden State Summer League, not Summer League team, the G League, Golden State G League, and had a tryout. Washing dishes.
No, I was my fault.
And so you could have Curtis come back. You could have Hollywood Ray come back because they haven't been there this season. Only game that I've seen Curtis Hollins play was with the BBB team that was participating in that Red Bull Challenge, where all of the major Pro-Am leagues came together and had a talent, and there was a champion emerged from that competition, and that champion belongs to the Drew League.
So does that make the Drew League the top Pro-Am league in the world?
Yes.
So I see these other players, they're playing in other leagues. That's not the Drew League. Like I said, I've seen Darius Garland, Obi Toppin. I like for them to come to the Drew League, especially now with the NBA eyes. Or maybe they like going under the radar where it's not so much NBA attention.
Right. That's true. A lot of guys do that, But right now, Drew League has been voted number 1 out of all of the Pro-Am leagues that is functioning right now. And number 2 is Dickman. Dickman was voted number 2. I think Seattle was number 3.
You mean Dykeman in New York?
Dykeman, yeah. Dykeman.
Yeah, I know that's outside. Yeah, Dykeman is lit. So for Liangelo Ball, say, how important is it him that playing with Team BBB with like literally no restrictions? It's not like you're gonna see his minutes getting just tricked all around. LaVar Ball is coaching this team. Can't you see Jello playing the whole complete 40? You did say that, like they hold on to like the top 3 guys. How beneficial is that Jello playing like upwards of about the whole goddamn game in front of people that are really important? What do you think about that?
Well, if he got one of his brothers out there, I think it's fantastic. But if he doesn't have any of his brothers out there, I wouldn't advise it. Because like I said, we done seen Jello get winded, and BBB lost a couple of close games down the stretch, and Jello couldn't really, bring him up out of it. Neither could EJ. You know what I'm saying? Both of them was exhausted. They gave everything out there, and not only do they play the full game flight, but they're running around rampantly on defense, playing press. They playing presser basketball. So that in itself is going to exhaust you. And then you got to put up some numbers offensively. Yeah, there was gas. And we saw that. Remember, we saw that game. I think we streamed that game. And they had the game won, and, they didn't have no legs. So it's nothing they can do. And I'm hoping that's not the case this go around. So if you insert maybe one or two more players that can hold up some of the weight, or whether, bring some muscle to the defensive end, then yes, you probably can get away with that. But if not, the players that they have, they really don't have no rim protection or things of that nature. A lot of those guys are just freakishly athletic. And if you're not getting out there on the break because you're too tired, then that athleticism is annulled and it's self-sabotage.
Right. Shout out King C in the chat. Salute to all y'all in the building. We don't have any confirmation or anything like that, but if and when Liangelo Ball does play and suit up for a team BBB, we expecting him to electrify. No restrictions, nothing holding him back. And this is just an extension of coming from the summer league. Leaving. I think Jello, this is gonna be like a basketball summer for him. Because he ain't stopped. Even after the summer league is over, Jello is in the gym actively, aggressively. Just sharpening up his game. You're gonna see that. You're gonna see some of these things that we worked with, and everything just takes shape. It will come to light. Tomorrow, God willing, he does play. You will see it. I like the Drew League, and especially now. Who knows what'll happen? Just like what Dex just said, if the other team has NBA caliber talent on the other side, that's going to even heighten whatever Liangelo Ball does. Let's say, hypothetically speaking, obviously Trae Young wouldn't be there, but let's say,
no, they play tomorrow too. I think they play tomorrow.
Okay, what do they play against Trae Young?
Back-to-back games.
Is it against Trae Young?
I don't know if it's against Trae Young, but I'm saying that Trae Young team, I think, have back-to-back games, because I saw in the schedule Black Pearl played today and Black Pearl is playing tomorrow, unless that was a typo.
Right. Well, like I said,
you normally don't have that, though. You normally don't have that, but maybe it was a typo.
Yeah, if they would have somehow get NBA caliber talent on the other side, I think whatever Jello does, it even, will be magnified. Let's say Jello puts up 30, against, some NBA guys, 2 or 3 NBA caliber talent guys. I think that's going to be even bode well for him, especially being in the Drew League where, it's not so reserved, where more in the summer league, the game is even more structured. Certain guys are being pushed more, I think with the Drew League, Jello is going to get pushed, is more of his tailor-made for him. More guys tailor-made to be best suited for his talent.
Right.
You should be able to check it out on the NBA app. The Drew League will be aired on NBA TV and also the NBA app. For people that want to check it out. Otherwise we will be letting you know ways and how you can tune into this game. You don't want to miss it. Tune in with Flight Sports. We will keep you updated and in tune on what's going on. Salute to FYF. Salute to Randolph in the building. We're getting everybody prepared and prepped and what to expect from Liangelo Ball winning if he does suit up. For the Drew League, Liangelo Ball is working aggressively right now to showcase to NBA scouts and executives that he's an NBA caliber talent. This is bigger than just my brother. Is Lamelo, Lonzo, Liangelo is a true NBA talent. We're about to see it, with LaVar Ball at the helm, with his minutes not being jerked around. There's no excuse why Liangelo Ball won't punch his ticket to the NBA. And we're gonna see something, I'm telling you, with a way heightened level of intensity on the floor. It's crazy. Everything has changed now. As you can see today, the Drew League was just all over everywhere. Trae Young came and shut it down. It's been wild. The Drew League is taking, heights never before seen. It ain't never been this popular, I'm telling you. And LaVar had a whole lot to do with it. Go ahead.
I remember No Panic yesterday was talking about how LeBron did what he did and DeRozan did what he did as teammates, and they barely won. That game was like 104, 102 or something to that nature. And it came down to a last-second shot missed by the opposition. And LeBron and DeRozan came out with a win. But that game was very chilling. It was very exciting. And the fans just really enjoyed the basketball that was displayed that last weekend. With the advent of Trae Young and John Collins teaming up, they had a nice combined game, but they didn't come out with a victory flight. They lost. And they lost in a thrilling fashion. I think it was 103, 102 or something to that nature. It was like a one-possession game loss. So that's what we was talking about yesterday, something similar to that, these professional players, they just come out to get their little run in and get their little sweat and put up a little show for the crowd, and they go off and get into the LA nightlife, and they Cullicans and they Maseratis and they Porsches and they Ghosts, they Wraiths, you know what I'm saying? They're Urus, Range Rovers, and Maybachs, and they off into the night. They not tripping like that, and that's why I keep trying to tell people who's from the outside looking in, but sometimes they feel that they know a little more than you, so you just gotta let them roll with it. It's no big deal, and everybody go party. They all know where the party's at. When the Drew League is over, everybody know where to go. They're going up into the Beverly Hills of the world. They're going into the Brentwoods. They're definitely going into the Westwoods, Hollywood. You know what I mean? They're going to the woods. That's what they're doing. They're going to the woods, or they're going to the hills. And they're having these nice parties. Some of them like house party type stuff, and some of them are clubs. Some go to clubs, and some of them go to these Hollywood Hills parties and things of that nature. And it's all fun and dandy, like Christmas candy. And this is the fun atmosphere that you want. This is a safe atmosphere that you want. Just enjoy yourself. It's not all about being the bully, being mean, just being an asshole. Just go out, have fun, and do your thing. And after it's over with, live your life. And that's what I'm expecting tomorrow. I'm expecting BBB to have something up their sleeve, because when all this is said and done, you don't think BBB have enough pride in themselves to be at the forefront of some of this hype that's going on right now in the Drew League?
I mean, that's a good question.
So they want their team to be talked about. So they're gonna go out here and put on the presser, and hopefully they come out with a victory. And if they come out with a victory, I'm telling you, the crowd is gonna go nuts. Watch and see. Mark my word. If BBB win this game, the crowd that's present is going to go nuts. And they're going to be all jumping over the floor. I've seen it before. It's like they won a championship. Like, dude, this is only one game. But they just be so happy for the Big Baller Brand team as a whole. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because they know teams go out there and play hard against the Big Baller Brand team because they don't want LaVar talking about never lost, never lost. So they play hard. But not hard where it becomes scandalous, you know what I mean? But hard so they can say, oh, they didn't beat us. They didn't beat us this year. That type of hard.
Yeah, well, there's really nothing they're going to be able to do about it. LaVar Ball and Big Baller Brand, they're going to have success regardless. There's nothing they're going to be able to do about the situation. We just got to put Jello in the right situations, which I believe, I know under LaVar, it's going to happen. We won't have no issues. It'll be on Jello. I believe LaVar will put Jello in a situation where Jello could have his say-so to put his situation in the right track. because oftentimes you got a coach, you got other players, you got a lot of issues, you got a lot of politics. Here right now, happily, now that the NBA is involved with LaVar Ball, able to put him in the situation single-handedly, it's just going to be the sky's the limit. I'm telling you, don't be surprised if Jello goes out and light it up if he's able to play tomorrow or whenever he does. I wouldn't be surprised if he just really electrifies, playing just a whole different, just playing all kind of, situations, especially we're going to see what we're accustomed to seeing from Jello with the 3-point shots, obviously playing off some of the guys that we've seen him play with already. Who knows? Maybe an NBA caliber guy will play with him. Imagine if they get a high level point guard that what Dex is saying, whether that's Lamelo Ball or whoever, I'm not saying that he's coming. That's just a high level rumor. It could be another high level point guard, another all-star guard. You see Trae Young, they set the precedence. When you get LeBron James, Trae Young, and players like that coming, is who's next? Who could be the next point guard to come there and take Jello's game to never before seen heights? Imagine if they get I'm trying to think who could possibly be coming there. I don't know. Maybe, obviously, I don't know if Chris Paul will come, but with these superstars in the game now, there's no telling, and I don't think there's no way you could limit who could possibly be there, right now. Especially when it comes to star power. And I'm not just talking about normal, regular players. I'm talking about superstars, all-stars. That's who I'm expecting to be showing up now at the Drew League. The NBA has put it on notice, So let's hope Jello could possibly get paired with a situation like that, whether that's with his brother and we could see maybe 2/3 or who knows, the whole goddamn thing. We never know. But the NBA ain't going nowhere and the Triple Bs ain't going nowhere. So I believe we will see it one day. Hopefully, who knows? We might see it in this summer. Who knows? And I'm going to leave it at that on that one.
Yes, sir.
Dex, what you think about that? Salute the King. See, we're going to get to that.
1 second, Flight. We have breaking news. Breaking news.
Damn.
We got breaking news in the NBA. Monty Williams of the Phoenix Suns, who was the #1 seed in the West this season. Yeah, they got put out a little early. They had a little tension amongst him and DeAndre Ayton. But DeAndre Ayton received his rookie extension. Now Monty Williams has received his extension. He was already he already had, I think, 2 years left on his 5-year extension. And the Phoenix Suns didn't want to play no games with this man. He's a coaching guru. And they have extended him. A lot of the details to the extension have not been released. But he will play. His extension will allow him to coach several more years into the Phoenix Suns' future to help keep that core together of DeAndre Ayton, Monty Williams, and Devin Booker moving forward with the Phoenix Suns. So the Phoenix Suns has officially extended Monty Williams, Coach of the Year, Phoenix Suns, Phoenix, Arizona. Yes, Flight. It's really no. How can I say this? I don't believe that it's too much that you can do right now. The only thing now is left for the Drew is maybe have some NBA coaches or assistant coaches or summer league coaches come over there and add to some of the fervor and things of that nature to some of the teams that's kind of like, on and off or woulda, coulda, shoulda and things of that nature. But you still have a lot of free agents that's out there. They're not really doing much. I don't know if that's because they're free agents and they're looking for a contract, so they're not really moving on anything as much. But a lot of those guys could come over also. So that's a possibility. You know what I'm saying, Flight?
Right.
You have what? How many free agents you got left? Like 6, 6 of the top remaining free agents. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
From this year, that's still on the market. You got Carmelo Anthony. He might make an appearance in the Drew League. You got LaMarcus Aldridge. I think James Harden is supposed to show, if I'm not mistaken. Montrezl Harrell, he's already there. Dennis Schroeder supposed to make an appearance. We'll see if he holds that end of the bargain, because he's thinking about going back to the Lakers, or the Lakers thinking about re-signing him. That's one of the nuggets that they have in place, just in case if their original plan blows up. So he's supposed to be making an appearance. You still got Colin Sexton. So you still got a few guys that's out there that might, come on over and give it a last go at a contract that's available. You know what I'm saying? To show that they still can do what they do. Now, of course, the Drew League doesn't determine all that, but when people see you still active and still putting in buckets, that's all they can remember. And that's the type of pixelation you want to put in these money men head, is that you can still put in buckets and things of that nature. So it's a possibility that some of these guys might go on and integrate up into the Drew League to show a little something. Who knows? John Wall, who knows? Come on now.
Yeah, John Wall would be nice in the Drew League. Players like that, I think, would be good, especially if they could somehow partner up with Jello, man. Could you imagine Jello getting passes from a player like John Wall? And that's just, like I said, we just hypothetically speaking. Shout out CJ Cannon. He said the BBB game is not on NBA TV. You got to check caffeine. Well, check the NBA app, and check also, like I said, we'll have all of that for you. Remember, with the NBA getting involved, you're going to have games on NBA TV and games on the NBA app. So you can tune into this game. You don't want to miss this one. Salute to Marvin. Salute to Mississippi. You seen what happened today. Trae Young came to the Drew League today and electrified. Everybody's talking about it. I guarantee you tomorrow everybody's going to be talking about Team BBB and what happened, especially if and when Liangelo Ball suits up, to play. They all know it's at stake. There's too many eyeballs involved. Tomorrow would just be the first game of many, but just get ready for Liangelo Ball completely, just unleash, with no cap on his minutes, no crazy politics involved, no contracts, disputes, and this, that, and the third. It's just straight up basketball played, against professionals with NBA scouts watching. This is what you want for Liangelo Ball. Could this been the reason why everybody was not tripping, with everything that was transpiring, just a few games. And I was a little upset, with the Summer League being only 4 games and Jello having the protocol that took him out of one of them, now going into, the Drew League, I think it's going to be just one big carryover, and if Jello has a big time game, the next game you ain't going to see him in and out the lineup. You're going to see him with consistent minutes. It wouldn't surprise me at all if Jello plays just about the whole goddamn game. Because even if you've seen previously under Team BBB, his minutes were very high. He never his minutes was never lower than dip, none of that. So Liangelo Ball would be ready. You already know he been rocking his his BBB shoes too. Could we see a return of that? I'm more than likely yes. There's a lot going on, man, and I think everything is brewing at the right time. Everybody's energy is high. Even if with Liangelo Ball being there along with LaVar, you can only imagine to see a star-studded event. Do you remember the last time when Liangelo Ball didn't play? Even when Liangelo didn't play, it was a star-studded event. Just because Team BBB was involved and LaVar was there, you seen Lonzo, Melo, the list goes on. So just be in store for another star-studded event now with the NBA involved. And like I said, with Team BBB walking through the door, y'all gonna know what BBB means to the Drew League and vice versa. It's just truly a show-stopping event. What do you think about that, Dux? Salute to Sky, Correga, and everybody that just rolled in the building.
Of course, because like we was talking about yesterday during the stream, that every time LaVar is in the building, whether he's coaching up or observing, there's going to be a squalor of fanfare around him, and that's what makes certain things exciting about that. Because when the youngsters come and get the autographs and things of that nature, it just makes it for a positive spectacle, and it shows that how humble as well as uh, his gravity has amongst the youth, and that's what tells you a lot right there. If you're an older guy and you have or older woman and you are older person, just say old head. If you're an old head and you got gravity with the young heads, that's something special, because in that aspect right there, you're able to bridge the gap, and that is something that has been very challenging in the avenue or the arena of sports, is the old and the new bridging the gap, because we always talk about my era, your era, this era, that era. So that caused a chasm, because if you big in one era, most often you're downing another era. So if I'm a part of the era that you're downing, then that's going to allow me to be more separate from you and allow you to be more separate from me, because now we're creating a hierarchy of eras. And so when you see the big baller, when he enter these arenas and be a part of these pro-ams and high school events, you see a bridging of the gap, because the majority of the old heads that interact with the big baller, you shaking hands, hug, say a few words and go. But when the young heads interact with the big baller, it's the smiles, it's pictures, it's autographs, and things of that nature. That's what I have witnessed. And he gives time to those youngsters, because he understands that if you're going to have mainstay in this arena, then you got to get up underneath and become roots. And in order for you to be a root, you got to have the connection to the youth, because the youth is going to give you your roots. Because while they're young and they're admiring you and you inspiring them, that's going to be attached to them as they grow up and start having their own branches. You know what I'm saying? Like for me, it was like Magic Johnson, Michael Cooper. I remember Michael Cooper signed my Peachy folder. I could never forget that. Michael Cooper signed my Peachy folder. Oh my God. I don't never want nothing to happen to this Peachy folder. You know what I'm saying? I'm defending it with my life as a freaking 12-year-old, And then when we got invited to Michael Cooper's camp, it was just so awe-inspiring that we're actually here playing basketball with Michael Cooper. He's guarding us, we're guarding him, and he made us feel like we was at the Forum actually playing Laker basketball. And that's a feeling as a child that you never want to forget. So when you have the big baller giving that same type of feeling, then it resonates through that child. And so that child will grow up and will always remember that one episode, that one moment, that one event that he might have had with the big baller, the same as I remember mine with Magic Johnson and Michael Cooper, by going to the Michael Cooper basketball camp and Magic Johnson came. It was just like I thought I just saw God, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh my God, Magic Johnson. So it's imperative. Listen, it's very, very wonderful. I'm gonna use that word right there. Wonderful. When you have an old head connect to the young head, and there's a meeting, and that meeting is electrifying, and that electricity that generates from that lasts a lifetime. And I'm quite sure there's people in the chat. I can't see the chat right now, so excuse me for not shouting you out, because my phone is away from me. But there's people in the chat, and I don't know who's on the panel, probably had that same experience with a professional athlete. You follow what I'm saying? Because I had it with Magic Johnson and Michael Cooper, and I also had it with Dwight Evans. I don't know if you guys remember Dwight Evans, Detroit Tigers, right? I had it with Dwight Evans. So those moments are really just magical when you're, meet some of these people who play a sport that you always wanted to be a professional at. Like,
that's fine. Shout out iRod, shout out J-Pop. Salute to all y'all that's in the building. She said Jello don't show out and he went some crazy iPod moments. He is.
Oh, hold on, Flight. Let me give you some osmosis right here.
Go ahead.
Hold on, I'm sorry. Listen, CJ Gannon, I remember now. CJ Gannon. Okay, I didn't see the comment in real time. I thought it was hilarious. But I saw it when I rewatched the stream, because sometimes the stream is so good and I just feel that energy with the chat as well as the panel that I actually rewatch it, right? To rewatch it as more so as a fan instead of a participant. And when I rewatched it, I noticed when I talked about my homeboy Stacy, CJ Gannon said, wait a minute, Dex, you capping, you only 5'8". Of course, I'm 5'8". Yeah, that's 5'8", right? But you got to understand that when I said I was playing against Stacey Augmon, I'm talking about playing and just playing like homeboys playing. We have our little barbecue. We go to Victory Park and we play at the gym over at Victory Park. Sometimes we used to play at John Muir. We used to have the lady. She passed, rest in peace. She passed, but she used to have the lock and key to the gym at John Muir. And by Stacey Augmon, being a high school standout, they always opened the gym for him. It was never a problem. You follow what I'm saying? And he didn't live too far from John Muir anyway, like right around the corner. So nevertheless, that when I'm talking about, I'm not talking about when I was guarding Stacey or Stacey, was playing that I'm locking them up or nothing like that. That I was using as a measuring of the boundaries that you have as a professional athlete that I witnessed how they don't go hard. And the reason why they don't go hard is to prevent unnecessary injuries. Because we hear a lot of these guys get these off-season injuries and they say they was putting a light bulb or they was on a ladder in the garage or they was fixing their car. But a lot of time we know these injuries come to playing basketball. And they was probably going a little harder than they should because it's braggadocious all over the place. But with Stacey, when he used to tell me to calm down, Dex, it was only to remind me that, dude, it's not that serious. But like I said, I'm just playing basketball, so I don't want to be clown. So I got to try to hold my own. So every time when Stacey dribbled the ball, he would have to turn his back to me because I was already low center of gravity. And he's so freaking tall. At that time, I think Stacey probably was about 6'6". I think he ended up being like 6'7", almost 6'8". But he was at that time about 6'6", right? And when he dribbled the ball comes up high. And so when the ball comes up high, I step in that center point to try to steal it. And that's where he was saying, take it easy. Because me trying to steal the ball and his natural reaction or his natural reflexes is going to try to shield me from the ball, whether he turned his body to it or he sticks his elbow out. You follow what I'm saying? His forearm, not his elbow, his forearm out to shield me from the ball. And then, injuries can come from stuff like that. Because now he's twitching a little faster than he wants to at that type of speed that we was playing at. So that's what I was talking about, CJ Gannon. Not that I'm holding him down or nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? It was nothing of the sort. But he just didn't want me to try to play extra hard on defense than normal, because we just out there just basically shooting around. Even though we're playing up to 11, it wasn't that serious. Okay, Flight, I'm done with that one. I might have been a little tangent.
No, you good. No, that shit was funny. Salute to everybody that's rolling in the chat. We appreciate y'all. Isaiah, CJ, all y'all. We here getting everybody prepared and what to expect when and if Liangelo Ball suits up. with all of the height and eyeballs with the Drew League and everything is taking shape at the very right time and at the right moment. And Liangelo Ball will be looking to punch his ticket to the NBA. Like we stated, you have LaVar Ball coaching, not Jordan Camp. So expect not only for Liangelo to start the game, but for Liangelo Ball to get increased minutes. No minutes getting jerked around at all. To be honest with you. So just be on the lookout for Liangelo, just fully able to excel. Somebody, let me read some of these chats. What are y'all saying? He said it looks like you're getting paid. Nah, wait a second, man. Y'all got to do your homework on Liangelo Ball. Liangelo Ball is a good player, man. He's an NBA talent. You just got to get put in the right situations. You'll definitely be able to see that. And I want to let people know in the beginning, of the Drew League when Jello was there, his numbers were going up and up and up. If you've seen it, his assists, especially at the assists, I believe he had 8 assists that first game. And then the next game, I think he upped his assist to like 13, if I'm not mistaken, like that. I got to look at the actual the actual numbers, but I believe that's what it was. And even his points went up as well once he was figuring out a way to combine everything. But he showed a lot of potential, So it'll be very interesting to see what all of the new NBA talent that's coming in, what position he will play on the floor. I'm pretty sure it'll be a multitude, of different positions. We'll see what he could do. That's all we could see. With Jello will be in that position, have that opportunity. So let's see if he could take advantage of it. It'll be no excuses in the Drew League because he won't be in and out the lineup. And that's what I want to let all y'all know. It'll be on Liangelo. So if Liangelo can't get it done, it'll be on Liangelo. LaVar's put him in a great situation. I believe the Drew League has put their players in a good situation. So it's crazy.
You know what? Listen, Liangelo now has lost weight to the point where he is currently listed at 215 pounds, 6'5", 215 guard, right? So he's in that NBA weight for his height and size. Maybe could be 5 pounds less, could be 210, but 215 is real good because he's strong. He's naturally big bone, tight, bulky guy, right? A lot of people fail to realize that Liangelo's a real high caliber basketball player. I mean, what happened was he kind of faded out of the limelight after that China situation as far as putting the ball on the floor while the clock is ticking. But he was in the limelight far as the scandal that pursued from that international fiasco. And UCLA might consider it an embarrassment. So that situation took on political legs and it walked in a direction that was unbecoming of a Liangelo Ball, a son of LaVar. You feel me? Because prior to that point, a lot of people was looking at LaVar and his boys as being squeaky clean. And that's what made it such a fantastic story to tell about a black father with interracial kids that are squeaky clean and grew up in Southern California. You know what I'm saying? You don't hear that a lot because you got a lot of interracial kids in Southern California. Trust me, you got a whole lot of interracial kids in Southern California. And a lot of them are not squeaky clean. You feel me? So to have boys of that age and that close in nature to in playing basketball or sports, just sports in general, that was a pretty good task. You follow what I'm saying? And if you ever, anybody that's in the chat or listen to the stream that's from Southern California, we know dang on well how it goes at UCLA, USC, Cal State LA, Cal State Northridge, you feel me? UC Riverside. We know how it goes in college with a lot of these young men, especially young black men. There's a lot of stuff that goes down that a lot of us don't even want to talk about. And I'm quite sure that's the whole collegiate landscape. But I'm just particularly focused on Southern California because that's what I know. And we already know USC is a private school, right? So those who don't know, USC is a private school. We all know that UCLA is a state school. It's a public school, state-ran school. That's why they got UC, University of California, Los Angeles. You follow what I'm saying? Now, when you have a private school and a state school, a lot of times a private school can do a little more different because their fundraising or their revenue comes from, private donors. Whereas these state colleges come from state government. You feel me? And some of them, most of them are regulated by the federal government and their educational rules and regulation. Whereas a private school don't have to really correspond with federal guidelines when it comes to certain aspect of education. Only if you accept their money. If you accept federally funded money or appropriated money, then you have to adhere to federal regulated guidelines concerning education. So that incident that happened in China was so big to the point was it made all media is because a lot of political action was behind that explosion of media coverage on Liangelo because of what happened with the president at the time, former President Donald Trump, and his situation with China as far as the tariffs and the tax and things of that nature. You remember that heightened political tension amongst the two dealing with the tariffs? And do you know where that is basically generated from? California, right? So here you go playing at UCLA, Southern California. You have President Trump basically embroiled in a war of words to China and their regime for the tariffs, which is basically seaport, right, for goods and services. And that seaport is the #1 seaport in the world, and that's Long Beach or Los Angeles, right? And you got, San Francisco up there as well, but it was more so Los Angeles. So you have too much going on. UCLA, China, the president, China, tariffs. So everybody want to use Liangelo as a political pawn to further their political agenda. And so he took that on the chin as a champ, even though UCLA had him do a press conference. Listen to this. He did a press conference. The other guys that was with Liangelo, we don't even hear about those guys anymore. The Rileys of the world, stuff like that, right? We don't even hear about those, Cody Riley. We don't even hear about those guys anymore. The only reason why we still attach that to Liangelo was based on his association with Big Baller Brand. Now, do you guys kind of understand where this is going? So when a lot of the hateful media was attacking this young man and his dad, because everybody, not everybody, but most people wanted their agenda to be served based on this international fiasco or this so-called disaster. a pair of sunglasses that he can afford, whose brothers is in the league that's making millions of dollars? I mean, really? And even he can afford him himself because he was doing ball in the family. He had money to do that. I don't know if that was a Hayes call or what. You know what I mean? Because Liangelo was a freshman. And I don't know if that was because of hazing or whatever. Whatever it was, I don't know. But we're not going to even go there because it's all said and done with. But I just want you guys to understand it was at a point where people wanted to maneuver their political agendas, and they was trying to use that incident as a pawn on the chessboard. And so those of the people that supported President Trump, you know, the MAGAs or whatever you call them, Make America Great Again, kind of had a disdain for Liangelo because it's making President Trump look a little bad. I'm talking about the media-wise. Making President Trump look a little bad because the liberal media was all over it. And the conservative media was backing Trump, saying that this guy, what is he doing? Do we realize the political climate that he just caused? You follow what I'm saying? Because it looks like you have an American that President Trump supposed to represent all Americans over here stealing. When President Trump trying to have a hard disposition on China and the tariff situation. You feel me now? So he's messing it up because now the attention is being taken away from that and put on Liangelo, similar to the situation with Brittany Griner. When you do a international incident or international crime, whether it's felony or misdemeanor, and there is a political episode taking place, then they're going to move you to the centerpiece. If you want this out, then you got to give us this. And if the negotiations do not go in the way of the country who have the American detained, then it becomes a political fiasco. So when you look at that, even though it was 2017, so 5 years ago, it's basically the same fundamentals that encapsulated Liangelo at that time is encapsulating Brittany at this time. Happened to be in the country and happened to committed a crime and got arrested or detained during a heightened political time. And now you got to be used as a pawn. The reason why Liangelo was able to come out of that situation, I know that a lot of people want to attribute it to President Trump. It wasn't that. The big baller brand already had boots on the ground, right? And they negotiated the release of Liangelo Ball practically based on the Hollywood aspect of that political climate. Because Ball and the family was there. So all the producers and all the executive producers and all those people was already there in China. And maybe they know other people in China that could relay a message to the prime minister of China and got Liangelo released. So at the time, President Trump wanted to take credit for that. And LaVar Ball was like, no, it didn't happen that way. And at the same time, UCLA coerced those boys to make a statement in favor of the president because it was political. And we all know UCLA is a liberal school, you know. That school right there is not going to promote President Trump, even though you might have conservatives that go there, but that school is overwhelmingly liberal. You feel me? But when it's come for the country, and ain't no Democrat, ain't no Republican, it ain't no liberal, it ain't no conservative, it's just Americans. And that's the stance that UCLA took. We ain't trying to make us a political divide. So let's make a statement on behalf of our commander-in-chief. So we can show that we have his back. We're not a country divided, because divided we fall and united we stand. This is the position of the people in power. It's not my position. This is the position of the people in power. You follow what I'm saying? We cannot show that there's a severance between us and the president. So we have to give this presser on behalf of the president to show these other countries who are politically and militarily adversaries that we stand with the president of the United States. But we know in reality, come on guys, we know in reality, not to get too political, but we know in reality that China and the United States are pretty good. You know what I mean? Because most of everything we get comes from China. Because I'm a part of that logistics. You follow what I'm saying? The commerce, international, as well as continental commerce. I make money from that. We know that the #1 seaport, I don't know if it's the #1 in the world, but it's damn sure close. It's damn sure #1 in the United States. It's Long Beach or the LA port. You follow what I'm saying? Now, I don't know if the, what's that area? Oh, shit, my brain is locked. The Mediterranean. Now, I don't know if that could be over, but I doubt it, because a lot of India and a lot of China and definitely Africa send their goods through the Pacific Ocean, and the Pacific Ocean is border. I mean, not border, is shorelines is the United States on the Western Hemisphere. That's coming from Seattle all the way down to Honduras. You feel me? And that, I believe, is the #1 trade route in the world, or close to it by far. Especially it's #1 in the United States. So like I said, China brings their goods over. The president had an issue with China having such a tremendous break over other countries, and that was helped by the Bushes and kept going through the Clintons all the way down to the other Bush to Obama. They kept that line open for revenue, for commerce and revenue, and basically turned an eye to whatever China was doing. Just keep it coming, right? And if you can't get there, then you take it up to San Francisco. But I'm gonna let you guys know right now, commerce is booming. I mean, during the pandemic, it was booming so hard. Oh my God, people was making money hand over fist. It was booming so hard that you had strikes, because the workers was getting paid the same, but everybody else is making money. And it got so much flooded that they was overworking, but underpaying a lot of the port workers. They had to ship or reroute a lot of the merch into New Jersey. And that made New Jersey a powerhouse as well. You feel me? So now a lot of it is coming back to California, because, you know, they kind of deregulated some stuff, because, you know, California is one of the most regulated states in the United States. A lot of people follow the trend of California, and the reason why they follow the trend of California, talking about education, finance, as well as goods and services and things of that nature, even transport, because California, if they succeed from the union, they will be in the top 10 richest countries in the world. Can you imagine that? You would damn near have to emerge them in the G7 if they was to do something of that nature. So this is why a lot of trend, because California, I think, is worth, I mean, they produce like what, trillions of dollars a year dealing with commerce, and that's a whole lot. I'm talking about gross, not net, but gross, and that is a whole lot. That's why that business is so lucrative, and a lot of people that's in it will not tell you about it because they don't want you to be a part of it. You feel me? That's how lucrative it is. But nevertheless, I just wanted to correlate or augment that situation with Liangelo, with China, and how it affected the United States of America under the rulership or watch of President Trump, and why it was such a heightened political climate during that time. And Liangelo just happened to, fall prey to that climate. And that's why a lot of people say, oh, he's blackballed this. Because a lot of the, remember now, a lot of the NBA owners contributed to Donald Trump's campaign or board of governors, since they don't want to use owners anymore, because they feel that that's more of a plantation type term, and it's kind of have a negative connotation attached to it, especially when the owner of the Cleveland Cavaliers considered a lot of the players inmates. So that didn't fare too well with the commissioner, Adam Silver. Whereas David Stern, he rest in peace, David Stern, but David Stern's about his money. So yeah, so that's why Liangelo, a lot of people feel that Liangelo do not get a fair shake, is because of that incident. And that's why that incident seemed to be so heightened based on Liangelo's, what you call that? International incident. So I just wanted to bring you guys up to date to that and give you a little chemtrail of how this thing was going. So people be saying that he's being blackballed, this and that. People won't pick him up. And if that helps you, cool. And if it don't, I'm sorry. I tried.
Yeah, that's facts. I got you, Dex. We got Hoop Jargon in the building with us. He rocking with us. What's the deal, Hoop Jargon?
What's the deal, man? Picking some stuff up to cook dinner, like I told you earlier. But I had to hop in. Dex was on a tangent, so I had.
Yeah, I'm telling you, Dex is happy at the frying pan cooking. I mean, we started stating facts and shit.
Yo.
What do you think about some of the stuff?
Yeah. So when they said they were owners and they had to switch that up, I missed the full context, and I want to make sure I know exactly what you were talking about on that, so I can comment on it properly.
Are you talking to me?
Yeah, you was talking about like.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, Adam Silver. Yeah, well, Adam Silver is
full context.
Yeah, Adam Silver is basically a guy who's want to champion decentralization, right? So by Adam Silver being more liberal than David Stern, he wanted to extricate owners out of the dialogue or the jargon when it comes to players, coaches, and like I said, board of governors. So that's the word they implemented, and they extracted owners and implemented board of governors because he wanted to make it seem or appear more as a partnership instead of owner and subject. You feel me? So
okay,
he wanted to basically decentralize the hierarchy of the NBA to have it more so partnership than anything. And like I said, especially coming off the heels of Dan Gilbert. That's what I mean, Dan Gilbert. When Dan Gilbert had the letter basically on LeBron, right? Like, you belong to me, you was mine, I drafted you, and things of that nature. That type of sentiment brought a extremely negative connotation to the relationship of owner and player. And it was always designed for the owner not to be that immersed emotionally with a player. So this is why you have the liaisons in between. You know what I mean? You have the president of operation of basketball. You have layers with the GM, and then ultimately the coach. So those are supposed to be your layers of liaison into contacting with the players. So when Dan Gilbert did that, and I believe the owners of the Atlanta Hawks at the time, the former owner, was saying how the inmates is running the asylum or something to that nature, and that sentiment was also echoed in the NFL with
I
the
think you're talking about
owner
the
of the Houston Texans.
Yeah, with McNair, Bob McNair.
Bob McNair, yeah, you know what I'm saying. So the NBA like, oh no, we need to get away.
No. What the Hawks did was they was talking about Luau Ding being an African. That's what the Hawks did. It
Okay,
wasn't
about the Africans. Okay, yeah,
yeah.
but it was racial. Yeah, and I think Danny
And you
Ferry
know what's
had
funny?
some.
You know what?
Danny Ferry
I'm
said
gonna
something
break this
racial
shit
too.
down. Yeah, he said something about Luau Ding being an African, and I'm gonna break that shit down if you allow me to do so. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, you good. What's good,
Yeah.
Belize?
So
What's good,
here's
guys?
the
What's
deal.
good, guys? Yeah. You know, I was
Please, what
here
up,
just,
homie?
I was just listening. I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah, do you think I'm listening to the breakdown?
Yeah, so here's the thing. Damn, it's a lot to unpack, and Dex, thank you for encapsulating that perfectly. Now, when we talk about blacks and Africans, you know what's funny? Those lanes merge a lot because why? We look alike. But how African folks roll, they call black people akatas, like Nigerians in particular. So, meaning there's a big cultural difference between American blacks and Africans, right? Now, Luau Ding is from Congo, I believe, right?
Senegal,
Yeah.
right?
Senegal, yeah, he's from West Africa. So his disposition is not like an average black man, quote unquote. So I wonder what he meant by that, because that can go a lot of ways. Because one thing I've known is a lot of Africans roll different than quote unquote black people. Now we look alike, kind of, sort of, but we roll differently. Here's how hoop jargon knows this. When I played ball in Europe, I remember, bro, like, when you're American, dog, you get hoes easy. Easy. And I'm 6'7", so you do the math of how easy it was for me to get bras. And I remember like dealing with African chicks, and African dudes was like hating hard on me, bro. And it's because culturally we're the same in name only, not how we move. So I wonder what he meant by that, and I wonder his level of understanding, because that can mean a whole different thing. So let me lay my thesis out that way first. And again, with Nigerians, who I'm really good friends with a lot of Nigerians, but when it's time to put the rubber to the road, they will call you, aka us, akatas in a minute and separate, because they roll by a different code. So I want to again lay that framework down like that. Secondly, a cat like Adam Silver to me is the slickster, man, and I'll tell you why. Because in my view, guys like that, super liberal white Jewish men who care about money first, they understand the plight of us. Now we separate from Luau Dings of the world, American black men, and they think they know the best for us, and they talk all this good game, but they about the bottom line. Trust and believe. Ask any. I don't know if you guys know how the Jewish community rolls, but they are very tight knit. They very uninclusive. I guess the better word. They roll amongst only themselves, and so I think guys like him, white liberals, and if you, again, don't take my word, listen to Martin Luther King, his speech about white liberals. They have a roundabout approach to still try to oppress you, but they do it in a non-offensive fashion. Meaning this, okay, you want to call owners governors, but they do the exact same fucking job they did before you call them owners. And in this world, we understand that when you own something, you're an owner. Next, when you own a house, you're not the governor, you're the owner. That's
The owner.
a label that's universal. Now, what we got to drop as black people, in my opinion, this is a hoop jargon opinion. You ain't got to agree with hoop jargon. But we don't own slavery. Slavery comes from the root word Slav, which is from Slavic people from Europe. So that term is damn near, is literally embedded in their existence. But we own this shit like we the only people went through slavery. Now follow me. I know I might lose some of y'all. If you don't own bullshit terms like that, you're not offended by bullshit terms. Does that make any sense to y'all?
Perfect sense. I'm all the way with you.
And so if we eradicate that burden of struggle and like, man, okay, listen, fucked up shit happened to our ancestors. But one thing we're not going to be known as universally forever is goddamn slaves. I tell you who don't do that shit. Jews don't do that shit. Now, they will bring the Holocaust up. Now, they will defend it, but they don't go around talking about their slaves. They don't do that, right? So bring it all together. I would just say, guys, open your minds and look what these guys do at the top level who have affiliations, and they'll say things to you. It's like candy. Candy is, oh, no, we're not your owners. We're your governors. It's the same shit. So, and I say this all the time, and I'm a salesman in real life. I say to people, passive aggression is the same thing as aggression to me. So if you're being passive aggressive, you're just as offensive as slapping my face. It's the same shit. You just slapping my face softly 8 times, but the equivalency of one hard slap. It's the same shit. You're passive aggressive. So when I see guys like Adam Silver, they're slicksters. David Stern before him, another Jewish guy, to your point, Dex, a little more on the conservative side. But it's the same shit. And it's called the Hegelian dialectic, pressure from above, pressure from below. I don't want to go too far with this. But really, it's the same approach in a different manner. And I see through that shit. And that don't make me none. Because if you own the team, or you govern the team, you pay for the salaries, you pay for staff, you're doing the same job. You're just kind of buffering your jargon to your word, Dex. But it's the same shit. And that don't move me. So I just would challenge brothers and sisters out here listening, man, peep game, keep your ears open and your mind open and know what these dudes really about, because all they doing is just trying to find, it's like good cop, bad cop, basically. That's like one of the most effective ways to get a criminal to break down. Good cop, bad cop. It's the same shit to me. So I just want to impart that because, and that's why I asked for clarity, Dex, before I went on, because I really want to hear your definition, which was very succinct. It was very good. And I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Yes, sir, my brother. Salute to Hoop Jargon.
That was deep.
Yeah, go ahead, Belize.
Oh, no, that was deep. That was deep. Nah, go ahead. You could take the floor on that one. I'm still trying to.
Yeah, exactly, Hoop Jargon. You know what I'm saying? We know that that's semantics.
There you go.
By them trying to extricate the word owner out and substitute it with board of governors, like you said, it's basically the same job. But see, what happened was Dan Gilbert messed that up. If it wasn't for Dan Gilbert, they wouldn't have done that. You know, because now Dan Gilbert opened up a can of worms based on putting people on notice. Wait a minute. You don't own my talent. Yeah, you own the building. You own the parking lot, right? You own the name, the logo, but you don't own my talent. And see, James Dolan, only thing he was doing was reflecting the mindset of the majority of the owners. I mean, not James Dolan, Dan Gilbert, excuse me. Dan Gilbert. Not James Dolan, Dan Gilbert. Even though James Dolan definitely thinks like that. Ask Charles Haley. Ask Charles Oakley. Ask Patrick Ewing. He definitely thinks that way. Patrick Ewing said, "Where's my statue? You trying to kick me out of a building that I helped build? Are you kidding me? I should have a statue outside, right?" Ain't that what he said?
Well, peep this, Dex. And here's why I pitch to black folks all the time, because I know in the comments the comments are kind of mixed, in which I expect that when I say that. But peep this though. When you are under the tutelage of somebody else, you don't dictate the terms. How do we know this? You go to work and tell work how you want them to acknowledge you tomorrow and going forward. And tell me how that works out for you. So what I always suggest to brothers, if you don't like what's going on, let's make our own shit. And we got LaVar Ball right there in that left corner. And that's why I love LaVar Ball. He's like, you know what? Y'all won't play it that way? Cool. I'll make my own shit. I'll make my own league. I'll make my own brand. I don't care how you try to clown me. It's my own shit. And you remember how what's that? Christine Leahy tried to make fun of him about his shoe sales. He's like, I sold enough for me. I sold enough for me, and I got to meet LaVar Ball for you guys who don't know on this channel. He gave me the figures of what they made. They made so much money that they couldn't keep up with production, right? So you can't be defined by other people's interpretation of what you're doing. You be defined on what you're doing. So
hold on one second, Hoop Jargon. Hold on, Hoop Jargon. Stay right there, because a lot of people don't believe that. I already know. A lot of people still got the Stockholm syndrome, right? They don't understand. If you don't know what Stockholm syndrome is, please go look it up. But nevertheless, how can somebody be accused of stealing $1 million and you don't even know if you ain't making no money? Think about that, Hoop Jargon. So that complements what you just said, because people be thinking, oh, they ain't making no money. They ain't making no. Well, how can somebody allegedly steal $1 million or $1 million is missing,
and you don't catch it immediately,
and you don't even catch it?
Exactly. Man,
somebody have to put you up on it.
That way. I never thought of it that way, but that's an excellent point. So let you know what you really are bankrolling. So it's called being self-defined and having a ruling class mentality. And that's what guys like LaVar Ball represent. And I think a lot of players, they like to act like they're like that, but they're not. So you want to be defined by another person when that person, let me back up. If you guys in the chat don't know about a guy named Jimmy the Greek, go look him up. And he talked about how superior the black athlete was, but they don't know their worth.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
There's been literature out 100 years before how to control the American Negro. And it's more so, it's a psychological game. And I'm not trying to go even deep, but when you basically start
definitely getting to the deep.
Man, he's definitely getting deep. I hope everybody hitting that like button too, guys. For real.
We at where we at, goddamn. So basically, when you have a buy-in from people and they buy into what you do, you dictate the terms, no matter how unfair, fair, or what have you. You dictate the terms and you establish the culture. So when you literally break apart from that and establish your own, guess what you got the free will to do? Establish your own culture. And I think that's the part that we, quote unquote, black folks do, is that we try to latch on to somebody else's shit and then we pitch for equality. But when the whole game is set up for them to win.
That's why I give a lot of shout outs to Ice Cube organization too. That big three. That's like tremendous basketball. Like, and he gets players at the right time, the retired players, and the organizations is run with the old retired coaches. Retired players being coaches and team owners. And I think stuff like that is pretty dope. And I do think that's going to be around for a long time. And I'm interested to see that growth. I just wanted to chime that in there real quick.
I got to address the chat, man. I got to. I love it. I love when people dissent because people don't like hearing this shit because it's boring to them. They want to just stick to fodder. Like, sports were made to basically distract you from everything. Like, to the ancient Roman world, when the Christians fought the lions and all that good stuff. It's intentional. Same thing with sports. That's why everybody else says, why do sports guys get paid all this money? Because they're distracting you from all the other stuff you go through. So to the point of the chat, y'all kind of saying, I don't want to talk about this, that, and third. Okay, no problem. I will back off this. But this is like the actual medicine to hear about stuff like this. If you're going to complain about something like that, understand how it works. And I'm just here to be the liaison to give you that. If you want to accept it, cool. If not, no problem. We can go back to the topic. We can talk about fodder. That's what the sports machine's built on. But since Dex opened that can of worms, I did want to impart that part to it. And we can move on. It's not a big deal.
Yeah, I guess it was my fault. Put it on me. Flight, don't be mad at me, Flight. I was just, I just went on a tangent. You know how it gets sometimes, But anyway, we're just connecting dots, I'm hoop jargon. So don't feel ashamed. Don't be embarrassed because
no, I love doing this. I don't feel a damn thing. I don't want to take over Flight's show. I just want to explain why I said what I said.
Yeah, it's all good. So but I was basically trying to connect some dots and to show you why it's a little more difficult path for Liangelo, and this is why they have to go hard in the arenas where he do have an opportunity to keep it on equal playing field. So we're just trying to bring equilibrium here, because a lot of times people get the notion that the only reason why he's not accepted because he is so-called, air quotes, trash. I mean, that's just so far from the truth. Liangelo is a straight baller, okay? And like we was talking about earlier, how, okay, I'm going to put it like this, okay? I'm going to stop being a nice guy, all right? Listen, man, listen. Don't be a dumbass, okay? And don't follow the dumbass narratives that people out here putting on Liangelo Ball. And this is one of the dumbass narratives that he's not good enough to play in the NBA. That's one of the most saddest narratives that you can put on this young man. Because listen, where do you determine, and hoop jargon, you're still here, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Hoop jargon, where you determine whether a player is going to make the league or not. Which stage of development?
Well, it's a few of them. One is like, your prep status. And so we know Liangelo led California in scoring. So that's a check. Being a 3-star athlete, that's a check.
Okay, hold up. Say California. You said California, right?
Yes.
It's the location, right?
Yes.
Okay. California got nearly 45, almost 47 million people. Okay. And that's including the undocumented. But even the undocumented have kids. And those kids go to school. So you can roughly say in the California school system, you have nearly 25 million people, right? And out of that 25 million people, at least 8 to 10 million is in high school. And I'm talking about 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade. And if you want to be a little conservative, just say 8 million high school students in California at any given year. So when Liangelo was in high school, and he was the leading scorer twice in all of California, and I'm talking about from Eureka all the way down to San Diego. So that means he went up against at least the minimum of 16 fucking million people, or children, or youths. And he averagely outscored every last one of them. Now, out of that 16 million, how many of you think probably went to college? Maybe 4? Could be about 4 million went to college. When I mean college, I ain't talking about just universities. I'm talking about college, any higher learning after high school, whether it's city college,
Junior
state
college,
junior college, whatever. Probably about 4 million, right? All over the United States. Out of California, probably 4 million went to college throughout the United States. Or somebody even went to overseas schools, because you do that foreign exchange student, right? You do that. So someone probably went over to skis. Now, those people that went to college and still maintain their athleticism, let's break that down. Let's say 2 million, right? Throughout the United States and whatever. Now, out of that 2 million that might have maintained their athleticism, how many probably was eligible to go to the pros? Maybe 1,000 that looked like they could be pro material, right? And out of that 1,000, you probably get about 100? And out of that 100, you only get about 40. So
I'm gonna help you out, Dex. Only 1% of high-level high school guys go to the NBA. 1%.
1%. So out of that 1,000, 100 then, right? No, that's 10%. I mean 100,000. Excuse me, 100,000.
100,000.
So,
yeah,
it's 100. Out of 100,000, it's 100. So 100, like I said, 100.
There's only been 4,000 some odd players in the NBA in history. 4,000.
But we're gonna stay with the 1% since it's easier to calculate, right? So out of 100,000 people, only 100 is really going to be eligible to play pro. That's going to have that type of skill set. And then out of that 100, how many stay? Maybe 40?
Facts.
Okay, for maybe 40 people. So it went from 16 million to 40 people. But none of those 40 people think about this, led California twice in scoring. Only one did that, right? That was Liangelo. So
X,
when you
ask
break,
the chat, hey,
go
ask the
ahead.
chat who in this chat averaged more than 4 points on varsity in the chat. who averaged 4 points or made varsity, period. And then you really start to cut teeth, because all this is pie in the sky, because people don't deal with fucking numbers, bro. People don't understand
Thank
shit
you.
like
Math don't lie, man. Math is a universal language. I don't care where you at in the universe.
Because
Math and music.
ain't scored number 8 points on varsity, and I made D1. I played pro overseas.
And music is math.
So
that's the only reason why I'm talking like this, Hoop Jargon, because you up here. If you wasn't up here, I wouldn't really be talking like this, because it'd just be scattered atoms. You know what I'm saying? But by you here, you understand what I'm talking about, because you are one of the ones that done it. You feel me? You were in that mathematical statistics somewhere in a given year. You was a part of that cycle. So from what I'm saying, Liangelo led the state of California. Let's go back to that. Let's say 16 million people during his 2 years of doing that as a junior and a senior, right? Then, like I said, the numbers start to fall off the higher you get, right? But what I'm trying to say about Liangelo, that alone should get you into a top school, which it did, right? He got to UCLA.
Mm-hmm.
But once he got to UCLA, I'm not saying he was a standout, because we didn't get a chance to see him warm up the joint because of the incident.
Fair.
And there was, and then the big baller wasn't going to allow. This is what he told me. He wasn't going to allow this Liangelo to sit on his hiney and not knowing what his future holds. No. After a certain amount of time, he said they didn't give him no answer. He out of there.
Yeah.
Because my boy is not finna just sit around and do nothing and wait on your beckoning call. That is not happening. We got a plan, and we're trying to implement this plan.
Because he self-defined, like I said earlier, and I want to volley a little bit, Dex, because you cooking. I want to put little points in. Because if you remember things in context, he pulled Lamelo from Tino, and what's everybody saying? Oh, LaVar ruined his kid's life. Blah, 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 blah. And look where we are now, 4 years later. So keep going.
Yes. And the reason why, and I'm going to tell you, that's why I keep telling you the Stockholm Syndrome. I'm not being facetious. I'm really serious about this psychology deficit that a lot of us parade and don't even realize it. It's because it's so entrenched subconsciously. Is that a lot of time we honestly feel the machine or the matrix that we're in. We honestly feel their ice is colder. Their sugar is sweeter. Some of us is so entrenched with Stockholm Syndrome, we would say their water is wetter. Could you believe that? Nah, man, I don't want that water. I want that water over there, because that water is wetter than that water. Oh, my God.
Hey, but here's the cold piece of game, Dex. We don't do that overtly. Covertly, we do that shit. Because we're on its own merit on these streams in the comment section, which everybody's LeBron James and Kobe Bryant in the comment section. Because I've been one of those comment section warriors too. So shout out to the comment section warriors. So we'll talk all that shit, but when the rubber meets the road, you don't even trust your own.
And that's why I say they would say they're not there. I'm talking about the other people. Water is wetter. Now, how could you come to a concept like that? Somebody else water is wetter. Think about that. Water is wet, no matter where you are in the universe. So how can a water be wetter than the other water? If we both got water, but I'm going to go to their water. My excuse is their water is wetter than yours. Their sugar is sweeter than yours. Their ice is colder than yours. Everybody know water freezes at 32 degrees. So how can it, I mean, come on now. You can't make this up. We have to get out of that funk that sunken place where we feel our talent, our value is not talented enough, and it's undervalued according to how you look at it. Because there's other people sucking it up and making billions and trillions of dollars off the talent. Think about it.
Talk to him.
That's where the money is made, off the talent. It's not made because you got the prettiest building. You can have the prettiest building, but you better put the talent in there to keep the people coming. Because if you don't, they ain't coming. That building will soon close down. How many buildings have we seen close down in football, in baseball, in basketball? Think about it. You feel me? Because the talent wasn't there. Because if the talent is there, trust me, they're going to pay the taxes. They're going to deal with the corrupt politicians. They're going to deal with the bureaucracy to keep the stadium afloat. They're going to deal with all that if the talent is there. But if the talent's not there, oh, I'm gone. I'm moving to St. Louis. I'm moving to Las Vegas. Oh, I'm moving from St. Louis. I'm moving back to Los Angeles. Oh, I'm moving from Seattle to Oklahoma. Oh, I'm moving from San Diego to Los Angeles. Oh, I'm moving from Kansas City to Sacramento. Do you see where this train is going? But let the talent be there. Marvin, yesterday, Flight, Marvin read off to us all the teams that went over the salary cap and went over the luxury cap, right? And recently, Golden State was the highest of all the teams. And right now, Golden State, I think, is either the third or second best franchise in basketball. They second or third because they go back and forth with the Lakers. New York has always been number one. So just think about that. Golden State went $300-some million over the salary cap, luxury cap, because the talent is there and the people is coming. They'll make that money back. You feel me?
Like Chris Berman said on ESPN back in the day, man, the Jello jiggling and the cookies are crumbling, man. when you put the talent out there, goddamn, the stuff is gonna stuff. The shit gonna get popping, man. And no, you're exactly right. And once we acknowledge, once we understand where we are in that paradigm, and the brother was talking about in the chat earlier, who you see walking around with Big Baller Brand. Well, I live in Los Angeles. I see like Asian dudes with Big Baller Brand shit on. I see older white guys with Big Baller Brand shit on, and just in my personal anecdotal life. So when you have a better scope of things, you tend to not look at things in such a shortened scope. So maybe you should get out a little more, because I see it. Now, me personally, I own 3 pair of Big Baller Brand shoes. I own about 7 shirts, a pair of slides, and yeah, that's what I own. So you in your life,
own
go ahead.
a $900 jacket, Big Baller Brand, and I only wear it when I go to the basketball game, so everybody can see it and ask me, "Oh my God, where you get that from? Oh wow, they're making these now." And you know what? That jacket actually got me on TV, to be honest with you. That jacket got me on TV. I'm talking about national TV. It got me on TV because whoever the cameraman or the director, producer, when they were scanning the crowd, they found me and actually put me on TV and put me on the Jumbotron at the Staples Center. Sure did.
So yeah, people do own this stuff. So again, in your anecdotal life, you may not see it. Anecdotal mean your personal experience. You may not see it. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist. So to answer your question, I know you asked twice about that. I forget who that commenter was, but yeah, people do wear it. So again, I mean, I'm a person who travels a lot. I just do. I get out and do stuff. So I see it. And I damn near make it a point to take a picture of it every time I see it, because I hear people who say that people don't wear it. And I'm like, no. In my real life, experience life, I see people with Big Baller Brand shit on. I do.
All you got to do is go to a Lamelo Ball game, a Lonzo Ball game, or a Jello Summer League game. You see plenty of Big Baller gear. Trust me. I see it all the time, and I see young kids wearing it.
And you're only accountable for what you know once you learn information. So if you still choose to be ignorant, that's on you. That's on you.
Now, I'm not saying that you can go anywhere and find Big Baller Brand in a plethora. I'm not saying that, but all I know is that wherever they're present, you're going to see the gear. They're going to show the people that supports them, going to show they support them by having their gear. And a lot of times they do pop-up shops. And I remember one time I saw them in Chicago, right? I went to go see Keezo Brown in Chicago because Lonzo was like really happy that they snatched Keezo Brown and put him in the JBA. So I was like looking up this guy, Keezo Brown, and come to find out this guy was a high school legend. I didn't know that. I didn't know who the hell he was until Lonzo brought his name up. Then I did the research. So I said, okay, I'm going to go see this guy. So when they played at the, I forgot that arena downtown. But anyway, when they played at that arena, nice arena too. When they played at that arena, I went there, saw Keezo, and I was like, this dude game is smooth. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he fits the billing. I mean, you can tell he was a man amongst boys. I can tell you that much.
Mm-hmm.
So whatever happened after that, I don't know, because the Chicago because you know he had the incident with the kid on the sideline and things of that nature. That wasn't the game I went to. It was some other game, but it happened. I don't think that was the game I went to, if I'm not mistaken. But nevertheless,
next real quick. So and the brother, you know, you talk from a, you know, and Karinga, if you feel so passionate about your words, why don't you come up on the panel and we can talk about it? Because Flight drops the link every 10 minutes. So you come up here and you say, I think I'm smart. Well, I know I'm smart. I've been smart my whole life. I really have a master's degree in education. So you can, you know, that's fine. You can feel how you feel. But one thing I don't do is I don't deal in lack. I don't deal in a situation where I feel like I'm inferior to anybody because I study what I talk about, and then that's how I come with my opinion. I don't just go off my feelings. So if you want to come talk about it, brother, hit the link, come talk about it.
yeah. And so, like I was saying, is that that arena, right? It wasn't packed. It wasn't packed by far because it was a real arena. It wasn't packed by far. But it seemed like everybody that was there, the hundreds of people that was there, bought merch. That's my point. They bought merch because the line was long. I didn't even realize that many people was in the arena because the arena looked fairly empty because it's so huge, right? The arena probably held about at least 12 to 13,000 people, it looked like. And it was only looked like about 600-700 people there. So it looked fairly empty. But when you got in line to get your merch, you was way downstairs. I'm like, damn, where all these people come from? I just want to buy a shirt and a hat. And I had to wait damn near an hour and a half to get up there to purchase something. So what that told me, the purchasing power was crazy.
But if it didn't happen in his city, then it don't exist. If it didn't happen in his personal city, in his personal situation, then it don't exist. Right? I think that's for sure.
Yeah. I'm just going by what I'm telling you, what I see. And then I saw one time where Lonzo was playing in New York, right? He was with the Lakers, and they was playing in New York. And I think they won that game too. I think the Lakers won that game. So Lonzo was playing in New York. The Big Baller Brand had a pop-up shop. That freaking pop-up shop was way around the corner. And this is New York. New York got access to all kind of fashion. And that Big Baller Brand was way around the corner. They showed it live. So it wasn't like it was some skit. So like I said, I'm just only going by what I've seen. Every time that I've been around that situation and I saw a pop-up shop, it was always a lot of people.
Dex, if it didn't happen in his city when he was there, it didn't happen. What they call it, burying your head in the sand.
Yeah.
So if you didn't see it, then it didn't happen. So I mean, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is.
Yeah. So that's the only thing I can go by from what I've seen. Feel me? So but nevertheless, we don't know what we're gonna witness come tomorrow. So you guys pull up bright and early, acclimate yourself, dig in, and enjoy. Because I feel some skullduggery is going on. I don't know what's up the big baller brand Drew League team sleeve. I just feel the primordial suit of what they're gonna present. It seems like success will be in the building. Success will be in the building. I think they grabbed the bull by the horn. I think they win this game. I think this game will be coached differently. I think the players will be playing differently. They'll be playing more so to win the game than targeting certain areas of their game. So we're going to see. Listen, subscribe to Flight Sports TV. Don't cheat yourself, man.
There you go.
Subscribe to Flight Sports TV. Do not cheat yourself.
Preach yourself.
Because sometimes you guys get upset when y'all miss the stream. When y'all miss the stream, you guys get upset. You come back into the chat talking about, damn, man, I missed the stream, man. I didn't know, and blah, 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 blah. Subscribe. You won't miss it. Hit that notification button. It's right there for you. So if you don't want to miss some of these streams with the hoop jargons of the world, with the AB, the heroes, and every now and then a DKM might pop his head up in here, the ball facts of the world, the FYF, you already know FYF be on this stream, boy. He try to do his thing, don't he? The kid try hard. You can't be mad at him. But you just never know who will pop up on the stream. That's all I'm saying. I like the
versatility, though. It's like we don't have to agree on every goddamn thing, but you getting perspective from people who observing the same phenomenon. And again, I like, you know what, it's funny, over the course of YouTubing for 2 years, I like when people disagree with me, actually. Because I'm going out logically. You can say what you want to say, no problem. But
hoop jargon, hoop jargon, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm sorry, bro. But I got to get this out before I lose my train of thought. Hoop jargon, do you know we at Flight Sports TV and our panel have been accused of kissing ass? How can you even put that in a sentence with Flight? As much rumble going up on this panel.
I mean, you know how goofy you get. If you say something good about LaVar, Liangelo, Lonzo, you a dick rider, right? I mean, that's just how I go. And bro, I thought
that was so fantastically crazy.
Yeah. That
someone would accuse us on this panel of being kiss ass. And I had to, of course, I retorted that. You know, I couldn't let that slide. I was saying, gentlemen, step back. Let me take care of this. I was like, how can you accuse us of being sycophants when all we do on some occasions is go at each other based on opinions, based on misrepresentation, based on non-recognizable facts? How can you accuse us? I'm talking about me and Flight. I'm talking about Vern and Ray. I'm talking about Phonics and No Panic. I'm talking about Sky and Nico.
Yep.
Unstoppable. Marvin. Murgod. I mean, the list goes on.
Dex, I've been accused of being in LaVar pocket because he made me breakfast. I'm like, what? Like, I live a real life outside of YouTube, and then, you know, again, I got a chance to meet LaVar. That's cool. Like, I have a real life outside. I make good money outside of this. And y'all think that I'm bought and paid for because LaVar Ball made me breakfast? He made breakfast for Rich Paul when his kids signed over there, right? Well, what the hell y'all be talking about, man? What the hell y'all be talking about, man? Lord have mercy. Breakfast would just win you over for the rest of your life for a grown-ass man with a real life. Lord have mercy.
Well,
Go ahead.
who's this guy? Who's this guy? Correga in the chat.
Yeah,
I mean, in the line. We gotta.
If he's there tonight, he was there last night.
No, he's on the panel now.
Oh, okay, yeah, let him go.
Yeah,
Let him
I
go.
want him to speak his piece. Go ahead, please.
Yeah, let him go. Introduce yourself, my brother.
He have a
You gotta unmute
talking.
your mic, probably.
What?
You gotta unmute your mic.
His mic probably mute.
Yeah, anyway, Flight, this guy was getting at me.
Right.
He was getting at me, and Talent Ted TV, him and Talent Ted TV was conversing through the chat about a lot of my takes, right? So I didn't know it at the time, or I would have addressed it. But when I went back to rewatch the stream this morning, I watched it in its totality. I saw the engagement. So based on that, I was hoping he came today, because Talent Ted told him to go ahead and hop on the panel. You follow what I'm saying? He's very welcome. And yes, brother, you are very welcome. You can do your thing, man. Shoot your shot. Put your facts out there.
Let's go. You saying you talking about me too? Let's go, man. I love this. Let's go. I lead with logic, not emotion.
If he's ready, I don't know what his situation is. If he having technical difficulties.
Yeah, he on the panel. I don't know.
Where he at, man? Tell him get up here, man.
He on the panel.
Oh, that's Sky. Salute to Sky.
Yeah, Sky, you
bro. Take your mic off mute.
Sky, what's your thoughts on some of the stuff that Dex was saying that we get accused of this?
Man, Dex Capper, man. You know Dex. He a capaholic, man. Dex Capper.
I mean, Dex said that we get accused of, kissing ass, Dex. Man. What's your thoughts on that?
Oh, that right there? I don't think it's that. I just think y'all fans.
Right.
I don't think y'all kissing ass, because to kiss ass, you got to be getting something. I hope y'all ain't getting nothing. Y'all kissing ass?
Like I said, I was just asking a question, man.
I don't
think y'all
kissing
ass. I think it's more of y'all fans. I don't think y'all kissing ass. Y'all kissing ass, you got to be getting something to kiss ass. I don't think y'all are kissing nobody's ass and they ain't getting nothing. That don't make sense.
Well, they told me I got a breakfast though. A breakfast, same thing. I've been getting a lunch since like elementary school. You know, so yeah, me getting breakfast with me. That's the incentive for me just to be lifetime loyal to Big Baller Brand, according to folks out here.
Oh, because you like Big Baller Brand?
Yeah, LaVar made me breakfast, so I'm lifetime loyal.
Man, you happy you met LaVar? Well, you happy you met LaVar?
If you look on my channel,
you met LaVar?
Yeah, this time last year I got to go out there.
So don't you want to meet LaVar, Scott?
Man, well, I won't meet him. He ain't nothing to me. I'm not looking for no LaVar, man.
Yeah, man. You would love to meet LaVar Ball.
No, man, I wouldn't let him meet LaVar Ball. Dog, I'm be honest with you, dog. Hey. If and it's not to talk bad. If he have a pop-up shop down here, I'll run from it, not run to it.
No, sir. See, now you playing games.
Man, I don't want none of that boy selling, man. None of that.
Hey man, tell Slack to come up here too. Tell Slack to come up here. I'll be seeing you in them streams, Slack. Don't come up here, let's talk about it.
You gotta pay homage to the Big Baller Brand.
No, but I don't knock nobody who do buy it though. But I didn't never see nobody with it. I'ma just be honest down here. I don't know nobody that be having no BB. I ain't never seen a BBB T-shirt down here. Now,
well, talk about when Lonzo was there. He brought a lot.
Man, nobody was wearing no BBB, man, when Lonzo was down here. The stands was empty because they was losing.
No, the stands wasn't always empty.
The stands wasn't empty.
Man, the arena, man, you stump your feet in the arena, man. It sounded like a bomb got dropped on New Orleans.
Towards the end of the season? Yeah, towards the end of the season, maybe.
Man, nah, man. During the beginning of the season, too, ain't nobody was going. I'm a fan. How you gonna tell me they was losing?
Because I watched it on TV, so I'm not agreeing with that. That stadium was sold out.
Man,
it was electrifying.
You can't. They don't show everything on TV, man. You looking at they showing the bottom shelf, man. The bottom row, man. You go look up, man. Ain't nobody was up there, man.
Do they allow people up there?
Yeah, if they selling tickets, nobody don't.
Flight, this what you do, Flight. I'm finna challenge Flight right now. Flight, you go down and you find you a video that disprove what Sky is saying, and find a video where they scan the top and the bottom and
He's
see.
not lying.
Say that again,
No,
Purple
no,
Baby.
no. Hold on. Some, all the games was not sold out though. I could agree
And then
with
the
that.
next year they was
You
in
know how I know
protocol.
You know how I know he not lying? It's New Orleans. They
It's
care
New
more about
Orleans.
the football team.
Oh,
than
Purple
That's
Baby, you
what I'm
going on
trying to
speculation.
tell him.
No,
He's
Purple
not
Baby
Nah,
going on
Zion,
speculation.
I bet Zion
Hey,
got
thank
his
you.
Man,
There you
sold
go,
out.
Flight.
no,
There you go, Flight. Because I know
let me
I can
tell you-
find some sold out games.
Hold on.
They was sold
Let
out
me
for the
break this
playoffs.
down to you. Let me break this down to you how we roll down here. We don't roll like the
I'm
Lakers.
trying to tell you.
If you not winning, we not coming. If you not winning, we not
When
coming.
do you, okay,
These
so
are
when
paper
did y'all?
bag boys. Like this is the Saints. Like this is the most front running fan base ever. Them dudes been around since the '60s. They just got good with Drew Brees, and all of a sudden the Saints to somebody. Come on, it's Louisiana. Like I'm from Texas.
No, I know
know.
about the Saints. I remember watching
I know.
them, to Tony Galbraiths
I
of the
know.
world, the Archie Mannings of the world.
Horrible
Yep,
fan
I
base.
remember all the way down to Joe
Horrible
Horn.
fan base.
Listen, I remember the Saints, but I remember the Saints had one of the best. They had the #1 defense one year. I think like 2 years
And we
running.
was sad. And we was sad. We didn't win no games. You talking about what?
No,
Matt
that's not
Williams-
true. That's not true.
Man,
That's
we
not true.
was
Y'all won the
trash,
playoffs.
man. We used to go to, man, they used to give Saints tickets away, man. I bet you can't get
Listen,
nothing no more.
I'm talking about when y'all had
He not
that
lying,
all-black
bro.
defense.
He not lying.
No, listen, to
Man,
some
you talking
degree, he
about
ain't
when we
lying.
had Ricky Jackson and Pat
Ricky
Williams,
Jackson and
man.
them, yeah.
I know what you talking about, man.
Y'all went to the playoffs with that team.
But
Bro,
the
they
team was
had
really
Aaron Brooks.
sad, man.
When they had Aaron Brooks, they still was
How's that
trash
sad
fan
if you
base.
go to the playoffs? I
Man,
don't
we made
understand
a
what you're talking
wild
about.
card,
Is that
dog. We
new
made
guy
a
in the
wild
building?
card, man.
Correga, hold on.
You still went to the
Correga, is that
playoffs?
you?
And we got blew out when we went.
Y'all went
That's
from the
first
Aints to the
playoff
Saints.
game. Oh, man.
Sky, I probably saw more Saints games than you. You went
Right
from
now-
the Aints to the Saints.
But right now we dominant. Ain't nobody beating us now.
Y'all ain't dominant.
Oh
Ever
my
since-
God,
y'all
look
ever
at
ain't
this guy.
since
He's such a
Drew Brees.
hypocrite.
Y'all
This
ain't
guy's such a
dominant shit.
hypocrite.
What?
Y'all won Super Bowl, what,
Who, John?
15 years ago? Fuck
Man,
out of
listen
here.
what
Y'all
I'm
ain't
telling you,
dominant
man.
shit.
Listen what I'm telling you. We
Wait.
since Drew Brees been gone, this our first time missing. He missed one playoff, and this our second time missing.
So going to the playoffs is
since
dominating?
he signed. What
Going
you
to the
mean?
playoffs is dominating?
Nah, we won a Super Bowl. We've been to one NFC championship, and we've been
Okay.
to 2 divisional games.
That's dominating?
From where we come
Oh,
from,
that's good though.
No,
Yeah, that's
it's
good.
relative
That's
to
good.
y'all
It's
being
supposed to
horrible.
look, it's supposed to been 2 Super Bowls. You don't act like you don't know what happened.
Hey,
Come
man,
on, man.
shit happened, bro.
Exactly.
Come on, man. Quit playing, man.
I agree with Sky on that. Y'all
Quit
went from the
playing.
Aints to the Saints, but
So
Sky
what?
is putting a little too much on it though. He putting the 10. He
Y'all
put a
ain't
12 on
dominating
the 10.
motherfucking thing. Y'all
But
a really good franchise. I give you that. You guys
Hey,
are a good
Sky, that
franchise.
defense was the #1 defense twice.
I know, man. When we had Ricky
So how
Jackson,
you gonna call
the
your guys
Dome
trash?
Patrol.
You only say you
Same way
trash
I
because
call
I
the
brought it up.
Man, they couldn't score no points, man. The defense was good, but the offense was trash.
Same with.
My whole thing is, y'all been around since the 60s.
But that was the only time that ever happened.
I
You
bet
know
you
that,
didn't- I bet you don't know this.
Sky, right?
Look, no,
There's
it
never
happened
been a
last year.
time.
It happened last year. Look and see. It happened last year. We had like a top 5 defense.
No,
The
I'm not
offense
talking
wasn't
about that.
producing no
I'm not talking about that.
points
I'm talking about an all-black defense.
What?
Wow.
An all-black defense.
Oh, you talking about all black?
Yeah, that had never happened before.
Yeah.
Wow.
I ain't even tripping off that.
Y'all did the same thing the Boston Celtics did when they put out an all-black starting 5 team for the Boston Celtics. Y'all broke that barrier.
Man,
and I don't think it ever happened since.
Well, what the hell is well, Dexter, let me give you some context because you a Cali boy. I'm from Houston. Saints fans are the most annoying motherfuckers ever because they act like, 2010 or when the fuck y'all won Super Bowl, 2009. Like that's their whole
09.
business. And they've been around since the 60s.
Man, you from Houston. Y'all ain't winning
what
shit.
about
Y'all
the-
Hold on. I'm a
trash.
Cowboy fan. Hold on.
You got Purple
we
Baby
beat
hype.
up on-
Purple Baby
Hold on.
hype about
What
football.
about them? Why y'all do
I'm a
that?
Cowboy fan.
Man, we beat up on y'all too every year.
Yeah,
No, y'all don't. Last time we beat the shit out of y'all because I was at the
Man, we beat up on y'all every year,
AT&T
man.
Stadium arguing
Oh
with
my God. Cowboys and
not
Saints fans.
That's not true.
Tell me I ain't
You make
lying.
it
We
put
ain't put up a season high on y'all one game or scoring. I mean
one game,
year.
okay.
One
We
year.
beat
One
y'all.
year. We
I mean,
y'all
the Saints beat the Cowboys 10-3 one year,
I
right?
was at the game. Yes,
With
y'all beat us
Bridgewater,
exactly.
their quarterback. Oh my God, I couldn't believe that.
Exactly. Come on now.
Who's
10
y'all
to 7,
quarterback?
something like that. No,
Who?
y'all had Bridgewater. Bridgewater was y'all quarterback.
Yeah.
I just knew we was gonna win that game. I
Man,
betted money and lost.
Man, we down there put up 70 points. We set everybody down in the fourth
Man,
quarter.
I ain't do that shit to us.
Shit, you look it up. I don't have
I don't want to hear about
me, but I
1994.
remember that. I remember that.
bro. We both been around since the '60s, and I think we both know who far and clear is the better franchise.
Man, right now
overall.
y'all trash, dog. Y'all have a
My dog
Zeke
walk,
Elliott.
man.
Y'all
Y'all
got
got
all
one
them
Super
people
Bowl.
and trash.
Y'all got one
When's
Super
the last
Bowl.
time y'all went to the Super Bowl?
Oh yeah,
1996.
man.
Long
Emmitt
time
Smith
ago.
was in Emmitt Smith in the Hall of Fame now,
Who
man.
Purple
We got
Babies cheering
5.
for
Y'all
now?
got 1. Y'all got 1.
Who's your team,
And
Purple
y'all
Baby?
niggas talk like
First
y'all
of
know
all,
football.
I don't
Y'all got
have
1.
one. He being disrespectful.
Y'all got 1.
here you go, Purple Baby. See, you don't have no team in nothing.
You got 1.
Show don't.
1 Super Bowl. Like, what we talking about here? Come on now.
Ours was more
I
recent
mean, that's
than
not even no
y'all.
comparison. Listen,
I
that's
bet
not even a
ours was
comparison.
more
I don't even know
recent
why
than
you going
y'all.
with Sky on
You
that.
got 1
How
Super
much you
Bowl.
want to
Like,
bet our Super Bowl was more recent than y'all?
okay, you're
All
right.
right.
But you got 1. But you
All
got
right
1,
then.
and you've been around since the '60s.
And then it fell off like a bad bag of fentanyl.
Sky, you get credit because you came from the Aints to the Saints. You get credit, man.
Yes,
We don't knock you for that.
I give y'all props for that. But y'all been an irrelevant franchise like 50 years before y'all got
We
y'all
ain't
feet together.
irrelevant now.
Huh?
We ain't irrelevant now.
I didn't say y'all wasn't.
Look at
Oh,
this guy.
I'm
Sky is
just
out of
saying y'all
control.
niggas been around for a long time, and y'all
So you
barely got 1
you
Super
can't
Bowl.
give them a piece of cheese. You see that, right? You
Yeah.
you give them
run
guys
with it.
at New Orleans a piece of cheese. You see how they act?
You
I
gonna take
guarantee
the
you.
run
And
with
guess
it.
what else too? I bet you the
Well,
Pelicans gonna be irrelevant this year neither.
I knew you was going there. I knew you was going there.
ain't nobody give a shit about
I
the
ain't mad
Pelicans, bro.
about the
They
Pelicans.
got your back, Sky. They not.
Man, nobody give a shit about the
Them
Pelicans,
bum
bro.
ass Lakers will.
Hey, you right.
See,
You right.
see,
The
Purple
Lakers
Baby,
are
I'm
bums.
starting not
You
to
right.
like you now.
You right. Nah, fuck that. The Lakers trash. I fucking hate everything going on with my team right now. She ain't lying.
Well, listen,
Oh, you a
Purple Baby
Lakers
ain't got the
fan?
right to say that.
Yeah, I'm a Lakers fan.
And her name, and she got purple in her name, and you dissing the purple and gold.
Man,
Yes.
fuck the Lakers.
Shame
right
on
now,
you,
man.
Purple Baby. Shame on you.
Purple
The
Baby
Lakers
a
garbage,
Hornets
bro.
fan. She a Hornets fan.
I'm not no Hornets fan.
No, she
Yes, she
ain't.
is. Who
No,
she
she
like?
ain't.
I'm
She
well
just like
traveled.
players.
Yeah, I'm well traveled.
Ain't no
She's
wrong with
afraid to stick her flag in the sands.
Nah,
See,
ain't
she
no
don't
wrong
want to
with
do
that.
that.
I'm
Ain't
not
nothing wrong with
afraid
that.
of anything.
Ain't nothing wrong with that. She can like just players, not teams. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nah,
I'm
I
quite
can't
sure
do
she
it.
had a team before.
Nope. I'm in
So,
Missouri.
Ain't nothing wrong with that.
What time the
I'm
game
rocking
come
with
on
oh, you like the
tomorrow?
Cardinals then, right? You like the Cardinals,
That's baseball.
but
And
they're still a team.
I mean, yeah, because they was winning. I can't lie, yeah. Because they was winning.
What time the Drew League
Purple
start
Baby, fair
tomorrow?
weather.
What time the Drew League start tomorrow?
11 a.m. Be here bright and early. Don't meet me here. Beat me here.
Oh, so y'all gonna host it?
Yes.
Oh,
Send
yeah.
y'all
Yeah,
rest.
make sure you pull up. You know what time it is now.
Jello playing?
We don't know. It's a mystery.
Man, that dude need to play, man. He ain't gonna get no spot in the NBA. He might well go out there.
He might have company. If he play, he might have company.
Who the company gonna be?
We gotta wait, pull up and see.
Man,
Yeah,
that boy.
use your mind. Use your mind.
Man, that boy gotta go. Man, that boy gotta go out there and drop 100 points, man.
He be good in New
Trey Young
Orleans.
didn't drop 100 points. Why he gotta
Huh?
drop 100 points? Trey Young didn't drop 100 points.
I said he
Man,
be good in New Orleans too.
Trey Young got a contract. He trying to get
Oh,
one.
you talking about as far as that? You talking about as far as
Yeah,
getting into the league?
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I ain't
Oh,
talking
okay.
about Trey Young could have dropped 10 points. He still gonna cash his check.
That's what we were trying to tell Unstoppable on FYF yesterday about Denzel Valentine.
What did he say about Denzel Valentine?
That he got cooked by a Drew League player and he lost his contract. Like, really?
Man ain't about to lose his contract.
Uh,
That's a contract. How you gonna lose
listen.
a contract?
That's why we did what we did to FYF and Unstoppable. Okay,
Man, you
they're
can't
still
lose
willing.
no contract.
They're still bandaging their wounds. They took
Man,
a
how you
beating.
gonna lose a contract? That's why when you under contract, you got players that's hurt that still get paid. You can't lose the contract.
So is.
I know that, but they was being facetious. But we punished them for being facetious.
Man, that dude wasn't probably gonna go hard anyway like that. Man, that dude got more to lose than go hard like that, man.
That's what I was telling them. I
Yeah,
told them
man,
exactly that.
them dudes professionals, man. Them dudes not about to take no injury, man. Them dudes, man. Don't get me
I
wrong.
told them that. Sky, I
Some
told them that.
of them play. How would I say? Some of them play. Like if you paid attention to LeBron James game, that dude shot a lot of outsiders. LeBron wasn't going to the
I
hole
told him
like
that.
that. Oh,
I
you
told him that,
him?
Sky. I told him exactly that. I said them dudes play in space. They
Yeah.
don't play in no crowd. They play in space. I done seen him too many times, so I already know what I'm talking about.
Sky.
I don't know what the other dudes, what they was talking about, but I knew that my information was empirical.
But this
They
what
was
I'm
over there
saying,
speculating.
Dex, you steady telling them that they should have common sense to know that.
But they just want to debate. That's all, you know.
Man, that's why they call professionals. Professionals, they get paid for what they do.
Yep.
So you think I'm about to risk getting what I get paid to do?
You should have been here yesterday, Scott. You should have been here. I think you was here. You was in the chat. Should have came on the panel.
I be on the chat.
Hey, it's very rare that players go out there and get a all. Like I rewatched Kobe playing at the with the EBC tournament in New York back in the day. And Kobe, typically speaking, man, dudes take it easy in those exhibition games, bro.
Man, let me tell you, man, when them NBA players be going to like the Drew League, man, that's drawing. Who over the Drew League?
What you mean, like?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Who running?
Sponsorship? I know. Wait. Oh, Coach Cheney. I mean, Coach Smiley.
Yeah, when them dudes show up, man, that's drawing
His
them.
daughter's a commissioner.
Yeah, man, that's drawing them an alley hoop, man. They get more people to come to see them. Like that's drawing the whoever making the money an alley hoop. Cause they
It's a
doing
nonprofit organization.
Yeah, they doing that for free bono when you showing up. They're professional. They don't have to do that.
They don't have to do that.
Yeah,
It just depends on what your goal is, man. Like LeBron, his goal was to get that street cred back because the Lakers are horrible. So he's trying to just, get his reputation back, going out there and showing he's for the people.
I don't think it was that. I don't think
it was.
I think it's more of he said it in so many words in his interview. Like they got players that don't take it seriously. So he already know when he go there, the people he play, like Dex was just saying, them other dudes gonna go hard. You see what I'm saying?
But he got a benefit from it though, for him going there because he can risk injury, which he did a good job of not doing that. But you got to have
man, let me tell you, man.
You got to have a reward for doing that.
That's not true, man. The dude, you acting like the dude waiting on the dude's straight. Like money not even his problem no more.
I never said money. I said street credibility because he right now is unfavorably viewed in LA.
Man,
oh, that's interesting. That's interesting.
I ain't say nothing about money.
Oh, you think he bad? Man, that's LeBron James, man. Dude.
Yeah, but in LA, that don't mean shit out here, bro.
Man, we
and
know
I say that because I'm a salesman, bro. I talk to people all day, every day. They see I'm a Lakers fan. We talk about the Lakers, bro. And he's not loved like that, like you think.
I never said he was loved like that.
You said he's LeBron James, so I'm just telling you, like.
What I'm saying is
the love is fractured amongst the community, right?
There you go. It's fractured, bro.
What I'm saying is
But now
somewhere else.
He's bringing it closer to closer. That right there is some glue to kind of seal some of them cracks.
Absolutely.
But listen, I'm gonna tell you like this: LeBron also did that to show up Russell Westbrook too. Don't forget that.
Well, maybe separate himself from Russell Westbrook. I'll say that. Maybe separate himself because it's like people kind of looking at both of them because they're both in their defense trash. Both of them are aging. Now, obviously, LeBron a lot older, so he's kind of resurfing that. Like, yo, I'm me. I think that's what that's about because, in my opinion, LeBron James.
Russell should have done that though. Russell should have done it earlier this year.
Man, Russell should have got his ass in that Drew League and gave him 100.
For real though.
That's what he should have did.
You know what's crazy? You know what's crazy though? Why y'all as fans don't put no blame on Anthony Davis?
Because he's soft. Everybody know he's soft.
Listen, Anthony Davis is bubble wrap right now. He's sleeping in the incubator, so he'll be all right.
I like AD. I like AD, but everybody
we're protecting AD right now. We don't say nothing. Leave him alone.
But you know what?
Let the man heal. Let him heal.
You know what's crazy though? He ain't do nothing for y'all that he ain't do for us. That's what
AD was in the Drew League, but he was doing much of a seminar. He did a seminar, like I think last year with the Drew League.
He was in the Drew League.
Yeah, he did like a seminar. He didn't play.
Man, and he better not play. The Lakers gonna be mad. He played.
How you gonna play in the Drew League and you ain't playing in the regular? Yeah,
come out hurt, man. He can't play that, man.
That's facts.
But don't be surprised if AD pop up in uniform now.
Well,
I'm telling you, don't be surprised if he pop up in that Drew League in uniform.
And that boy ain't about to pop up in uniform.
He gonna pop up working security with a security uniform. Hey man, I'm done.
Don't be surprised. I'm just saying now.
I like AD.
They got something in store.
I'm done with him, man. I like him, but I sold my AD jersey. I bought it from Staples Center, dog, when I first moved here in 2020.
I haven't even bought one yet.
Bro, I sold that motherfucker, bro. I'm done with AD, bro. I'm not gonna say he's sorry or nothing like that. I'm not gonna slander that man. I don't believe in him no more.
Why y'all give? I don't understand why y'all give Russ so much hard time.
You said what, bro?
I don't understand why y'all give Russ so much a hard time.
I got a
So this is why. I'm gonna tell you why they give Russ a hard time.
I'll tell you
I'm gonna
why.
be honest.
Dex. Go ahead, Dex. Go first.
Okay, from my perspective, okay, we've been trying to get Russell Westbrook for years. It was a couple of times his contract came up, and the murmur was on the street that Russell Westbrook might come to LA, play with Kobe, and stuff like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then when Kobe was like in his dog tooth years, we thought Russell Westbrook and Paul George was gonna come and rescue us.
Mm-hmm.
We never had in our imagination that LeBron would actually come. I mean, that was something far away from us because we Kobe, right? LeBron's not never coming here. He's not welcome here. This is Kobe land, right? But Russ is from LA. Paul George is from Palmdale. So you know what I'm saying? That Palmdale and LA interact a lot, if you didn't know, right? It's a little distance from each other, but a lot of dudes from LA go up to Palmdale. A lot of Palmdale dudes go up to LA, and they get together with each other and they throw up gang signs or whatever they do, right?
That's funny.
So Kawhi, we never thought we had a chance at Kawhi because when that opportunity came up, Popovich said, "Hell no, I ain't never giving Lakers nothing from him." He said Kawhi up north, and we thought that was a fantasy. And then when Kawhi did show interest again, of course, they accused Uncle Dennis of being a little unprofessional. That's all I can say about that. So that's why LeBron, the love-hate relationship with LA is present, based on the Kobe factor. You follow what I'm saying? And then when Russell came, Russell want to come now. You follow what I'm saying? And then when you come, you stink up the joint.
Yep.
I got a question though.
Can I answer the first one before you go? Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna say I've been kept my energy the same the whole way, man. I've been on Russell Westbrook ass the last 10 years. 10. On YouTube, the last 2. I was like, this dude is done. And I'm not saying done that he can't hoop. Russell Westbrook can hoop. Russell Westbrook is one of the best basketball players that touch a basketball. I'm giving him that. But what I also say, he's one of the dumbest basketball players that ever touched a basketball. And the way he plays is not conducive to winning. And not winning like getting the playoffs like Saints fans winning. I ain't talking about that kind of player winning. I'm talking about getting to championship level because he's a championship level athlete. He's a former MVP. So I'm going to hold you to that standard. And to my opinion, the way he plays is a loser brand of basketball. So my energy been the same. Go ahead.
You sitting up here telling me LeBron ain't have no accountability on them people losing?
That's not what I said. You asked me about Russell Westbrook.
No, I'm just saying.
LeBron was an MVP candidate.
That's not what I'm
and
saying.
And LeBron averaged 30.
Man, I watched LeBron.
Leave LeBron out of it.
I watched LeBron literally shoot them people out tons of games.
Yes, he don't play no defense either. Yes.
I didn't watch
I agree. I want that nigga to go
LeBron
too.
led the league in fast break points.
I want that nigga to go too.
I'm about to say
no, hoop jargon, no.
Yes.
LeBron led the league in fast break points, so he can still get out on the break.
Look, man,
LA is showtime.
He don't play no defense.
Man, you gotta go. I forgot.
Well, that's what the big guys are there for.
No,
I forgot the name of this dude who got clips. Dog,
you can't ask LeBron to be the boss and the help.
Man, LeBron be having fast break pace because he don't play.
Because he don't play no damn defense. He
be in the middle of the court, man.
He snowbird the opposite way.
Man, I'm about to tell you, man. They got a video out. Man, they got a video out where they was showing LeBron James. Man, LeBron wasn't even coming back on defense as soon as the people get the ball in their hand.
When you got editing,
up for the ball.
Sky, let me share something with you, Sky. When you got editing, you can make anybody look like anybody. I can edit. Listen, hold on. Listen.
It ain't no
jargon. I can edit Giannis, right? I can edit Giannis every play he made this season where he wasn't active on defense and say, Giannis really don't play defense. How the hell he's always a candidate for defensive player of the year? I can do that. And convince some people.
Dex, this dude literally.
I watched the game.
I put this on my channel, bro. His defensive rank was like 431. And Westbrook was 432. This is LeBron James. No bullshit. Yo, look at my channel 2 weeks ago. I put this out
Hoop
there.
jargon. How old is LeBron James? 37 years old?
It don't matter.
No,
It don't matter.
Don't
It's
do
what
that.
you do on the court.
I can't believe you,
Purple,
Purple,
I'm
baby. You going against me.
I'm gonna let Purple go because I cut off last time. Go ahead, Purple.
No, I just want to. It's confusing to me because I don't know why people ever thought this relationship was gonna work with Russell Westbrook and LeBron James. I will keep saying this for everybody that keeps saying Russell can play the 2 guard. I ain't never seen.
Yeah, how can he play the 2 and he can't shoot, right?
Can't hit threes at an effective rate. I don't want Russell Westbrook.
Thank you.
By 2 guard position. Not ever in my life. Just like I don't need LeBron there.
I don't want him either.
I
don't want Westbrook in no position.
The only reason why I wouldn't want LeBron in LA is because of the ticket prices. Because once he leaves, the ticket price is going back down.
Boy, get out of here, man.
Other than that, LeBron got to be there.
You know what's crazy though? This was crazy though. He ain't lying. Russell is one of the dumbest basketball players. All you got to do is score on him like 3 times.
Yep.
He going nuts, huh?
He gonna try to go nuts. That's facts.
Oh, hell no. You trying to show me up? Yeah.
You know we did that too? Oh, go ahead, Purple. Go ahead, Purple.
No, I was just about to say another thing I wanted to mention. In all honesty, we celebrate. I didn't celebrate it. I wasn't one of the people. Other people celebrated. You know, when Kevin Durant left, he was all kind of pissed and all that because he left and he didn't want to run it back with Westbrook. Mm-hmm. People celebrated those triple-double seasons, rightfully so, because the record hadn't been broken in so long. But I always ask people, besides making the playoffs, what adjustments did this man make to his game?
There you go.
What does it really say? Yeah, he won the MVP, but Kevin got 2 rings and 2 finals MVPs, regardless of him going to Golden State and the team unbeatable. What did he really do?
Nothing.
Because he played with Paul George, and I believe Paul George I think he might have got injured, but in large part, he was healthy while he was there. Like
he had Carmelo too. Yeah, Carmelo.
Like, come on.
That's a good point right there, Hoop Jargon. Because right now, I'm telling you, they're saying that Russell Westbrook could ruin his NBA career by defying a trade out of LA.
Of course, but he don't see it. He don't see nothing ahead of time, and that's and to Purple's point. That's what his whole career is about, as far as his development. He don't see the trees through the forest, right? He sees things in moment. And this year, I bet my life, it fucked him up because he never been not praised for just going hard. Like everybody say, oh, he a dog, which he is. Russell Westbrook's a dog. But at some point, when you're 33 and you're going to be 34 and your skills are diminishing, we don't need you to be a dog. We need you to be smart. And you know who did that? Jason Kidd. Jason Kidd stopped being a dog and he started being smart. Started being a shooter and started being a better defender. And that got him a goddamn NBA championship.
Man,
Russell
I watched that boy draw a layup hard off the backboard.
Bruh, shooting the ball on top of the backboard.
Man.
Like, come on.
But see, that's not the point, though. That's not the point.
Hey, he's out of control going
listen to me. Listen to me, gentlemen. Please listen to me. The point of the matter is they feel that he's interfering with the face of the NBA. And the face of the NBA is a player who is currently a billionaire as a player named LeBron James. LeBron James want Russell Westbrook out of there. Russell Westbrook have 1 year in this contract. He opted in, $47 million. The league is trying to tell Russell Westbrook, listen, dude, you're going to get that $47 million, but you just we don't want to get it to you from the Lakers. Be a part of a trade, be a willing partner here. Go somewhere else. I don't care where you go. Just go somewhere else. Get out of LeBron's way because we got something going here. And if you don't do it, the NBA Mafia are going to make sure you don't have a job after this season. You have $47 million, but nobody else won't pick you up.
What you're saying is not wrong, but that's only one small part of the equation. Very small part of the equation, because this dude been on 4 teams in 4 years, bro. So let's not act like he ain't been a toss. Like he a dude like, we go something else. We go
a journeyman.
Else. He's a journeyman. So let's keep it succinct. And I blame Bron for this. It's your fault for bringing him in. Think you're gonna reform somebody who he is. He's a guy. He can't shoot. He can't shoot threes.
Man, he need to go
can't
over there
shoot
with
free
Kevin
throws.
Durant, man. If he gonna
No,
forfeit,
Kevin Durant don't want to play with him, bro.
man, if he gonna forfeit,
Oklahoma
maybe
City.
forfeit.
Go to Oklahoma
Kevin
City
Durant
Nah,
and be
man,
a
you
Jimmy
go to
guy.
Brooklyn,
Exactly,
man.
Vince. He need to go to
Brooklyn,
OKC
man.
and down that hill. Down your nostalgia hill.
And this
That's
what
where
I
you
mean,
Get,
though. This
get
what I
his
mean.
jersey retired, get his statue,
Thank you. Just like
and be an
AI,
ambassador.
when AI went back to the Sixers, let him down that hill and then be done with it. That is what it is, bro.
Man, that's what I'm saying. Only why I say you need to go back to Kevin Durant because he used to do that with Kevin Durant. So if you're gonna buy down, you need to buy down to Kevin Durant, dog, and y'all try to get something going. That's all I'm saying.
I got a better question for you. When they was together, I did hear at one point in time that Russell was the better player while they was together. Do y'all agree?
Hell no. But people said that because he played harder than KD. No, he never was the better player.
I thought I was seeing stuff because I never thought that either.
No, but people were saying that though. Now you know what you're saying is not cap at all. Now people were saying that.
He was just playing hard. You ain't lying.
Yeah.
He was getting rebounds and shit. Kevin Durant wasn't doing it. He was just a scorer.
Yeah, he playing hard. Like that's cool. I mean, listen, dog. I love players that play hard because as a coach, you want dudes who gonna go out there and put it all out there. But that's just one part of the equation.
Man,
you also
that boy Russell. Man, that boy.
Bring up this.
That boy Russell Westbrook remind me of a dude in the park that make you want to punch the shit out of him, man.
Violence, man. But I was gonna say this, because I thought about it last night after the stream had ended. You know, when we was in here being educational to an extent. I thought about Derrick Rose, and I was like, man, if Derrick Rose could have played with a talent like Kevin Durant,
oh my God,
he went with less. I mean, yes, Joakim Noah was a fantastic defensive center, but from an offensive standpoint, he went with less than what Russell Westbrook has had throughout his whole career. Right. I don't even think he would have still got injured, but I think the Bulls wouldn't have been as quick to trade him.
Oh, absolutely not. Yeah, I played against Joakim Noah in our college. I mean, you know, I didn't. We weren't peers.
He whooped your head. Tell us another story how he whooped your head.
I ain't gonna act like we were peers, but I watched Joakim Noah up close and personal. I did game prep for Joakim Noah because we had to play Florida. So Joakim Noah is a very limited player to Purple's point. Now, he was good at being a limited player, but yeah. So you compare that to KD, who's like, when it's all said and done, ladies and gentlemen, he's gonna be in that top 10 discussion. He just is. Joakim Noah would not. He won't be.
You can catch Joakim Noah. You can catch Joakim Noah any day of the summer, practically, at Venice Beach.
Facts. Well,
I walk up and down the beach all the time. I think got a shop over there.
Overseas, you'll see a lot of Joakim Noahs overseas. Just rim runners.
No, I'm talking about him personally.
Oh. Okay, shit. I
see him at Venice Beach. Yeah, you see him at Venice Beach.
I live in Monrovia, but all right, I'm gonna go over there see if I see a nigga.
Sometimes he be like jogging up and down the little boardwalk, you know, little strip with no shirt on.
Like I just want to say, he didn't have.
See Joakim Noah there, tallest guy on the beach. You see him
around him.
Interesting.
See, compared to Derrick Rose, even with John Wall, because I think his best talent was what Otto Porter, which that ain't nothing to sneeze at, you know, but still, like, damn.
Yeah, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. If we talking Derrick Rose in comparison to his peers, that's definitely a fair point.
Man.
What about Jimmy Butler?
I mean, yeah, but Jimmy wasn't Jimmy. And even still, from defensively, certainly I'm taking Butler, but offensively, we talking even that OKC team. I would say prior to Harden, he left right because they didn't pay him, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, they paid Serge Ibaka instead of him.
Yeah, even then, that 6 guys was better than what Rose. Like he had a better team.
Agreed.
Like it was like no, like Derrick Rose was the offense to that team. Like
I agree.
If I ever became a fan of a team, it would have just been because of Derrick Rose in Chicago, bro. Like it was crazy, man.
Yeah, I mean, because to your point, they had the Baby Bulls going and they had the Baby Thunder, but the Baby Thunder had way more firepower,
more talent. Yeah, they have
way more talent. Now they both had good coaching.
Yeah,
you know, but as far as that, you know, that ground house style that, you know, your boy Thibodeau likes to put them through,
Yeah.
that it's mixed results with that, running players down into the ground, whatever with that. I'm kind of, as a former coach, I'm like, whatever works for you.
But
I don't think. Yeah, go ahead.
No, I was just about to say, you know what I think it is too? They were talking about the effects that AAU is starting to have on a lot of these players now, and that could have been the case with some of them. They be playing so much basketball before they even get to college. Then college basketball. Then by the time they get to the NBA, if they ain't suffered no injuries, which is a good thing, by that point, you ask, especially for the way that Derrick Rose was playing. I agree with people back then. He should have got a better shot, his little shots off instead of always going to the rim all the time. But I was just sad when that injury went down.
But that's the difference between him and the Westbrook. Derrick Rose, he reinvented himself to be a more slowed down player, more efficient. And Westbrook can't, for whatever reason, hit that stride because, like Scott was just saying, like what I said, he's just a dumb basketball player, in my opinion. He played, ironically, I said don't put him at the 2. He played 2 his whole life before the NBA.
Yeah.
He never played the point guard.
Yep, that's what people were saying. And I'm like, was his like, my question is to you, because I know he played in Los Angeles. Was he always this bad at shooting from distance, or did it just start when he got to the NBA?
Well, I ain't from LA. I'm from Houston, but I do know. So I coached UCLA the year after he left, when they had Drew Holiday and Collison. And I remember the book on Westbrook was his jumper was a little broke, but he had a high motor. So I'm just going off that as far as this is like 2009, when I can remember back the earliest, book on Russell Westbrook. So as far as his high school, I don't know, and I'm not going to pretend I know, but I do know he never played point guard till he got to the NBA.
That's interesting. Well, maybe it makes sense because Kobe, for the time and period that he played him, he wasn't a really good 3-point shooter. So I guess he could have been a 2 guard. But yeah, I mean,
he could be a slashing 2 like Clyde Drexler and not necessarily be a great shooter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just that I'm blinded by Curry and them. That's all.
Yeah,
I ain't even gonna lie. I got to think about how the game progressed from distance, So maybe it could have worked.
Salute, guys. What's going on, guys? What's going on,
Marvin in the building.
Don't scare me like that.
Marvin pulled up like gangbusters. What up, Marvin?
Oh, I've been in here. I just ain't said that. I've been in here 3 or 4 times.
Oh, my bad.
I had a question for you guys. Did Washington make the playoffs last year with Westbrook?
Yes.
Yeah.
Playing.
Did he play bad last year?
No.
For the most part, yes. He came on late and played well.
Yeah. Exactly.
He had the same splits this year than he had last year.
The same who?
Same numbers.
Yeah, but well, good. I like what you're leading in with. And the guy like Russell Westbrook is a number-driven player. And what you got to do is you got to have nuance looking at him, because he put these gaudy numbers up. But this year, second in turnovers, worse in 3-point percentage. He put numbers up this year too. And at the end, he started playing well. Like the last little back 10, 20 games, he started playing good. So it's easy to make a numbers-driven argument for him if you only deal with numbers. But when you put nuance in, you see that he's a highly inefficient player. He's damn near unusable off ball, and he don't play any defense. So that would be my contention back to that notion.
Yeah, I can agree with you, but I still go to the fact of what have you done for me lately? Wasn't too many people talking about Russell last year. He wasn't much different than he was last year. This year,
I agree with that.
Listen, I'm not a Westbrook fan. I just go by. I love to hear how people rag on a player when at one time everybody was talking about how good he was when he was triple-double queen. I mean that. I'm not trying. Listen, I'm not taking. I want y'all to hear me clear, because I don't want him on the Bulls. But
that came out of nowhere.
Saying, but if you think about it, I mean, sometimes, man, we get these guys rough times when they actually ain't did much worse than now the overall team, and it could have been the chemistry on the Lakers. It was their first year together. It was their first year together. I mean, I'm not. I say it again. I'm not taking up for him. I just I listen to it, and I understand everybody's sentiment on the way he played, because he was shooting bad and turning the ball over and doing all kinds of shit on it. He was doing all kinds of shit. But I just like to listen sometime, to hear it. Because I mean, everybody say it was Russell's fault. Do you guys believe that it was actually Russell's fault that the Lakers played so bad last year?
No, I put LeBron on it too. Like I was just telling Dex, like his defense is horrible defense, only playing one side of the ball. No, that's why I want him gone too. And my energy been the same. Like on YouTube, 2 years straight, I've been saying Russell Westbrook is done. And not done in the sense that he can't hoop. He's done in the sense that he's unproductive towards winning basketball. And outside of YouTube, I've been on this for 10 years about him. So my energy been the same. I can't say, but to your point, people have just flipped on Westbrook. But me personally, I've been on his ass for 10 years.
Yeah, because I guess we can say that when he was in Oklahoma City too, then, huh?
Hell yeah.
You felt it was more his fault how they lost than anything else.
Yes,
is what you said.
Because I think he does not know how to play point guard position now. And again, when you throw in stats, he averaged 11 assists a game. Cool. You know who averaged like half that? Who was a way better point guard? Just the position. Tony Parker. Just the position point guard, not the player. Tony Parker, because you get hockey assists. You get guys where they need to be, and you get the flow of the offense going because you understand basketball at a higher level than your personal statistics. So that's like the anti-Westbrook to me. Because for everybody who bring up these gaudy stats from Westbrook, all right, fair enough. I'll give him credit for that. But tell me how that played out when it mattered. And I'll show you how Tony Parker affects the game differently.
I can definitely agree with you on that. I'm just saying I'm not saying he's getting in bad shape, but I don't think he was the total problem on the Lakers last year, and I think he can fit a team. Now, they played him in the wrong position. They let him do the things that he shouldn't be doing. You need a coach that's going to coach him right. And he needs to stop being so ball dominant also. But he needs to accept his role where he's going to be here what's going on in his life now. It's not what it used to be.
What do you think his role is now?
And he still wants to be that person.
What do you think his role should be now, Marvin?
Well, I mean, he can be productive if he's on the right team with the right coaches, guys. I believe that. I mean, and then you put him in the right position. So I think he still can start, but it all depends on what team you own. I think he could help a couple of teams. I think he'd be good, like Dex say, back in Oklahoma City.
Absolutely.
I mean, he'd just be free and easy, man. Sometimes, he didn't been through a lot, I know it, and he want to show his worth as well as everybody else. And when he don't perform well, I'm pretty sure he feels bad.
Agreed.
But all right, now when you ask where should he play, I say again, it depends on what team. Got a question to you: is he going to be on the Lakers next year?
I hope not. I mean, and again, and I'm not trying to Russell Westbrook is an easy target to me, him and James Harden, because they play, in my opinion, unnuanced basketball. And by that, I mean, they don't have a third element to their game. It's like they do what they do really well. They got the second skill set. And then once the defense shows you something else, they got no counter. And that's my problem with guys like that, right? For at one point, Giannis was like that. But Giannis found a way to push through that shit, that resistance, right? Because if they put the wall against him, he couldn't do shit, then he figured it out. To me, those dudes just stuck in second gear. And they don't have a third gear, and I don't see it happening because people praise them, to your point, so much that why should I get a third gear? I'm just going to work on this harder. Y'all remember 2 years ago, James Harden came up with this one-legged three-pointer shot? Y'all remember that shit? And I laughed at it off rip. I'm like, this dude don't get it. The result of you getting better is not coming up with this crazy-ass retarded shot. You need to work on the mid-range game. You need to work on a back-down game and a up-and-under finish like guys like Kobe and Jordan had, right? So I say all that to say, guys like Westbrook, they got one gear. So if you know you playing with AD and Bron, you know you got to play off ball. Why not develop your corner three? Why not? Lonzo did. It took him a year. He's a lot younger player. Why not develop that shit? No, you want to still be Russ. Okay, cool. But no. So I think that's the big problem with his game because his cerebral cortex is off because he thinks he's still that guy when the game has kind of passed him by and it's damn near comical at this point. And I think it just hit him this year where everybody's talking slander, to your point again, that nobody ever talked to him that way. And now it's like, damn, shit done changed up. Now you offended somebody calling you Westbrook when you are literally the worst 3-point shooter in the NBA. You literally shoot 69% from free throw, and you mad somebody call you Westbrook. Come on, bro.
Yeah, he got. I mean, I say again, I don't want him on the Bulls. I just, listen, because I haven't watched him just all the way out, every play and all of that. But I watched some games that he played bad as hell. But, I was just saying, because, who he is and what he's going through. I think he's going to try to come out next year and prove something to everybody.
But
I don't know if he can do it.
How?
Yeah, that's what I said. I don't know if he can do it.
What he gonna do?
I don't know if he can do it, but I think he's going to try. He's going to dominate the ball more. He's going to dominate the ball more.
That's a solution to everything. Play harder. Like, no, that ain't the problem, bro. You got heart. We all know that. But you need something else. You need another gear, bro. Less is more, bro.
So I did want to ask, since I was on the panel, I don't know if Dex is still on, but I know you're a Laker fan, right?
Yes, sir.
Is this Kyrie deal going to get done, man?
All right. First off, I hope not, because I'm tired of this banter about this shit. Because all we gonna be, so my whole reason why I didn't want LeBron to come is we're gonna be the Cleveland Cavaliers 2.0. And it looks like, goddamn, we getting closer and closer to that shit by the year. So no, I don't think Kyrie does nothing but just gets a worse player off our books, which is Russell Westbrook. We still can't beat Golden State. We still can't beat the Clippers at full staff. We still can't beat Memphis at full staff. We still can't beat. The Nuggets maybe, but it doesn't really move our needle. But just kind of shuffling the deck, just to be shuffling the deck. So I hope no. But does it actually happen? To your question, I mean, the Nets don't owe us no favor, so I don't see how. Like, what did they gain from getting Russell Westbrook? Like,
yeah, nothing. I mean, these were LeBron's thoughts that they could do so much, Do we lose him?
So that'd be my question. Like, what is and so I'm going to address a comment. Brother said Tony Parker had Duncan. Yes, and Duncan had Tony Parker, because if you remember in the last of Duncan's career, Popovich reduced Duncan's minutes down to about 26 minutes the last 5 years. So he was a shell of himself. So the whole system benefited Tim Duncan, if y'all remember correctly. And the reason why your boy Chris Bosh got that rebound to kick out Ray Allen was because Duncan was out the game, because Duncan, he was unreliable late in games. So y'all got to remember this shit in context, man. You can't just put a star player name and think that they were the same player their whole career, because things change. So when things change, you got to act accordingly. So yeah, Parker had Duncan, but inversely, Duncan had Parker and Manu and Kawhi and so on and so forth. So you got to look at it all ways.
Yeah. I mean, then Duncan, but Tony Parker was a true point guard too.
Absolutely.
I mean, and Westbrook ain't even close to that. But like you say, he got to develop a jumper to be a two guard. So, he's like, I don't know what the hell he is. He's not a small forward. He's just a guy out there just running around playing hard, knocking people down, getting a rebound, and and then get that layup. Might miss it, but yeah, man.
But that's that hard conversation nobody want to have, Marvin. Nobody.
I know what? I'm just happy it ain't on my book. I ain't got to explain for him.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He ain't on the board. Because I'd be way more critical. I would be way more critical on him if he was on my team than I am now.
So you see why I'm critical, though? He on my team. So I'm just calling it is.
Yeah.
I'm just calling it is, man.
I hope Dex heard that sentiment about Kyrie, because there's a lot of Laker fans feel Kyrie is the needle mover for the Lakers. And if everybody, I mean, that includes every team. If the teams are healthy, that means a lot going into the playoffs when you're healthy.
Yeah.
Especially with your key players, And AD can play if he's healthy. We all know that. And maybe LeBron, I don't know about how he can change his game, but if you're going to end up with Kyrie, I think you got a better team with him than you are with Westbrook.
Marvin, I'll argue if we have no Westbrook whatsoever, we're a better team. If we had no Westbrook,
but see, that would have been due to some of the other guys who were injured, like Kendrick Nunn, So you had injuries on that team also. Kendrick Nunn, we didn't even see him at all last year, did we? I don't think he played 3 games for the Lakers.
Periodically,
Yeah.
yeah, he played periodically. I mean,
Very
he
sporadic.
didn't, yeah.
Yep.
And he was
Sporadic,
decent. He was, he's decent. So, question to you guys, I just thought about that, is you guys are keeping Kendrick Nunn, right? He's still on the team, right?
Kendrick Nunn gonna be in the Drew League.
I don't think so, Dex.
He probably, yeah, if he didn't
was
play
just hurt
today, he'll
last
probably
year.
play tomorrow. No,
He
he's
was
gonna play
hurt.
in the Drew League.
He was hurt last year, Dex.
Marvin.
The year before you guys got him,
Marvin.
Dex.
Marvin.
Listen, Dex. All right. You know, I ain't no person who be talking about bet, but you can rest assured if he's on wherever he is, he's gonna play next year. He was hurt. He averaged 13 points
No,
a game.
he's on the
before he got-
Lakers. He is a Laker.
I know. You talking about G League? Who gonna take his spot?
No, not the G League. Drew League.
Oh, I
Oh,
thought you said G.
okay.
Oh, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
yeah,
I thought
that's
you did say G
If he
League.
didn't play, tonight or today, he definitely probably will play tomorrow.
Oh, well, you said G League. I thought you said y'all was gonna send him down to the G League. You might not know
No,
it, but
no.
Drew
When I
League. Yeah,
said G League, that was a Freudian slip. I meant Drew League.
Drew.
Sometimes
Yeah,
the
he's on
mic
the-
does not resonate properly, so I done
But
heard
that's what I'm
myself
saying,
say
though.
some crazy stuff on the stream. I'm like, that ain't what I meant to say.
Well, see, that's what
Yeah.
I'm saying. He didn't even play last year, man. That guy is decent, and he didn't play at all. And then the health of Anthony Davis. So
Right.
I mean, how many teams in the NBA wouldn't want Anthony Davis? We can all say that he gets hurt, but I'd be damn every team in the NBA would like to
AD
have him.
coming back with a vengeance. Sky gonna miss him. Watch.
Yeah,
You're
right.
gonna miss him this year, Sky.
I'm off the AD train, bro.
Hoop
off.
Jargon don't have no faith.
And why is
I'm
that?
off,
Ye
bro.
of little faith.
I'm off.
Why is that? Who?
I like to be wrong. If I'm wrong, I would say Dex, you was right. Because I got love for AD somewhere, but I can't find it right now.
Why is
AD
that?
would definitely be a top. AD would be a top 8 player in the league this year.
Now wait a minute. I'm gonna ask Hoop Jargon a question.
I go
Is this
for it.
predicated on his injuries?
Everything?
Yes.
I don't like his motor.
Hoop Jargon,
I don't
yeah.
like his disposition. He's so nonchalant. I don't like his stuff no more. I
And you,
go ahead, Mark.
all right. What about his impact on winning games? Is nothing there for you?
No. When he's in his right mind and right body, like yes, like I like AD. I just think that ship may have sailed of him being a productive, healthy, motivated guy.
At 27?
Yeah, because I mean, if your motor don't run hot, your motor don't run hot, man. It don't matter how old you are, bro. So I'm hoping
So you
I'm
feel
wrong.
he
Shit.
never hustled? You feel he never was a hustling player?
No, I didn't say that. I'm saying I think his motor don't run hot no more. I don't know what.
What you mean, his motivation? You mean his motivation?
Whatever.
The energy
Whatever.
that he put out, Marvin.
Energy, his commitment, whatever. I think he has interests outside of basketball or whatever the hell it is, because he's a
Space Jams too.
He's a extreme beta, so I don't know what the fuck motivates him outside of it. But what I do know is playing with guys in the foxhole. Some dudes just don't give a shit about basketball like that, and I'm starting to get vibes from him like that. And I may be wrong. If he comes and be a beast, I'm like, yeah, I read him wrong. Cool. I just don't love his stuff no more, and I've tried. Pause.
I've believe. Yeah, pause. Yeah, for real. But I believe he just was injury prone. He knew he just wasn't at his apex, and that caused him to crawl up in some type of little kitten cage. But now I believe that since he's been called out, this is an organization that's predicated on winning championships, not playoff appearances, that he got the message. I think he read the fine print. LA, AD, either in or you out. It ain't no 1 foot in, 1 foot out. Either you in or you out. Either you with us or you against us. You know what I'm saying? Either you're going to help us or you choose to hurt us. Whatever polar opposite that you can come up with to align with AD and the Lakers is present. And I just believe that AD wants to alter the narrative, and get back in there and be a productive basketball player in the purple and gold, and have his name ringing with some of the best that ever walked through the tunnels and was introduced as a Los Angeles Laker.
Man,
Now you going a little bit far
if
now.
AD need a publicist, bro, you need to sign up for that job because goddamn, boy, you made up.
Who jargon? What you talking about?
Lord have mercy, boy.
He's going a little bit far there.
Who jargon? Are you back on board? Are you back on board? Who jargon?
Bro, you need to be his publicist, dog, because that shit sound nice.
Who jargon? Are you back on board? Yes or no?
Dex, I hope you're right, Dex. Dex, I hope you're right. Hey, I gotta see it, dog. That
funny.
Sounds
That's
cool.
so funny.
Because you know, you know what, when I stopped believing in these transient big men, when Dwight Howard came the first time and he jilted us at the offer, I was like, oh no. He went to Houston. And again, Houston, my city. That's my home city. But you left the Lakers to go play with the Rockets with fucking James. So I was like, oh no. I was like, that told me everything I need to know about Dwight Howard going forward. I like, that boy don't want it. So when I see a guy like AD after all this time is still just kind of a little light in the ass, just a little too beta for me. I'm just like, man, I gotta see it, bro.
Well, I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. I can understand your sentiments on it. You know why? Because he played 36 games year before last and 40 this past year. You're gonna lose. You're gonna start losing a little bit in it because you're not trusting his health.
Mm-hmm.
But you do know that the lowest season of his career he averaged, and you don't like numbers, but I'm still gonna give them to you. His rookie year, 13-5. Ever since then, he's been over 20 points every year he's been in the league, including this year. 23 points a game, 9 rebounds. This year, while he was hurt. Last year, he only played 36 games. He was hurt. And a lot of people doing a lot of talking about him because he's been hurt. But that year, he averaged 21 and 8 rebounds. So it is, I say it all the time, what have you done for me lately? That's what it is about everything. That's what it is about everything. And when you're not producing, when you're not on the floor and conducive to our standards as fans, we don't like them no more. But one thing I can say about this, we had Lonzo Ball this year 1 year. I wasn't fed up at all. A lot of people been saying about the and all that. But given 3 years of total injuries, then all of that sentiment can change. But I think he's still productive, is what I'm getting.
Yeah, could I defend AD a little bit?
Yeah, one more thing, Talented. Because like I'm saying, every team in the NBA would love to have AD, especially if he's healthy. He's one of the best in the league, man. But when he gets hurt and he's a member of your team as a fan, we kind of get down on him a little bit tougher than we would if he was somewhere else. So I just wanted to leave it at that. Just throw some numbers out there. 40 games, 23 points a game, 36 games, 21 points a game. He's been hurt the last 2 years.
Hey,
but he's
listen, you talked about Kendrick Nunn, right? I just looked up Kendrick Nunn. He was, even though he was on the Lakers, he didn't play because he had a bone bruise all season.
Yep.
And when it got into March, they sat him down for the duration of the season. So I don't think he logged 1 minute as a Laker.
Right. And did you look at his numbers from last year? Kendrick Nunn is a decent
with Miami.
Decent player.
Talking with Miami, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And he didn't get much run then, but he's a decent player.
Agreed.
He was a big loss.
But
who else
wasn't
did y'all?
He the runner-up for Rookie of the Year in the season where Ja Morant won? Wasn't Kendrick Nunn runner-up? And then Zion was number 3.
I can't remember.
Yeah,
he's not even listening.
I think so. I think Kendrick Nunn was runner-up, and then Zion was number 3. But correct me if I'm wrong, chat. If somebody might can look that up. Correct me if I'm wrong. But I can remember Kendrick Nunn was behind Ja Morant at Rookie of the Year.
I mean, Monty Williams won Rookie of the Year before too. So I mean, he take that with a grain of salt sometimes.
How's everyone doing tonight?
Michael Carter Williams won Rookie of the Year before, so I mean,
Oh, you talking about prior to that?
Well, no, he just won Rookie of the Year and then he fell the fuck off the next year. So I mean, it's
when did he win Rookie of the Year?
I forget the year, but he won Rookie of the Year his rookie season.
I think it was his rookie year. He was good his rookie year.
Yeah, he did his thing. But sometimes it's a difficult barometer to know staying power. But whatever.
What's going on, guy? We can hear you. We can hear you, buddy. What's going on? Who is that?
This is G from Baltimore. How's everyone doing this morning?
What up, G? What up?
Morning. Oh yeah, damn. I'm West Coast time. What up, G?
I'm glad the three of you on the phone on tonight because there's something I wanted to ask you all, and I was curious why you all didn't touch on this, or maybe you did and I missed it. All right, particularly you, Marvin. Are you all familiar with a point guard in Europe by the name of Vasilije Micic?
I'm not.
No.
Okay, apparently, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I think I heard of him, but go ahead.
Yeah, the Bleacher Report covered them a couple of weeks ago, and Woj put it in the tweet, but he didn't talk about it on air. Apparently, he's expressed an interest in coming to the United States. He's considered the best point guard in Europe. He's 28 years old. He was the MVP in the 2021 season. In the past 2 years, his team won the European Championship. And there's 4 American teams that have expressed an interest in him over the past few years. That's Denver, that's the Bucks, that's the Spurs, and it's the Bulls. Now, here's the interesting part. The team that owns his American rights is actually OKC.
Ooh.
And the reason I'm introducing this into the conversation because I'm thinking about a few of the people you all mentioned, Russell Westbrook and Lonzo. And what I'm curious about is, have you all considered the possibility that OKC would bring this guy in and trade him to the Bulls? The proposed trade that I've heard about is just a rumor at this point. Is Kobe White and some picks back to OKC. Russell Westbrook potentially going to OKC because they can buy him out after 1 year, or his contract would expire after 1 year, but they can also buy him out. And if the Bulls pull this guy in, that creates a pathway potentially to Lonzo going back to LA.
I would love that. But
now here's the second part of the question.
Go for it.
Or the issue I'd like you guys to expound on. If Lonzo goes to LA, there's 2 components there. There's LeBron appreciating him coming back because Lonzo used to create easy buckets for LeBron. He's an excellent 3-point shooter and a perimeter defender now. But I think the real key to this is potentially Genie Buss wanting Lonzo back because he's the key potentially in my mind to getting Lamelo to come back to LA. And I'm just interested to hear you all's thoughts on that, particularly you, Marv, since you're in Chicago. This wasn't a big story, but I did see it on the radar a couple of times. I just wondering if you heard anything about that on your end.
Well, I'm in Dallas now. I'm just from Chicago, but I appreciate that. But I'll tell you this. I think I did hear about this. My brother told me about this guy, but I want to address the issue about the potential of Lonzo leaving Chicago. And you see I pause when I start getting ready to say that? Okay. Let me explain something to you guys. I know everybody like it. I know everybody see the potential. I know people see the potential in it. We do too. And by saying that, I mean the only way Lonzo leaves Chicago if he's not healthy. If he plays this year, he's going to get an extension in Chicago.
Okay.
Now, this player you talking about coming from overseas, yes, the Bulls we got 2 players over there actually that we looking at. But the plan, the process of the Bulls right now, it was a 3-year deal. It started with getting Vooch. It was put in play then. The signings of Lonzo Ball and DeMar DeRozan are basically pieces. The most important thing they really wanted to get done was signing Zach. They got it done. Now, it was a 3-year window. This is the 2nd year coming up, and the following year will be the 3rd year. Lonzo's contract runs out 1 year after that. I didn't state it on this panel multitude of times. One thing about professional sports, regardless of how good you are, if you're not healthy, the game will pass by. Meaning they cannot wait on you forever. But when you're a solid talent and you got potential and maybe come back, and maybe be able to come back with production, they will wait. But in Lonzo's case, first of all, I want to say this. I think he's going to be healthy this year. I just read a report. I wasn't going to, because I don't like to spread the report about him on his injury, but it's looking, as it say, better and better every day. And for anybody to come out and say, yeah, he's ready to go, that'll cause confusion everywhere. So you just say he's getting better, and just hopefully he beats there. But I mean, I don't know. You know, it could be a point of that. But Lonzo, here's a question I have for you guys. Do Lonzo want to go back to LA? I'm pretty sure he does. I mean, with all the things that happen, is there still bad blood, or is it clean to go? Is it okay? Let's talk about that. What do you think?
I would say 50-50. I think he feels appreciated in Chicago, but I think he would feel like redemption in LA, considering family matters with a young daughter and his mom. I think he would appreciate being closer. But I also think, like I said, LeBron was one of the few people I saw find Lonzo for easy buckets. And so I just wonder if there's a part of him that's, you know what I think? I think in an ideal world, he would first like to win a title in Chicago, then go back to LA.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, we all want to win the title. I don't give a damn if I was in Timbuktu. If we win the NBA title, it works. But I mean, I'm not. One thing I say about this, because I'm real keen on what the Bulls organization is about, and this front office that we have now. They put stock in what they believe in, and it's the same thing. Like we didn't have plenty of conversations with people about Billy Donovan. The Bulls are not going to fire Billy Donovan. First of all, the damn ownership is too damn cheap to fire him and try to hire somebody else while he's still under contract. They ain't going to do that. So the Bulls put stock in what they believe in, and if it doesn't work at the end of their contracts, then maybe they make moves. Lonzo's in a 4-year deal. This is his second year coming up. So, and you were considering this maybe to happen in what, 2 more years from now?
Well, no, Micic actually stated he wants to come to the United States this fall. And so teams are trying to work that out. But again, the team he has to go through is OKC because they own his rights. So it's really who can trade what to him, to OKC for him. And the proposal I didn't explore what's on the table for Denver, the Bucks, and the Spurs. But for the Bulls, it was Kobe White and a couple other pieces. But then I thought if the Bulls got him, they would have to make a move with Lonzo. And I just began to wonder if they're concerned about Lonzo's injury and if maybe Lonzo's camp is kind of keeping quiet about it. I'm just speculating at this point, so I don't really want to do that. I was wondering what you all heard from legitimate sources.
I got a question.
What league is he from? What league overseas is he from?
What's his name again?
He plays in Europe, but he plays for a team called Anadolu Efes.
And his full name is what?
Vas is Vasilije Micic, Music.
Is he in Turkey?
They won the European title the past 2 years in a row, and he's the MVP of the league in 2021.
Is it Turkey?
That part I didn't see in the article I read.
Because it matters what. No, I mean, if they won EuroLeague, that's dope. That's a good barometer. That's how we knew Luka Doncic would be who he was because he played in the ACB league, which is Spain,
right.
And those are good measurables to know. Like the same thing with Kristaps Porzingis, same thing with Serge Ibaka. So if you play Efes in Turkey, yeah, that's a good program. So okay.
I'm not certain it's Turkey, but I do know his team won the title the past 2 years in a row. So he led on the back-to-back.
EuroLeague or his actual.
Yeah, what league is that?
No, I mean, in Europe they have different leagues, but they have something like almost like a cup type formation. His team won it. It matters
which one though.
I can't check that part on my phone. I'm afraid I'll disconnect if I do.
Yeah,
but if someone can check that, I'd be curious to know.
I'm trying to bring him up, but I hadn't read no.
Yeah, the last name is spelled Micic.
Because all leagues are created equal. I just want to add that to the discussion.
Yeah, I heard his name being brought up in Bulls blogs.
Okay.
Yeah, I have too, Dex. That's why I was trying to make sure I'm good, but I never really dipped into it because I just didn't see it. I didn't see it on our radar. I mean, there's a couple of players that I had even in front of him, so I'm trying to get more information on him. And you say what?
Marvin,
go ahead.
Mm-hmm. I got some good information. So now I'm not familiar with that brother, and I want to learn more because I thank you for bringing that to my forefront because I like studying Euros and see what I like about them. So I appreciate that. I do want to say though, and this is from a credible source. I always say it. My guy C Hendo, who you mentioned you in Dallas, Marvin. He covers the Mavericks. He covers the Rangers, and he's actually a real good friend of Kevin Durant. And he's a guy who's in my Hoop Jargon Facebook group, and I've got him known through that entity. But long story short, what he told me in personal conversations is that Lonzo is actually the one guy that LeBron didn't want to see go. So that would be interesting because that kind of puts my interest back to that conversation I had with C Hendo about that. Because that's a very viable situation more than people wanted to probably admit.
Yeah. Well, and and I said that too, Jorgen, because I mentioned it. I mentioned it lightly because I don't want everybody to hear this. I know everybody would like to happen. I know there's people out there that fought him because here we go again, faulting a player because of injury. Because his production on the court is immense. I didn't say it. I know Dexton heard me, probably tired of hearing me say it. With him on the Bulls are a totally different team. Totally different.
Absolutely.
Oh, totally different team.
Oh,
they are, Dex. That's why you want him back in LA. I don't blame you. But this is what I'm going to tell you. He's going to be healthy this year, and I ain't going to have to say they're a good team when he's on the floor because he's going to stay on the floor. And when he does, I think he can be judged differently then. But I really want to chime into this guy, this Euro League guy here, because if he's talking about coming over this summer, then it's going to be some teams scrambling and trying to do some things with him. One more time.
They got 4 teams, and he said he wants to play this year. They've been pursuing him for about 3 years, and he didn't want to come.
One more time.
Go ahead.
Spell his name for me one more time.
His last name is spelled M like Michael, I like India, C like Charlie, I like India, C like Charlie.
But his first name, I don't have that.
Yeah, it's V like Victory, A S I L I, J like Jerry, E like Edward.
Okay, and his last
name?
Micic. Yep. Yeah, he said he's in Turkey. Yep, so I knew that. He faces that Turkish team. Yeah, so he legit then. Cause that's a good team. That's the team that NBA
I see him now. I see him now.
Legit. All right, he's legit.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, and he's a star. He's definitely a point guard. 28 years old. Okay, I'm gonna look dip into him, man. But I mean, don't get me wrong, guys. I don't know with him being 28. Also, I mean, this would be predicated definitely on Lonzo's health, including if the Lakers had interest in him also, because there ain't too many teams going to put interest in you if you're not healthy. We all know that. True. Lonzo has to come and be healthy this year. This is a big year for him because this is going to determine a lot about him staying with the Bulls and whoever else would want him.
Right.
At his age or not. And I think he's going to come back healthy. Me too. But man, this is interesting here, man.
I got a question, man. Yeah, to the brother that just came up with that scenario on the panel, is that your personal scenario, or that's what you're hearing?
No, that's one of the scenarios I read on one of the. I check Lonzo's Google page frequently, and it was one of the scenarios painted under the news article that
Lonzo Wire, right?
Yes, that referenced Woj, but that was one of the scenarios they related as relates to the trade between OKC and the Bulls. I took it a step further, thinking about Lonzo's compatibility with LeBron on the court, and the fact LeBron got him easy buckets, and more importantly, Lonzo got LeBron easy buckets. He's a clutch client. And then I thought, man, the Lakers really trying to get Lamelo, which, for the record, I think he's going to be the first player in NBA history to not sign the extension with the team that drafted him, the max, even though it'll be offered. I think he's going to walk out the door. And the reason is I think he's losing money in Charlotte endorsement-wise by not being in a bigger market. So the money that they could pay him is offset by the money he's losing. But that's another conversation. To stay on target. You can say about
any player that don't play in LA.
Well, I think LaMelo's a little different because he's globally known already.
I said that about
it's not like De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox probably should stay where he is and get a max. But LaMelo needs to be in a major market because he can be like, what's that soccer player in Europe? Cristiano Ronaldo. I mean, LaMelo could be big like that. So he really
I
needs to
agree
get
with
to a
that.
bigger market.
But
So
any player can benefit playing for the Lakers, bro. But I'm with you though. I follow the logic.
Yeah, but you
right.
know what?
I don't argue with
To
it.
that
So then the
Mickey, to
question
that
becomes
Mickey
in my
deal.
mind. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell you because I'm reading an article about that the Mickey deal going to OKC, and it actually reads, and this was on July 1st of this year. He's pushed for a trade, but OKC is not giving him up. So that's not quite in the making just yet. That was
That's
on
what I was
July.
about. That was
Even
my
with a
other
Josh
scenario.
Giddey,
I was
I'm
about to
see
sorry.
say,
that's the thing that
why do they
changed it
not
for me.
keep him?
That sounds
Yeah,
like
Because
well,
of Josh
I'm just
Giddey.
reading now. This article was on July 1st, so it could be different now because we're a little later in the month. But it just reads that he was pushing for a trade, but OKC is not giving him up. I'm going to read more on it, and I'm looking at
Giving
his
who
numbers.
up? Giving who up, Marvin?
I wouldn't give him up
Mickey,
neither.
Music.
the guy who's talking about coming from
Oh,
the Euro League. This guy is 6'5". He's fucking
yeah,
special, guys.
yeah.
Yeah,
This
he
guy is
averages
something
18
special.
points, 4.5 assists. He's shooting 58% from the field and 34% from three. But he specifically states he wants to come to a playoff team.
But bro, this sounds like Ricky Rubio. When Ricky Rubio wanted to
I
come
know.
over
I
here,
was going to say that. That sounds like Ricky Rubio.
Ricky Rubio tried to push his way to the Knicks, and Wolves like, you coming over here, bro, straight here.
And I
So
got the full article here now, and it's reading that Denver, Milwaukee, Chicago, and San Antonio, especially
And
after
who
the
have his rights?
DeAndre.
Who has his rights?
OKC.
Oklahoma City.
OKC. All right, here it is. And that seems to be a problem in his case. This is further down in the article. Why he doesn't want to be a part of rebuilding process with the Oklahoma City Thunder, and there are reports, interest from him, from Denver, Milwaukee, Chicago, and San Antonio, especially after the Murray trade to Atlanta. The Thunder are keeping his rights. So it's an ongoing saga right now, but it is interest in the NBA, and I'm happy he brought this up because my brother told me about this guy, but he mentioned Lonzo Ball in the same sentence, and I don't want to even hear anything about Lonzo Ball leaving Chicago, so I didn't tip into it. But this guy is something decent, guys. I think we should look out for him because if he's coming in here this
I'm gonna
summer,
look out for him. I appreciate that information. I'm gonna look at
Yeah,
it.
I didn't realize
There's
that
an article on Eurohoops.net that I'm reading right now, guys, from
Yeah, but
January 1st.
the Lonzo Ball attachment basically comes off of Lonzo Wire. That's where the attachment really comes from, and that's where the association. But by him mentioning he has interest in the Bulls, so
Yeah.
that's where I remember reading that article about old boy on Lonzo Wire.
Yeah. And, it's so ironic for him to bring this up because, that's one thing that the Bulls do that a lot of teams do. Bulls kind of do a little bit more than other teams. They have interest in players, including how they got Marco Dominican. I mean, he was nobody else. I mean, as far as us fans, we knew much about him, but the Bulls front office that we have now be looking into players that fit the desire of what they're looking for. The long wings that's not necessarily 7'2", but long wingspan and whatnot. But this is a guard, man.
I'm gonna
At
address this real
6'5",
quick.
I think it's gonna be decent.
Hey,
Go
Marv,
ahead.
I gotta, when the peanut gallery says crazy stuff. Listen, I'm not comparing his game to Ricky Rubio. I've not seen him play a second. So
Yeah.
I don't know. And I said that as he started. I'm saying him requesting to be on a certain team when another team has your rights. That's what I mean by saying Ricky Rubio. I'm not saying their games are similar because I've not seen him play a second.
Yeah.
So
and
come on,
why would he ask
come
for
on,
a trade? Why would he ask for a trade? He hadn't played a second in the NBA. I mean, you made your news over there.
It makes sense why it makes sense. Somebody said it earlier why he would ask for a trade. He's 28 years old. He's not trying to be part of a rebuild process.
Yeah,
that was the one thing I was saying that makes sense.
Well, I'm just saying, good luck getting that done because you're not at a position where you can negotiate that. All you can do is hold out and stay in Europe. And again, Ricky Rubio did that. And he stayed in Europe a few extra years, but he ended up taking his ass to the Timberwolves. So that was my point of referencing Ricky Rubio. Not that their games are similar. He
doesn't have the most leverage in this whole situation.
There you go. It's a leverage discussion. That's all I'm saying, brother. God damn.
But here's the part I'm a little puzzled by with that part about OKC wanting to keep him. Why would they do that when they have a Josh Giddey going into a second?
Right.
I don't understand that. But Paul,
good question.
Here goes a better question.
I think that could be. But wait a minute, guys. That could be a ploy to make them get more back for him that they were trying to get. In other words,
Nah, but
make somebody offer even more. You know what I mean?
Negotiation piece. Yes.
nah, but if you
Yeah.
say that, what? Here goes a better question because you said the offer was for Russell Westbrook, so why would they bring him back?
No, I didn't. No, I'm not saying the offer for.
No. It was for
I'm
Kobe.
not
It
saying
was
the
for
offer
Kobe.
for Russell
But you know
Westbrook.
what? I
Nah,
like
in
to
the
hear who
beginning,
else is
in the beginning, that's what you said.
No, I
No,
was
he
saying
said
once
Kobe.
you put in motion sending him to Chicago,
Mm-hmm.
they then have to make a decision with Lonzo, so that makes it a 3-team situation.
Yeah,
Right.
And
that's
one of the
pretty.
options that has been on the table for a while is somehow getting Russell Westbrook back to
Russell
OKC for his
OKC.
final year.
DeMar DeRozan, and Zach LaVine. Recipe for disaster.
No.
No,
So
he's not
what's on
going
the
to the
table is
Bulls.
getting Russell
No,
Westbrook back to OKC for his last year.
OKC.
Oh,
No,
okay.
we would
See.
get
Yeah,
the
but
Euro
that's the
release.
point I'm trying to make. Why would they do that?
Open to go to
Well,
Chicago. So people would have to give. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
So both teams would have to give OKC something in this 3-team scenario, but it doesn't have to involve the Lakers at all. That was just the thought I had. The logical domino would be, well, wait a minute, if this guy's coming to Chicago, what does that mean for Lonzo? And then I thought a connection between Lonzo, Clutch Sports, and Genie Buss wanting Lamelo. I said, is there something going on that we are not seeing? And the reason I brought it up is because I hadn't heard you guys talk about it. I don't have any solid information on it other than, what I've put out there. And my part to the equation that I haven't seen anywhere was Lonzo going back to LA. I think that's what you asked me earlier. That part
The
was
Lakers.
my opinion.
The
That
Lakers.
part was my opinion. Him
The
going to
Lakers.
Chicago is what they're potentially reporting, but Lonzo going to LA is my opinion part.
Nah, I got you, but the Lakers could get LaMelo without Lonzo having to get him there.
Well, that's if LaMelo would want to come there. But what I'm suggesting is it would kind of grease the runways for him to come to LA if Lonzo's already there.
I got a little more information on that here on this article, and it actually states some information about halfway what we're talking about. Somebody's kind of somebody.
Yeah, somebody washing dishes. Look like they cleaning Snickers now.
Somebody got their phone in their pocket. Somebody put their phone in their pocket and then press mute.
Okay, what it reads here, guys, is that his camp was pushing for a trade. However, OKC doesn't want to give him up particularly for free or just for a second-round draft pick. And I noticed he had said that the Bulls were offering Kobe in a second-round draft pick. And I can understand that. And that might answer your question, Ted, that they really don't want, remember I told you, they don't want to really keep him, but they don't want to just give him away.
Right.
So, and what it also reads into is that the Thunder is waiting to hear more offers. So it is a possibility for him to be traded and for this to happen this upcoming year too. And he's a piece, man. A lot of teams. I mean, but I haven't seen him play, but his numbers. But his question to all of you guys: are EuroLeague numbers kind of tarnished? Are they not really conducive to the NBA numbers?
I think they're suppressed because their style of play, and I picked up on this when I was watching Liangelo over there. Their scoring overall is down because they milk-boiled the clock, and their assists are down because over there, if you dribble the ball, it's not considered assist. So guy catches ball, one dribble and lays it up in America, that's an assist. In Europe, it's not. So I'm guessing in real assists, or the way we count his assists, is probably double that.
I take it like this too. I play ball overseas. It's just the game is slower because it's more team oriented, and like it's funny. That's why
Washington overalls.
They limit the amount of Americans you can bring in a lot of those leagues because they want to preserve their style of play. So yeah, that does definitely affect the numbers. And your boy Ricky Rubio said it. Not Ricky Rubio. Shit, I got Rubio in mind. Luka Doncic said like it's easier to score in the NBA than it is overseas because again, team dynamic takes precedence over individuals. So yeah, you're gonna get skewed numbers, and when you get NBA, it's more free flow. So yeah, it's definitely gonna go up. So that's
and which in turn goes to the point of how the EuroLeague players come over and be more under control because they've been in a team-oriented system, and that's what they train to do. And they be more. I mean, especially their point guards. They pretty not real turnover prone and whatnot. I mean, hey man, this is an interesting subject. It really is. Now, and to you, Talented, I remember when you came on the panel, you asked him, was that his sentimental trade that he was thinking? And actually, with with the Laker thing coming in, that was him bringing that in. Just maybe Russell Westbrook could go to the Thunder. But there are teams interested in this guy, guys. And
Nah, I got what he was trying to say. He's just trying to say Russell Westbrook going over there for that final year, and then supposedly buying him out. I get it, but I
And the
still
reason
don't.
to finish up the Laker piece, I was saying it's two parts to that. LeBron will want Lonzo there now because he gets easy buckets for LeBron. He helps on defense. He's one of the top 4 3-point shoots, spot up 3-point shooters in the league, which spaces the floor for them. But the organization would, in addition to that, want Lonzo there as a gateway to getting Lamelo there.
Nah,
so I can see what their motivation would be. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask you guys if anybody know, and you included, is there a sentiment that LaMelo's coming to LA?
Well, if you listen to the national press, they want him there, but I'm thinking bigger. The guy is losing money in Charlotte. I know Jay-Z and Roc Nation want him in a bigger market, whether it's New York or LA or Chicago. I haven't ruled that one out either. But LaMelo is a guy, to me, like I said, his final year, he's going to leave Charlotte. And he's going to be the first one to do it, because if Charlotte could potentially pay him an extra $6 or $7 million a year, the kid's losing $20, $25 million a year being there. Think how quickly LeBron's net worth doubled being in LA. It's just so much more he would have access to. So financially, it's costing him money to be in Charlotte. Whereas every other player in the NBA, pretty much, they'd be losing money to leave that rookie deal, max deal, and go somewhere else.
And we just talked about that exact issue the other day. I don't know if the guys remember, but we were asking, because I believe I posed the question, is he going to leave? And everybody's like, man, he's not going to walk away from that rookie extension. But there were a couple of people on the panel that said, man, he's not hurting for money. And I know he wants to win. And Charlotte is, I've always felt, I've been saying he's going to leave. But people keep telling me he's not going to walk away from that extension. Well,
I heard that conversation.
He's leaving because Charlotte is incompetent, period.
That's right. That's right.
The whole organization. So he's not stupid. So if
he's putting on a happy face just to play it out. He's not being real, hard on the club. He's not saying bad things. But when push comes to shove, it's a business deal, and it's about the way you feel. And I've already said it. I don't even see Charlotte bringing enough in to keep his interest, because they're not going to do it anyway. They're not going to do it anyway.
All I know is LaMelo Ball's contract expires at the same time DeMar DeRozan contract expires,
and at the same time Lonzo Ball's expire.
No, 1 year after that falls.
No. LaMelo's second year was Lonzo's first year in Chicago.
He signed a 4-year deal.
They both had 3 more years. Lonzo has the opportunity to opt into his 4th year, which is LaMelo's 5th year in Charlotte. They expired exactly at the same time. That's assuming after the 4th year, LaMelo opts into his 5th year. Once he opts into his 5th year, after that, he becomes an unrestricted free agent. But most never do that. They get that rookie extension.
Nah, he's leaving, hands down.
Well, I'm going to tell you when I decided he was leaving. When you all remember when he became the youngest player to get a triple-double, the game before that, I think he was playing the Hawks. He was either 1 assist or 1 rebound away with 7 minutes left in the game to get it. Yes. And he took him out the game. And I remember listening to Dominique Wilkins, because, the way I listen to the games, I often hear the other team's local broadcasters, which includes usually an NBA player. And they all kept saying why LaMelo was in the ball throughout the various games. But that particular game, Dominique Wilkins was like, yo, why is LaMelo Ball still on the bench? He's the best player in this game. He kept going off about it. But when I saw them sit that young man down and didn't allow him to get that honor, I thought no other team would do that. In my mind, I thought he probably decided to leave right then. They just don't know it.
Nah, don't blame. Well, I want to say don't blame the team, but that was Borrego the whole way, man. Just trying to be a hard ass. Period.
Well, Talent, I didn't say it 15 to 20 times. They're not going to miss him until he's gone, and he's going to leave. Well, and they're going to really be sick.
If you really think about it, for some reason, I don't know, for Michael Jordan being such a star player, they don't know what to do with star players, bro. And that's
So
just
they act like
that's
they
just
don't care. They act
Listen,
like they don't care.
I saw a video, right, where a kid was looking for LaMelo Ball and he discovered Michael Jordan, right? And he had the camera up and Michael Jordan was walking to his car or whatever. And then Michael's like, put that camera down. Put that camera down right now. He said, well, Mike, can I get a picture? He said, put that fucking camera down. And then he saw LaMelo Ball on a different day. And then he reminded LaMelo that was him that was engaged with Michael Jordan because he was trying to look for LaMelo. And LaMelo said, oh, shit, that was your ass? And LaMelo gave him the picture that he was looking for. I thought that was fascinating. Michael wasn't having it at all. He don't give a damn you a kid. Michael looked like he was about ready to attack that little boy, man. Like, dude, you better put that camera down. He put that camera down. He saw that black ass dude come up out of there like that.
that sound like that Kobe, Anthony Hardaway, Shaq situation all over again.
Hey man, that's interesting.
You know who
That's
I thought
real.
of? I thought of Chameleonaire. That's what I thought of. When I saw that video and how Michael was being a pain, I said that's probably how Chameleonaire felt at that party when he ran across Michael Jordan and wanted him to sign his jersey or shoes or something. You know what I'm saying? I was like,
Man, Mike
wow,
always
that is
been like
cold. Yeah, Mike is
that. Mike's
hard.
been
Mike
like that
hard,
for,
man.
he's been like that for a long time, man. You know, I told
For the
y'all
kid.
he used to have Horace Grant crying in the damn locker room. He used to have Horace Grant crying in the locker room.
It almost looked like Mike was about
He
ready
did
to
a
call
lot of
security,
shit.
had that kid arrested.
Well, Melo's leaving for sure. That's hands down, man. I don't even think that's a question.
He was like, Mike, can I get a picture, Mike? Mike said, put that fucking camera down, man. I was
Yeah,
like,
you know,
yeah, Mike thinks it's a kid.
But
yeah,
I
you know,
also think there's
I'm sorry.
no. Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just going to tell Ted. You know, I've been saying that for a long time about Melo leaving. I mean, first of all, think of it. If it was you, if it was any one of us. Now I know I can do my thing, but this organization ain't showing me no direction. It ain't showing me no love either. But when it get close to my contract, you want to give me my number, my jersey. You know, you trying to wheel me in now. You know, it's not gonna work. They're not even gonna bring nobody in to pique his interest. Watch.
Yeah, and
I mean,
based
who's
on
gonna
the
come? Who's gonna
and
come?
based on his star power, it's not even that he's gonna leave. He has to leave, man.
Yeah,
His star power is too great for him not to go to a bigger market. It's like
yeah. For that,
virtually,
for that
virtually
city is just that's who drafted him, so he had to be there. Now he makes a better decision when the contract is up.
period.
I think people I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I personally think that we would know more about him officially really leaving officially after what they do in next offseason when they have a lot more money. Because I personally think if they can't really bring anyone in, then I think he'll actually make the move and want to leave. But I think it'd be in the form of a trade after he gets his rookie max extension. Because he'll get his money, then he'll demand a trade. That way he have his money, he can go where he need to go. That way he doesn't leave money on the table. So he can just do that similar to what other players do and just move on from there.
I get you with the money on the table. Go ahead, brother. You can speak.
My argument is he's not leaving money on the table. He's actually leaving money on the table to stay in Charlotte.
Right.
Because of who he is, and he's unique in this way. LaMelo's leaving $15 to $20 million a year in endorsements on the table by being in Charlotte. So he needs the freedom to go exactly where he wants to go. And that organization, I wouldn't trust them. They've shown a propensity to basically put the screws to you. And so I don't believe his camp would trust them to trade him to where he wanted to go. I think they would play hardball, play that old school. No, we got you under contract. This is what it is. The freedom comes when he tells them, yo, I don't need your extra $6 million a year you can offer me with the max.
Right.
I can make $25 million a year in LA in endorsements. So the net benefit to him financially is greater in New York, Chicago, or LA.
Yeah, because
and don't get me wrong, that sounds good in theory, but it's just that I don't.
That's facts, bro.
I sounds good in theory. I mean, I like the idea of doing that. However, in the long shot of things, I still think he's going to take the money and he's going to demand a trade that way. That's what I think he's going to do.
Nah,
Take the
what you gotta
money and
understand.
run.
Now, what you got to understand is that LaMelo is one of the few players that came into the league having money already, having
I
stardom
know
already,
that.
having
So
star
that,
power already. So
but
it's
see,
like it's not like the
what?
typical. Nah, it's not like the and no disrespect by using the word typical, but it's not like the typical dude who come from hardship. You understand? They get into the league and now they got to try to really get every single buck. You understand? Because they figure that they need that. He don't really need that. You
Well,
understand?
then speak about the terms of Lonzo. Lonzo could have took a pay cut to stay in New Orleans. He didn't take a pay cut. He
Nah,
got his money and he left.
nah, I
And I
understand what you're
agree
saying.
with I agree with that. Now, I'm not trying to say that he won't take a pay cut to leave and go make other and have other endorsements like he would in LA. I agree with that in that setting if he does that. But I'm also in the thought process of I think he's going to take the rookie max extension, especially if he has the ability to get close to 200 million, which I think he's going to do because of the fact that he's going to be all NBA next season. So
Financially speaking.
Yeah,
I
but
think he's going to
I
be able
mean,
to
but
do
look
that.
at the endorsements would overrule that because he would get that money back from the
Uh,
endorsements and he would be in a
But
bigger market. And hold on,
like
let
I
me
said,
So
finish.
you
I think
saying he's going to
it's
do a
two part.
Michael Jordan in 2023? I mean 2024?
Are you
Am
talking
I
to me?
saying that?
Yeah, you know how Michael Jordan
Took
didn't
less
get
and
paid
made
that
money in
much money,
endorsements. Absolutely.
but he
That's what
made
I'm
yeah.
saying. I'm saying
All right,
LaMelo
there you go.
Ball would be losing money to sign his rookie extension and stay in Chicago. I mean, excuse me, in Charlotte. That's what I'm actually saying. He's losing money. He's not making more. Charlotte is paying him more, but his net income is lower by about 15 million a year
From
from the
endorsements.
loss of endorsements. And he would have to be there at least a year or two after he signed that extension before he can begin to reasonably ask for a trade. That's the unique position he's in. You mentioned Lonzo in New Orleans. No, Lonzo would be making less in New Orleans in endorsement money than he could potentially be making in Chicago.
Chicago. Amen.
So,
Yeah,
but
well
Yeah.
we're witnessing that, right?
I didn't speak on the terms of him making less in endorsements. I spoke on the term of his actual contract. He could
Contract.
have
Yeah,
stayed.
yeah. But
He could have
yeah.
stayed and made. He could have stayed there because he wanted to play with Zion, but he took the money and he left. So that's not. So that's kind of up in the air to say that LaMelo won't do that. However,
Well, no.
I do get what you specified. Him going somewhere else like a LA and him taking, like I said, less money and making up for the other side of it in endorsements. I think he
Endorsements.
can
If
do that.
not,
I think he can do that, but I just think that when
their
that
rookie
rookie max
contract can
extension,
be.
the rookie
But
max
don't.
extension on the line, I think he may. I mean, I think that may be very enticing him to take that,
Well,
The
especially if
Lonzo
before
scenario
you
only
go,
works
let
though
me
in
ask you this.
reverse.
especially if they go out and they actually bring in more talent coming in next season. It's not
Yeah,
to say
and
they
that's what I
will.
want to get to.
That's not to say they will, but
Yeah, so that's what that was my
they
question.
will have the opportunity to compete because they have $60 million going into next season.
Okay, well, let me say this. Why wouldn't he leave it there to go get the endorsements and go to a larger city when it's a better chance of winning? And just like you said, all this is predicated on who they bring in. And I want to ask you right now. I mean, do you see anybody wanting to be there? Do you think they can bring anybody in there? And will they make that much of a difference from him saying, "Okay, I'd rather stay here or go to Chicago or go to LA"? In Chicago's point, you see where we are. We close to being something. In LA, they got LeBron and it's big market. Do you think they can bring only person that they can bring in there would be KD or somebody high volume for him to even to be interested in staying? And then just dealing with the organization in itself from all they did, I think it leans more to him leaving. I really do.
See, based
Well,
on what you're saying,
to answer your question before you speak, but to answer Marvin's question, they don't have to bring in a quote unquote Kevin Durant. They can bring in a all-star that is second tier, two all-star that second tier are in that line. You can make LaMelo Ball the vocal point as the one-tier all-star on the
What names
team.
are you talking about?
Yeah, but
Uh,
that's not going to be attractive enough. That's why I'm
No,
saying
hold on one
KD.
second, Marvin. Let him say what name.
Okay, all right,
What
go ahead,
second tier
go ahead.
all star?
Yeah, yeah. Who is that?
uh, you said a second tier. Let me go through
Yeah,
my list real
or
quick.
any player, or any
Give me a
player.
y'all
Or
speak.
position? Okay, forget it.
why you
Position.
looking? Can I
Position.
just let me just say this though? LaMelo is such on a fast track, bro. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. Just hear me out, man. LaMelo's skills and ability and IQ is such a fast track type skill level and ability and IQ level. Like he honestly could win chips now, man. So when he comes off of that team, I think he needs to go straight to a contending team.
Contender, yes. I agree.
Yes.
You understand?
And that's
'Cause
why
he
I
That's
had-
a good point. Matter of fact, that's a good point right there.
well, that's what I was just mentioning. Who's gonna pique his attraction over going to a Bulls or Lakers team? I just want to use them
What about
to
Clippers? Don't forget Clippers.
Well,
Everybody stepping right
I
over
was just
Clippers.
saying, I was just using those teams, and I wasn't even including the Clippers and whatnot. I mean, it's just the attraction of going to a Clippers, Lakers, Bulls. To me, now I'm not him, but it just seems more logical that he would do that. I mean, and then just what he's went through in Charlotte. I mean, you know, I'm not saying he can't forgive him for it, but hey, who's going to trust him to do it again? I mean, you know.
Well, when it comes to Charlotte, honestly, you can look, man. They drafted him, and all he got to do is say, "I appreciate you. Thank you for bringing me into the league." Shake their hands, and he needs to go win himself some rings. Because trust me, he's that level of a player where he could actually bring a team over the top. He has that ability. You understand? He could be that final piece for a particular team. So that's what
he wants to win. Trust me, he wants to win.
Oh, you damn right.
And in everybody's eyes who believes he's going to sign that rookie contract, I can understand that too. That's a lot of money. But some players, like Tyler Ted said, you know, he wasn't hurting for money from the start, and he sees stardom other places where he can even flourish even more. I mean, it makes sense to leave. It really does.
And if he goes and get a ring, he gets all that money back plus more.
Yeah.
If he becomes a champion.
Right.
Well, my thought is twofold.
I agree with that.
Even if, number one, he was hurting for the money, which he isn't because he got a $100 million sneaker deal coming in over 5 years. That's also concluded at the same time as Charlotte's contract is concluded. Interestingly enough, the timeline lines up. But even if he was hurting for money, what I'm saying is he will make more money overall elsewhere versus the max contract. Because the max contract, the big advantage to the max contract is the 5th year. They can only offer you like, I think it's $6 million or $5 million more per year, but it's that 5th year that they're guaranteeing that you don't have guaranteed at that time. Now, again, if I'm anybody else in the NBA, yeah, you're right. You probably want to sign that 140, 180, 200 million, whatever it is, by the time he comes up for it. But a guy like, you have to remember who his agent's owner is and his mentor at this time. It's Jay-Z. They ain't thinking about an extra 30 million. They thinking about the 300 million he's leaving on the table.
And what I mean, not just the 300, whatever else he's
right.
Extra. How much
trying to market him globally, not just as an NBA player. Right. He's an enigma. He's not funny. Like anybody else in the NBA right now.
It's funny that you say that. So, and I know somebody's going to get at me for what I'm about to say, but this is just how I feel. So since you're going with this whole Roc Nation situation, what makes you think that they might not try to get him to the Nets?
Well, I'm open to, that's why I said New York, Chicago, LA.
Because eventually, I don't know, for some reason, maybe I sound crazy, but for some reason, I just see Melo and KD for some reason. I don't know why.
Where? With your boys, with Brooklyn.
What? I just see them together. I don't know where, but for some reason, I see that same level that Steph. All right, you see what KD did for Steph? Because it wasn't guaranteed that Steph was going to win those 2 rings until KD got there. You understand? He could have probably, but once KD got there, it kind of guaranteed it. So the same thing could happen on the flip side. Like Melo could be a guarantee for KD getting rings, but that's just my opinion. It could be far-fetched, but it's just my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, as far as that goes, none of us know his sense of direction if he decides to leave just yet. We don't know because at that time, when that contract is getting ready to be dealt with, guys, you can rest assured it's going to be so many damn teams trying to put their bid in. It's going to be ridiculous.
Facts.
So it will be his choice. And at that present time, but now let's get this straight again. This is 2 years from now, correct?
No, he has 3 more years. This is his 3rd year.
3 more years.
He's not
okay, 3 more.
Right. So they're going to offer him something probably next summer. And then they'll offer again the following summer if he rejects this summer. If he opts into his 5th year, then he becomes unrestricted after that 5th year.
But 3 years, you got to really think about it. What's the landscape going to look like with the vets? With
Yeah,
the
you're
people
right.
that could potentially
The
get you a
NBA is gonna
championship. I mean, what the
the
KD's
team.
gonna look like, the LeBron's
Yeah,
gonna look
the
like, the
team. Yeah,
Kawhi's gonna look like. You gotta really.
yeah.
That's 3 years
3 years.
out, my
I
guy.
thought it was 2 years. I thought it was 2 years. You saying three? That's it's down the line a little bit. Not to say the league won't still be competitive. There won't be good teams, but our sentiment on where he's going to go is probably change each year.
But there's a more important
yeah.
question coming up that he just kind of intimated to. In 3 years, the big boss in this whole equation is the league itself. And I think they're going to want LaMelo in a bigger market at that point as well. There's something I want to bring to you guys' attention. I saw this, I think it was after Lonzo's rookie year. Genie Buss, the owner of the Clippers, Mark Cuban, the owner of the Atlanta, they were on some sort of talk show format with the guy, Ernie, from the show with Kenny Smith and Shaq and them. And he was hosting a thing he was doing with the owners. And one thing Genie Buss said, she pointed out one of the primary reasons they gave Kobe that contract that last 2 years that we as fans would look at and go, that wasn't a good deal, is because they were in the process of negotiating with a cable company or something. And one of the things they said we definitely need is a star, because if you're negotiating a $300 or $400 million deal with the cable company, they need a star so that people will tune in and watch. So that's why they got that deal. So LaMelo is worth far more money to a lot more people than what we're seeing right now in Charlotte. That's one of the reasons why I think the guy, what do you call him? The guy who runs the NBA, not run it, but is the primary CEO. Right. That's one of the reasons I think he intervened with the All-Star thing, right? And that's the thing, man, with LaMelo. He's a very young man. I don't know how much of this he currently understands, but I know Jay-Z does. I know his
TV
agents
deals,
do.
man.
I
Them
know
TV
LaVar
deals.
does.
Them
And I
TV
know
deals.
Genie Buss does.
The
I'm
TV
sorry, what was
deals.
that?
Nah, I said you're talking about the TV deals, and they do play a hell of a factor in this, man. They really do, man.
Exactly. So, and I wanted to add this. Remember when Carmelo Anthony was being courted by the Lakers, they had people from the film industry and entertainment industry making proposals to benefit his wife to get him to come. So what I'm saying is, when I say LaMelo is leaving 25 to 30 million on the table per year, believe me, his stardom transcends basketball. And that piece of the puzzle, they're not capitalizing on fully right now. They can't really do that in Charlotte.
Yeah. And there's no shot at Charlotte. It's just who they are. It's just who they are. You know, it's just a bad spot. Yeah.
He's cooking.
I mean, it's just true facts. I mean, I've been saying, now I wasn't looking at it as far as the promotional deals and everything. I knew it was there, but I just didn't see the fit there. The glamour.
You got to think about it too, though. You do have what he's saying is accurate, because those contracts do end, so they're gonna have to start a new contract with the TV deals, and then there's also that situation between the Players Association and the NBA that's also coming up, the bargaining agreement. So a lot of contracts about to get reset, and Melo could really capitalize off all of that also.
And Dex, while you're here, I want to ask you to do me one small favor. If LaMelo is offered the contract next summer and he declines, and because you seem to talk to the big baller, just behind the scenes, just kind of suggest to him, have LaMelo to ship all his cars back to LA, hire some, off-duty federal police officers who are retired to become his personal drivers, and have them lease a vehicle and be the guy with them every time he's in Charlotte. I don't want to put anything out there. I don't know anything, but I just find certain things peculiar when certain players who are high profile claim they want to leave a certain place. And in certain environments, funny things seem to happen. You know, there's a famous guy in the news right now. We'll leave that there. But I'm just saying, if it starts going down this path, let's not leave anything for granted. Let's get some people around the young man 24 hours when he's in town to kind of be his eyes, and you can't approach them in terms of their credibility because of their backgrounds. Let me just leave it at that. Let's hope nothing like that is even necessary. But again, when you deal with this kind of money that he represents, because again, if he represents his money everywhere else, he also represents those deals in Charlotte. Yeah.
Yeah, you're funny, bro.
So I look at all these angles, man. I see two things I don't like: a coincidence and a story. And there's certain things that are just coincidence, and I'm like, come on, man.
Nah, I
That don't
respect
make sense.
but that
deep.
was
I mean,
deep.
that was a little deep, you know.
That was
I'm
deep
not
as
saying it couldn't
shit.
happen. I know it can happen before, but I mean, you know, I can understand what you're saying. I mean,
So
wouldn't
still,
that be wrong?
you know what though? Again, if Jay-Z's in his camp, my guess is they on top of that because he's seen it happen with people in the music industry already.
Yeah,
So
I mean, the potential has been there. So the probability of anything happening, I'm pretty sure precautions has already been taken. But
yeah, the league protects their players, bro. I think all that is already pretty much.
Yeah, I thought the NFL did the same thing, but we'll leave that alone.
I got you. Now anything is possible.
Hey, that's a different beast there. Now you talking about a different beast there, brother. Hey, listen, the NBA is up and coming, but it ain't NFL standards yet. Don't forget that. You know, I Flight usually mute my mic when I start talking about the NFL because I know their ins and outs, and I know how shrewd and ignorant they are.
Yo, Dex, respond to that. Dex, respond to that, man. I want to hear your theory on that.
Listen, if you can remember when the Big Baller was on Shea Club, right? Shea Club or whatever that thing is called.
Mm-hmm.
He talked about certain aspects of sports figures' lifestyle that Lamelo and Liangelo at the time he was speaking to is that could take shape real quick if you ain't careful. Because listen, I'm gonna tell you like this. Hold on one second.
Make that left turn.
Yeah.
You see, yeah.
I'm gonna tell you like this. The NBA. Okay, wait. Let me tell you like this. Let me make it safe for everybody. Because the kids still might be up. Have you ever seen the movie He Got Game?
Yeah.
Okay. And you
By the way,
remember
I got my list ready. But go ahead, Dex.
Right. And you remember the episode where hold on one second, fellas.
Man.
While we're waiting on Dex, I just want to read one of the guys in the chat wrote, LaMelo will have a hard time leaving Charlotte if he doesn't sign his extension. He'll be a restricted free agent. Charlotte will 100% match any offer sheet.
That's interesting.
And I knew that. I knew that already. He would have to walk away from the money here. Because they're going to match whoever offer him anything. I'm pretty sure of that.
Will they? That's a question too, man. It's Michael Jordan, man. I tried to tell you, man. They ain't competent, man. They might let that boy walk.
I don't know if they let that go between them.
I mean, I don't know. Like you said,
I don't think they'll let that go. But that's all they got.
I don't think. Listen, if they do a sign and trade, they're gonna get a haul from LaMelo.
That's what they might do. They might match it and then trade him. That makes more sense.
Yeah, now that's a possibility.
But as far as matching him, I mean,
because he's gonna be there by himself, bro.
Because if he, like, for example, if he does go the route of being a restricted free agent and everything, he's going to lose money in that setting. So it's going to be about similar to like a DeAndre Ayton, where they go up to like 145. They'll match that. For LaMelo, with LaMelo, they'll match that. But like I said, this leads into where he can demand a trade after that, and he might have to thug it out for a year because he's going to be a restricted free agent because with the whole bargain agreement situation going on. So that's the only way I see about it. I see it happening.
Yeah,
getting out of there.
I want to clarify though. Maybe you guys can help me out. It's my understanding if he opts into the 5th year, after the 5th year, he's actually an unrestricted free agent. After the 4th year, he's a restricted free agent, but after the 5th, he's unrestricted.
Yeah. Wasn't that 5th year a player option?
Yes. So if he opts into that, he becomes unrestricted after the 5th year. Now, to your point, I can see the league wanting to put a good face on everything and having it all back channeled, prearranged to do exactly the way you laid it out. He's going to sign, then he's going to do it this way, because we don't want a bunch of players getting the wrong idea type thing. But usually the money itself is a deterrent for most people not leaping at that max contract after that 4th year. So, but I can see the league getting involved for appearance purposes, to your point of signing and trading him. But one way or the other, I believe after his 5th year, he's gone. It won't be a 6th year in Charlotte.
But then I want to go back to Ted's point. The landscape of the NBA is going to be totally different then, too. So we really have to broaden our vision on exactly because I mean we can't predict that. In three years down the league, down the line in the NBA, there's a couple of players going to be gone out of the league. The teams it'll be rearranging arrangements and everything. So his destination would be still kind of unsure, but still probably LA, New York, Chicago.
I will say this though, at that point in time, that might be the point in time when you see all these Ball brothers come together. That's when they'll all have the opportunity.
Yeah, have opportunity. Yeah,
you understand. So you might see the 3 of them playing together, at least 2.
Yeah,
which is why I said Lonzo Ball. If Chicago makes a move on that point guard, in the short term, LeBron would want Lonzo there, but planning for the longer term, Genie Buss would want him there. That's where I was going with that.
I agree.
Yeah, and in Jadek's case, he's got a strong case too. Clippers. The Clippers is a very interesting destination for all 3 of them.
But I agree. I agree with homie though. I don't know his name, but I agree with him though. I could really see Genie Buss because by that time LeBron got to be gone. You understand? Because either he's out because of age or whatever, or he's out because he's trying to go play with his son. Whichever one. But either way, most likely he won't be in LA. And I could
3 more years from now. How old is he now?
Well, that lines up perfectly because, and I don't know his age now, but I thought it was like 38. But anyway, after this season, LeBron is going to sign another 2-year deal. So that at the conclusion of that next 2-year deal would be the conclusion of LaMelo's rookie contract.
Enzo.
And remember, Genie Buss was the one who pointed out, because none of the other owners said this publicly during that interview. Hey, man, when I'm negotiating these cable deals, they tell you straight up, we need a star.
Right.
So I'm thinking, they don't have any draft picks. Nobody really is trying to play with LeBron like that. If they still trying to play with LeBron, the Lakers don't have the money to bring them there like that. He's after that next deal will be ending as LaMelo can now freely come over. I just wonder. This is a scenario they're kicking around for sure. I
could see it though. I could see that backcourt.
Hey Ted, before you go, did we lose Dex or he didn't want to answer that damn question?
A little bit of both, probably.
Just gonna get into it, and then he said, "I gotta hold on a minute."
Nah, but he had to be. He wanted to be careful with how he broke it down, so he could have just found a way to just avoid the whole thing altogether, which is very possible. I heard the indicator, so I know he was definitely making a left.
Yeah.
Nah, but it's all good though. We ain't got to get into that.
But, to that subject, I mean, I'm with most fans. I think the NBA take care of their players, and plus they have a self-awareness about themselves. Hopefully that's the case.
Nah, but what he's saying, I could see that as Genie Buss making her wrongs right, if that makes sense. Because I'm not gonna lie to you, man. That bringing LeBron in and everything that's happening ever since LeBron, even though he bought in that one little ring, and then she made the Kobe statement. You remember that she made I don't know if it was Twitter or if she did it live, but I heard that she made a statement about Kobe. If Kobe was around, he would know what to do. XYZ. So I'm not saying she's not happy with the LeBron move, but what I'm saying is, ever since the LeBron move with the Magic Johnson and all of that. If she could get LaMelo and Zoe over there, I think she would feel like she accomplished something to at least for the restart with LeBron leaving. Once LeBron leaves, if she could start off, if LeBron leaves, when LeBron leaves, if she could start off with Lamelo and Zoe, trust me, bro, she feel like she accomplished something because she got her backcourt. And that would be the time when all these rookies that you're seeing right now in the new generation that's supposed to be falling in, that's when they start growing up and they're really starting to fall in. You understand? And all the old guys, the old guards are out. And
Now
Well, you know
about the
what?
LeBron, hold on one second. About the LeBron
uh-oh.
tweet from Genie Buss, why would you think that's have to do with LeBron? Because Rob Pelinka's the GM, and he's an acting vice president of basketball operations as well. So if she got to miss Kobe and feel some kind of mini depression because of his absence, and she is directionalist, then wouldn't that have more to do with the general manager and in turn president of basketball operation, Rob Pelinka, than LeBron James?
No. I'm not trying to bring LeBron into it like that, to be honest with you. What I'm saying is decisions are already made. So I mean, look, man, I got faith in Genie Buss. What I'm saying is that decisions are already made. So she can't go back. She's smart enough to know she can't go back. He's already there and she's playing out the process. What I'm saying is if when the whole process is already played out, if she could start in a positive position, as in she has a backcourt like Zoe and Melo, and she created that for herself, then she'll feel like she accomplished what she needed to accomplish. I'm not throwing no shade at LeBron or anything like that. What I'm saying is he's already there. She's in it. She's gonna go through the process, but age is gonna take you out. So once that takes him out, she could start off in a positive position, and I think that's what she cares about. She'll feel like she accomplished something. That's just my opinion.
Well, that's possible, but I just think that tweet was, I mean, I know the media slighted the narrative towards LeBron, but I don't think it had nothing to do with LeBron. I think it had everything to do with Rob Pelinka and the absence of Magic Johnson. I think that tweet was basically calling Magic Johnson, "You my big brother. You're supposed to be my friend. My dad loved you. You're supposed to be the all-time Laker. But look, you left me hanging like this. You just left. You didn't tell nobody. You didn't give us no 30-day warning or 2-week off the job. You know what I mean? You just left." So I think that tweet was more so directed towards that dynamic than anything else.
I don't even think that thing was directed to anything. I think she was just expressing herself. To be honest with you, at the end of the day, magically, honestly, I don't think
Oh, it
Jeannie's
was
that.
directed at somebody.
I don't think she's that weak, bro. That's just my opinion. I don't think she's
Well,
that
I
weak.
don't want to sound like a chauvinist, but women can get emotional.
Oh no,
And
that's facts.
sometimes they just unleash at inopportune times. That's all. And I think
Right.
that was one of them.
Okay, but I agree with you. I just don't think it was directed. I think she was just actually just stated her feelings on a tweet. That's it. That's just how I
Right.
feel.
But that's what I'm saying. It was her feelings. It was emotions involved in that. And
Right.
by
But
her saying that
mhm.
she missed Kobe and she just felt like crying, she just didn't feel like confiding in nobody, or whoever she confided in. They probably told her, "Come on, Jeannie, you got to be tough. You know your dad wouldn't want to see you like this." And yeah, you could be tough to some degree. Then all of a sudden, it's like, you know what? Forget all the toughness. I'm vulnerable, and
but
I just
but
wanted to be known.
but you got to think about it too, though. Kobe was probably on the low a go-to person for her, whether or not she was gonna listen to him or not. Kobe's the mamba man. That dude has that mental. He thinks differently, so she don't have that reach
Great
anymore. You
wisdom,
understand?
man. Great
Yeah,
wisdom, man.
yeah. She don't have that reach anymore, so it probably just came out on the tweet. I love her
Right,
picture,
and
by
she
the way.
admitted that. Yeah, she admitted that she missed Kobe. But my thing is this: whether it's Kobe was there or not, right? Um, Magic was already gone. He was already gone. Feel me? And so the season that Kobe passed was the season that all the youngsters was traded. A whole lot of stuff was left for the Lakers. They did win the championship, you know what I mean, to cap it off. But at the same time, they never even capitalized off winning that championship. It seemed like that championship was basically like a curse. You wanted it so bad, you're going to be cursed. I'm going to give it to you, but now follow this, is going to be a curse. Because everything starts to fall down here after that. They traded and they let go a championship team. Who does that talent?
But that's
Who breaks up a championship team?
Thank you. But whose fault is that? Is that hers or is that Rob Pelinka now? Now we could bring in Rob Pelinka.
It's Rob
and
Pelinka.
then also, yeah, but you also got to add LeBron too, because he has a say so.
LeBron is see this. But listen now, listen. LeBron is a champion, right? He's a champion. He came to the Lakers to win a championship. He won that championship. What championship team that you know of that LeBron in his history broke up the very next year?
Well, guess what? All right. Well, guess what?
So why would he start there?
Even if he didn't break it up, he has the ability to stop it from being broken up. You understand? Because if he just said he wanted Russ, right? So that means he has the ability.
The team was already broke up, though. It was already broke up.
Man, you just had to pay people.
But talent. But also remember this too. The job was done so bad. I'm just gonna use the word bad. I don't want to, put the channel in jeopardy because I'm really upset when it comes to this. The job was done so bad that they tried to bandage that gaping wound by bringing back Dwight Howard. That's how bad it was. The same guy that only wanted $1 million more, you wouldn't give it to him. So he went to Philadelphia. And then when you bring him back, like, why you let him go in the first place? You bring him back the very next year.
They had Rondo. They had
no Dwight. Rondo left too. No, Rondo left.
Right.
They brought him back.
That's my point.
Remember, they brought him back, then they cut him.
Well, because
just to save face.
Nah, but he wasn't getting along with LeBron though.
But what I'm saying is that you're not supposed to let that go. LeBron is mature enough to understand, regardless if I'm not totally getting along with these players, they gotta come back because we won a championship. At least run it back. Let us lose as a champion. Don't let us lose as somebody in shambles.
Yeah, you say that now, but look what he's going through with Russell Westbrook. Same exact thing all over again.
But Westbrook never won a championship with him, Ted.
I hear you.
Westbrook is not a part of the equation.
No, he is, because what I'm trying to show is you got to look at the bigger picture, bro. It's the same. Is maybe one won a chip.
It wasn't Westbrook. It was Dennis Schroeder. That's who came in for Rondo. Westbrook had nothing to do with that.
No. Well, I get what you're saying. I'm talking about right now. You understand? It's the same issue.
Okay. So you threw me off. You threw me off because I'm thinking you're still talking about the championship team.
No. What I'm saying is, and that shooter situation was shooter's problem. But what I'm saying is, it's the same ability to get along. You understand what I'm trying to say? Somebody said something?
I understand. When you losing, see, that's my point. When you're losing, everything is more attentive, right? Things are heightened. The problems, the flaws, the quirkiness, all the idiosyncrasies starts to come to the forefront. But when you're winning, a lot of that is covered by winning, because like they say, winning cures all, right? So with that team, even though he might not have gotten along with Rondo, they won a championship. But then they break the team up, send Dwight Howard away, send JaVale McGee away, send Rondo away. They bring in Dennis Schroeder. They bring in Montrezl Harrell. They bring in the boy from Toronto, the Gasol brother, Mark.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And none of. Whereas where they had the quirkiness with JaVale McGee, they had the awkwardness with Dwight Howard, and they had the meanness and stubbornness with Rondo. But with all those quirkiness or idiosyncrasies, they won a freaking chip. All that weird ingredient won a chip, talent. And that's something, you can't sweep that under the rug. So
you can't.
Rondo won a little bit more. Everybody wants more when you win a championship, right?
That's the way
Isn't
it
that how it
goes.
works?
Yeah.
And LeBron knows that because look what he did with the team that he won with Tristan Thompson and them. He got those guys plenty of dough.
Hey. Yeah.
So you can't blame that on LeBron because it doesn't coincide with his history. And we all know history is best qualified to reward one research. So if you look at LeBron's history of being a part of a championship team, the very next year, it was basically the same team.
Now I got you. All I'm trying to say is, based on exactly what you just said, you see how you laid it out beautifully? What I'm trying to say is, if LeBron knows what it takes to win a chip and win another one, then he should have voiced his opinion and not let it happen. You understand? That's what I'm trying to say. I'm not trying to
I'm
say
not
he's
saying
the
he
one
didn't.
who. Well, put it like this: if he did voice his opinion and then that person still did what they did, well, then that's incompetence.
That's
Simple.
that's all I'm getting to. Let's talk Rob Pelinka. Let's talk Rambuses. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk Tim Harris. Let's talk to these people that's behind the scenes that is murmuring and whispering in Genie Buss' ear, not to do or to do. Let's talk about Phil Jackson for crying out loud.
Hey man, leave Phil alone. Now let me stop. But I
On
agree
the
with you.
executive tip, Phil Jackson's good on the coaching tip, but the executive tip, oh my God, can he destroy something?
Yeah, him and Michael, man, on the same level. Both of them terrible on the executive tip. Great on the court though.
So that's the only thing I'm listen, I'm not excusing LeBron for any era, but I'm just saying if you look at his history, this does not fit his profile to destroy a team after winning a championship. No, he begs for those people to get paid and be rewarded for all of their sweat equity that went into winning that championship.
I agree with you. Who else on the panel, man? Somebody voiced their opinion.
Damn, talent is just me and you, brother.
Nah,
Oh
No, I'm
hell
still
no,
here,
the
but
panel's full.
I'm still here. I'm still here. I'm just
Okay,
doing. I'm just
Murgod,
doing.
yeah, you come chime in, Murgod. We
I'm
need to
just
talk
doing.
about
I'm just
more of
doing.
the
I'm just doing.
Hornets.
I'm just doing my home. I'm just doing my homework.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm still
everybody's
here too.
googling shit. That's wild.
I'm listening in the background too, Dex.
Nah, because
Yeah, that's wild. I must have laid out a pretty good soliloquy. You know what I'm saying?
I
That was
wasn't
a
even.
nice little verbal outline because I didn't get any type of challenge. Wow, congratulations on access.
All
Yes,
right.
baby.
Well,
We got to do this. We
Dex,
got to do
hold it,
this
hold it, hold it, Dex, hold it,
because I didn't
Dex.
get
I
not
was
one
doing.
challenge from nobody.
Wait, Dex.
The haters
Wait,
was even
Dex.
quiet.
Just
Something is
like
going on.
just like Murgod just said, I was actually deep into something, so I wasn't quite listening. Say it again, and maybe I can say something bad about it.
I don't know because that was God's doing. That was kind of divine right there. Because even talent was like rolling out the red carpet on that one. So I'm gonna let that
Nah,
go. I'm gonna let that simmer.
nah, you making sense. I'm not gonna tell you making sense, and I'm not here to bash
Yes, sir.
LeBron. That's my whole thing.
That's right. That's right.
I'm not trying to bash LeBron. I'm actually trying to big up Genie Buss. Like I'll go back to the original point of how it all started. I just kind of see her setting things up for 3 years down the line to get Zoe and get Melo and hopefully Jello. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
I see that as a setup plan for her. You understand? That's just what I see coming because eventually LeBron is gonna leave because he's gonna leave either because of age or his son is gonna come into the league and he's gonna want to go where his son is. So we know that's gonna happen. That's hands
Right.
down. So with that being said, once that journey is over with LeBron, I see her setting up to get them two boys.
Well, if you remember when Lamelo first came back to LA, and Dex, you can state if this is normal or not. They gave a big presentation about Lamelo. It damn near bordered on tampering. And so they were putting their pitch in then to me when he played at the Staples. Well, the crypto, I think at the time it was still called the Staples Center. When he was a rookie.
Staples.
Yeah, they gave a
They
big
did that for
presentation
the. You talking about Lamelo or Lonzo?
Lamelo.
Well, they did Lonzo a presentation as well. They did Kuzma a presentation.
But those guys used to play for the Lakers. I'm saying, is that unusual?
Oh, okay. I got you.
Yeah, is that normal for a guy who never even played for the Lakers?
They never played for the Lakers. I got you.
Yeah, that's the first thing that made me go, okay, she got her eye on him.
And you know what, too? Kobe probably had something to do with that before he passed away. That's just me talking shit, but excuse my language. But Kobe probably had a little bit to do with that, too. He probably told her a little one, too. You know what I'm saying? But that's just
possible.
me, though. That's just me.
Yeah, I don't know when he went, because Kobe passed in January, right, of that year.
Yeah.
The year that he passed was in the month was January, correct?
Yeah.
Because I know it was foggy in LA, and it ain't foggy in the summer, so it was a lot of smog, and the guy couldn't see the terrain properly, and you know the rest is history. But I believe it was January. Somebody could correct me. Somewhere in the winter months, January, February, one of those.
Yeah, January 26th.
January, yeah. So I don't know what game it was when LaMelo played there. I'm not sure. Was Kobe still living or was he passed? I don't know. You probably have to look up that date as well. Because if Kobe had passed and they played and they gave him that presentation, I will humbly agree with you. That is borderline tampering. But if Kobe was alive and they gave that presentation, I don't even know how to even answer that, because it's still weird, right?
Yeah.
Well, I know how to answer. She was recruiting him. That's clear. Because see, the thing I believe,
I don't think a video montage will recruit you. You know what I mean? Because Genie Buss and I'm quite sure the Big Ballers still probably have each other's phone number, whether they call each other or not.
remember, LaMelo is walking around in Charlotte at the time, and other content creators were reporting that when they would go to the game, they're seeing Gordon Hayward and other people's posters and stuff, and they're not even seeing LaMelo. And
but that was Melo's rookie year, though. That's different.
Exactly my point. And in Charlotte, as your lottery pick, they're not even seeing LaMelo's picture up on the montage on the screens in Charlotte, except maybe one clip of it when they're seeing everyone else's. Because that was also Gordon Hayward's first year in Charlotte.
Exactly. And he was a $120 million man. So I don't give too much credence to that. You feel me? Now, the only thing I would say is that jersey number, that how he didn't get his number one jersey the following year. I understand the rookie year, but the following year, that part I don't understand. They try to say he missed the deadline or something. You would think the team itself would have taken care of that.
No, what I'm driving at is the Lakers made a bigger deal promoting LaMelo than the Charlotte Hornets made promoting LaMelo in Charlotte's arena.
I understand that, because they was marketing Gordon Hayward. Charlotte's not going to be marketing a bunch of players at one time, because I don't think their budget extends like that. So
that's funny.
So just like the Chicago Bulls, well, I just got to keep it 100. Just like the Chicago Bulls was marketing DeRozan, Zach LaVine, and Boots. They wasn't even marketing Lonzo. And we feel like Lonzo should be on the stepping ladder above Vooch, but Vooch is an all-star. Vooch has been in the league for about 10 years, and he's a veteran, and he's been in the playoffs. You understand what I'm saying? So a lot of his accolades supersedes Lonzo, even though Lonzo is a celebrity. So I'm saying the same thing going on with the Gordon Hayward thing. They paid this man $120 million. They trying to get some of that money back.
Especially since that was his first year.
Yeah, that was his first year. So LaMelo, I can understand LaMelo being a little bit on the back burner when he was still trying to fight for playing time with Devontae Graham.
Yeah, they're gonna be promoting him now.
Oh yeah, that's different now. Second year they should have promoted him.
Yeah, man.
You feel me? So I kind of understand the sleight of hand that was being said by certain content creators who promoted that narrative, which I almost bought into it, and then I thought about it like, wait a minute, Gordon Hayward gets $120 million, and he's Caucasian. You understand what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, yeah, they're going to promote him. That's a Caucasian state, North Carolina.
Now, do you think LaMelo noticed that the Lakers promoted him and Charlotte didn't?
You said LaMelo noticed what?
Do you think LaMelo noticed that the Lakers made a bigger deal about him to their fans than Charlotte made to their fans?
quite sure he did.
Then that's all
Right.
that matters. It doesn't matter. It won't matter what Charlotte's reasoning was.
Right.
What will matter is what impact it had on LaMelo.
Right.
Which is why I say
Now,
year 5.
I'm gonna tell you
he's
something
gonna be
about LaMelo Ball. LaMelo Ball has been groomed and nourished to understand finance and where he is marketable at. He knows this already. You feel me? The big baller have always nurtured his boys to understand their marketability.
Got you.
Look, man, I'm gonna just say this. I see them Ball brothers playing in LA, possibly Jello coming off the bench, Zoe and Melo starting. I see that in like about 3-4 years, man.
Now, when you say LA, are any particular team or
Lake.
just one of the two?
Nah, the purple and gold, man.
Okay. So you don't think anything LaVar said towards the Lakers after trading Lonzo wouldn't affect none of that?
Well, just remember, if I'm not mistaken, first of all, who don't want to play at home? That's number one.
Well, you got the Clippers.
Nah, I got you. But LaVar says things. You understand? Don't get it twisted. I ain't saying the things he says is not true, but he says things. But I don't mean he won't backtrack. At the end of the day, home is home, whichever way. Just like you said. You understand? But if you think he would rather them be with the Clippers than the Lakers, I think you're a little bit crazy. He definitely would prefer them to be with the Lakers. And not only that, didn't Zoe have to be a part of the deal when they traded him?
Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. I think personally, no information.
Mm-hmm.
At one time, yes, the Lakers was the golden, it's the golden arc, right? But when they was playing those games with Lonzo, with Luke Walton, and they was choosing Luke Walton over Lonzo, Magic made promises that he didn't keep. So that brought a lot of frustration there. You follow what I'm saying? And things were said. It was a war of words. But I do recognize in business, there's no permanent enemies.
Exactly.
So I understand that to a degree. But at the same time, they're building a $3 billion stadium, arena, and somebody got to put butts in those seats. Kawhi is getting older. Paul George is getting older. Who is going to maintain a $3 billion Inuit Dome that's right there next to SoFi Stadium?
Yeah, but you see, Dex, when that time comes, they're gonna have choice. As the players, they're gonna have choice, and I think they're gonna choose the Lakers way before they choose the Clippers. And not only that, I think call me crazy, but let's go back to this first. Didn't Lonzo have to be a part of the deal? Didn't the Pelicans wanted him to be part of the deal? Did they
As
really
far
want
as
to
I
trade him?
understand, yes. As far as I understand, yes.
So
Lonzo had to be part of the package because
Right.
somebody had to feed Zion Williamson the ball because Drew Holiday had already made up his mind and talked to the organization that he want to slide from point to 2.
Okay, good. So with that being said, that means they didn't actually want to trade him. They had to trade him. So it's a difference. You understand? So he had to be part of the package. They didn't really want to trade him. So that
Or they
alone,
could have held their guns and called AD bluff. Like, if you really want to come here, you come next year.
but LeBron wanted them that year.
LeBron wanted them that year.
So they had to satisfy somebody, and of course they're gonna satisfy LeBron, and that's why he had to be part of the package. Now, what I'm trying to say is that means that relationship is not that sour because, in the business terms, you start to understand. Look, man, we had to get rid of you because we had to, not because we wanted to. So that alone is gonna iron out the relationship, and I think they're gonna understand that. But we want to bring you back.
But what I'm trying to say is that there is a lot of stuff in between the trade and the draft, okay, that didn't go away that people gave their word that it would go. So when you have that, how can I trust you if your word is no good, right? Because your word is your bond.
But Tom
and you
Hill
broke your word on several occasions. So I still have an option. That's the only thing I'm saying. Now, if the Lakers was the only game in town, then of course you're gonna you're going to allow yourself to mend fences. But the Lakers is not the only game in town. You got a guy over there that's worth about $40 billion.
I hear
You follow what I'm
you,
saying?
but but you also got a starred franchise though, man.
But which one of
It's
those is an international brand?
exactly
The Lakers, but
And remember,
that's
LaMelo, remember who his agency is. It's about making him like Cristiano Ronaldo globally. This is transcending the American NBA.
but the agency is Roc Nation, right?
Yep.
Okay. But at the same, wait. Who are you talking about, LaMelo? Or are you talking about all three Ball brothers? Because I'm getting confused.
Well, LaMelo is the centerpiece of it, of all three of them. So
Because
I'm gonna take
honestly,
them one at a time. I'm
okay.
saying LaMelo's management, which would be Roc Nation. I don't know if he's going to stay with Puma or not, but if he stays with Puma, I know which brand they probably would want him to be with.
Dex. I'm about to make you so happy after he finished. Go ahead, brother.
Right?
Finish.
I know Jay-Z is looking to promote him globally. And in terms of Lonzo himself and personal feelings, I haven't heard anything one way or the other, but my thought pattern would say there's a part of his brain that kind of wants to go back and redeem his name, silence the critics. And one guy did really believe in him all the way through. His name was Magic Johnson.
Facts.
And it's like, hey, man, I want to show y'all Magic was right. However, if the Clippers are like, yo, we're going to give Jello a 4-year deal and he's guaranteed not to be traded.
I love that. Yo, I like this
deuces
dude,
to the
man.
Lakers.
Now you're talking.
like
That
this
would definitely
dude,
bring them boys over to LA.
Like deuces to the Lakers.
Yeah, you talking now. Shit. Jello
But,
is the key. Far
but
as, if you want to sign Jello, you got them all.
yeah, I see where the numbers is going based on the years, and don't be surprised, bro, if KD replaces LeBron, and then you see Melo and Zoe together in LA, all three of them. I can see it happening, bro. KD got 4 years on his contract. They can get rid of him after 3 because he's gonna want to leave anyway, and he could fall right in with with them two boys, man. And that could be that LA scenario right there. Boom. Tell me I'm crazy.
I'll say this right here. He's right about Magic, though. He's right on point on Magic. Magic's trying to listen. Magic is trying to basically say that, hey man, I didn't make no mistake on this kid. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna ride with him because I put my name on him. So Magic reputation is still being questioned about Lonzo and the De'Aaron Fox and things of that nature, as far as being a supreme talent evaluator. So he's going to stick to Lonzo based on that, I believe. But at the same time, I just think that if there's going to be anything to bring the boys to LA, it's got to be with Lonzo. And the reason why I say with Lonzo, because he's with Clutch Sports, and Clutch Sports have the biggest client in the game, and the biggest client in the game is with the Lakers. So I don't think LaMelo has the cachet. It will got to be Clutch Sports to do that, to bring Lonzo, and then Lonzo talk to his brothers. They sign Jello, and you already know LaMelo coming automatic. So I don't think it's the other way around.
With. Remember, bringing Lonzo now, if the Bulls get that point guard, that would be the reason the Lakers would do it.
Yeah,
and LeBron would do it right now because of actual basketball reasons. IQ, defense, 3-point shooting, get LeBron some easy buckets, can run offense when he's sitting down. Yeah. It works in so many ways.
Lonzo, but you got to remember also
they should have went after him last offseason, man.
Wow, the panels are still nice. Let me shout out the panel real quick, man. Shout out to Flight. Shout out to Cariga, Talented, Jida, Murgod, and Spike Lee. Oh, Spike Lee. Oh, you changed your emoji or your picture, your profile picture. So shout out to Spike Lee. This is what we got on the panel. Shout out to the chat for still rocking with Flight Sports TV. Hit that subscriber button. Don't be shy. Hit the like button. And listen, the reason why we love for you to hit that like button is based on the fact that you brought yourself here. Listen, we don't have no tow truck. We don't have no rope. We didn't put a gun to your head. We didn't do anything to convince you to come here other than you wanted to check out what was going on, whether if you're a returnee or whether this is your first time. And I always want to share with you your presence in this space. Flight Sports TV is definitely appreciated. So don't get it twisted. We appreciate you and we love you for coming, because you could be doing anything in the world right now, but you're rocking out with Flight Sports TV, especially on a Saturday night going into Sunday, depending on where you are on this earth. Oh my God, do we appreciate you, brothers and sisters. But listen, we want you to appreciate yourself. How do you appreciate yourself? By recognizing yourself and putting your fingerprint on this stream by hitting that like button. And if you want to go further, you hit the subscription. If you want to go further than that, you hit the notification so you'll never miss one of these illustrious streams with a lot of these diligent brothers up here giving you information based on their knowledge, based on facts, and based on certain scenarios to allow them to come up with an opinion. This is important. We're brothers. We're a band of brothers rocking together. Flight Sports TV is the machine. Flight Sport is the voice of the voiceless. We're giving you an opportunity to voice your opinion, voice your facts, voice your information, disseminate it, spread it all over YouTube, because we never erase anything. Whatever you say, it's the receipt. We don't erase nothing. So hit that like button because you're here. You understand what I'm saying? Hit that like button because you're engaging on the panel. You're engaging with the chat. Hit the like button because you in existence. Don't play yourself, man. Don't play yourself. Hit the like button and stop being silly.
Facts. Please support the channel. It's Flight Sports. We bring you that content, getting you prepared for tomorrow's game. Make sure y'all pull up. We appreciate y'all for checking with us on this Saturday night. Marvin, what's the deal?
What's going on, guys? You know, I've been sitting back listening to the conversation, you know, and I just want to chime in and say, you know, today has been a very interesting day, man, with real intelligent conversations that go a long way, man. I think I really enjoy it, you know. I like to sit back and just listen, you know, and hear the takes. And, it's a great conversation, like always, here on Flight. Really appreciate you a lot, guys.
What you mean? You heard the whole stream?
Yeah, you know, I've been basically just sitting in the background, and it's been a real interesting conversation about things that are happening in the NBA. You know, I just go back to all the times thinking about NBA is turning into something that I think we all can really get into, including, you know, it's real exciting right now. So I'm enjoying it. So it took my mind totally off of baseball. How about that?
Yeah, like basketball never stops.
Yeah, man. Sweet, man.
Terry, what's good?
Ain't nothing, man. We out here.
Well, what's the new content that you've been putting out, man? Tell the people what you got going on.
Well, you know me, man. I usually drop my little beat selection, so I dropped the beat not too long ago. Also, a scenario came up earlier in reference to JJ Redick, so I spoke on that. JJ Redick said that the old school blower players were just plumbers and firefighters.
Yeah, I heard about that. What the hell was that all about? I looked into it. I heard Jerry West talking about what has he done and this and that. What was he trying to say with that?
Well, Jerry West got at him for that situation. Basically said, I mean, I'm paraphrasing, but basically said that
he wasn't. He only averaged 12 points per game.
Yeah, bro.
But hold on, what did he mean by the plumbers and all of that bullshit? What is he talking about?
Well, basically, let's put it like this, man. Old school players back in the day, during the Jerry West days, when they played ball, they basically had a outside job also. So they would come and they would play in the NBA, so to speak. But they off time or basically the off season, they would literally be out there working regular jobs. But the issue is where the disrespect comes from by him making that statement and saying that they were just firefighters and plumbers. He's not respecting the game because at the end of the day, these players these days they're making millions and millions of dollars, and those old school players are the ones who basically
Paved the
paved the
way.
way for them to be able to basically not have to be a firefighter and not have to be a plumber during the summer. And I'm not trying to rhyme, even though that rhyme.
Yeah, I'm be real with you. I never even knew that.
Yeah, literally.
What? What?
That
What?
old
What you mean?
that
I'm
the old
sorry.
school that the old
And
school players back in the day, the Jerry West, the Oscar Robinson players back in those days, basically they had two jobs. They played in the
Yeah.
NBA, and in the off season they
but
had a regular freaking job.
Yeah.
but I also think it adds to it as well that he probably thinks that the players of today is probably more talented than they were back then as well.
Yeah, which is well, it's I can't even say, yo, look, Jerry West said straight up and down, look, man, I had a hell of a vertical, and mind you, Jerry West is the logo, and that hasn't changed ever since Jerry West became the logo. So I mean, me personally, I mean, I think everybody should have a problem with it, but my issue is this that at the end of the day, these guys cannot make this type of money that they make in these days if these dudes didn't sacrifice and actually done the plumbing work that he speak of and the firefighter work that he speak of. You understand?
That's
So
true.
they paved the way for them. So that JJ Redick statement, you know, in the Jamaican terms, fire burn for that. You know what I'm saying? That's just not a good statement to make. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But if anybody else want to speak on it, or y'all want to do y'all research and speak on it later, that's fine. But yeah, that's where that
No,
issue
I
comes
hadn't
from.
heard that. I hadn't heard that statement, but as soon as you said it, before you replied on it, that's exactly what I was thinking. They paved the way. They set the precedent.
To be
Without them,
honest,
it wouldn't be no him. Wouldn't have been no him. And for him to
exactly.
say something like that is just total disrespectful. And hey, I appreciate. I mean, I'm happy Jerry West got on his ass about it.
Yeah,
Some
I
people
mean,
just say things, man. They don't appreciate. They think they started. I mean, everything
Yeah,
went through
yeah.
him.
Well, wasn't Jerry
All
West
the
there
time.
when he was on the Clippers? They might have some bad blood. Yeah, I probably don't. That we probably don't know about.
But that
yeah,
statement is in general to all old school players,
exactly.
not just him. So he
Yeah,
was disrespecting all of them, not just Jerry West.
I mean, since Flight brought it up, I just say if y'all want to check it out on my channel, y'all can shoot over there and get the gist of it.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. What's put your channel in the link, man. What is it?
Yeah,
What's
yeah.
your
You could drop it in the chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna throw it in there. But you can get the gist of it from that way. But to be honest with you, it's not good. It's not good, man. Because that means you're training the new generation to not respect the past, and without the past,
that's right.
and as a matter of fact, um, what's his name? We was debating yesterday. I forgot his name though. What's that Guyanese dude that comes on here?
Who is it?
The dude,
No panic.
no panic. Yeah, he actually literally said that statement yesterday about the firemen and the plumbers, but he
He
didn't.
sure did. He sure did.
Yeah, but me personally, I didn't know where that came from. I thought it came from him. It just so happened that I ran into that Jerry West story today, and I put two and two together. So that's what kind of motivated me to go ahead and make that video. But that's the point that I'm trying to make. By people making statements like that, you get the younger people coming along and not respecting what happened in the past. And if it wasn't for these guys with their one-handed dribble, you understand, or they no crossover dribble, the crossover dribble and the two-handed dribble would never be here. You have to start somewhere.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm gonna
man,
drop that
these
in.
guys, they're gonna make their little statements to get looks and everything.
Views,
You
views.
know, that's just how it is, man.
Yeah,
Shoot, and Marvin, I got that answer to your question, Marvin.
Which one?
The one about who Charlotte can go after in the offseason.
Who was that?
I mean, I got several. I mean, they got players such as uh, Gary Trent. They'll be available. R.J. Barrett would be a restricted free agent. There's quite a couple. Jeremy Grant will be available. Christian Wood will be available. Malik
But in
Beasley
their
will be
case,
available.
they're gonna need two more players. You know that in
Yeah,
Charlotte.
you said what?
Charlotte's gonna need two more players, not just one.
Yeah, yeah. They got a whole list that I got right here. They can go after like Malik Beasley and Gary Trent. Those are 20 point per game scorers in the league right now. They can add more talent to the team as well as they play defense. So you get a two-way player that play with Lamelo and a player such as a Gary Trent that can create his own shot as well. And Gary Trent ain't no slouch.
No, I like him.
Yeah, so and he plays defense. So you add another wing player that's 6'6", 6'7", that plays defense and create his own shot. It makes it easier for Lamelo. And the crazy thing is, though, guess how old he is? He's only 23.
But is that realistic? Is Toronto gonna
Yeah,
let him go?
it's real. It's realistic because he's going to be unrestricted. It's up to Charlotte to actually want to go after it. All of it's hypothetical, but it's all about. I just listed players that will be available. That don't mean
Yeah,
Charlotte going to go after them.
yeah,
But I'm
right.
listing players that could be available that they can go out and go throw some money at to be able to add more talent on this roster, including allow those young players to be able to develop and basically come into the ranks, such as a Mark Williams. Which is the reason why I didn't list any centers up here, is because they're gonna utilize Mark. Mark is the future. He's basically gonna be the lockdown in that center position. So you're gonna have the Lamelo and you're gonna have Mark, and they can fill out the roster. They fill out the rest of the star lineup as they go.
Yeah, there's a possibility. I'm not. It's not out of the realm that he stays or goes.
Yeah,
But it all depends on what they do, and if they, making the effort to get somebody and getting somebody in there is two totally different things.
yeah,
And
I agree. I would. Listen, I really would like Gary Trent or Malik Beasley. Those two players. Malik only 25. He's a 20-point game scorer, and same thing with Gary. So I really would like one of those two right there on that Charlotte team. I think that would make a lot of sense to have next to Lamelo, including both of those players shoot close to 40%. I think Malik Beasley shot 40% from 3-point line, and they're two-way players. So man, I feel like, man, including that. And now RJ Barrett is a stretch because he's restricted. But like I said, he'll be available.
yeah, next year is actually going to be quite a few guys that's on the free agent list.
Yeah, yeah. I took off Chris Middleton personally. Chris Middleton's good, but he doesn't fit the time. He also doesn't fit the timeline as well. He's about to be 31, 32 years old.
Yeah.
So, but like I said, man, even Christian Wood only 25. He'll be available.
Wait a minute now. Didn't Dallas just sign it? No, they didn't sign him.
Nah, they didn't sign him. They traded for him. He still doesn't. He's actually in the last year of his contract. He had an expiring contract going into that season with the Rockets, which made him more enticing to trade because they wanted to give a lot more of that time to the younger guys when he's 25 years old already. So Charlotte can go after him.
Mm.
Yeah, he'll be available.
Yeah, it's
I
quite a few
would
players
put
that'll
up.
be available.
I would put up Miles Turner, but they got Mark Williams. So, and Miles Turner wants to be a starter. So, that's why they didn't put him up there. But Miles Turner will be available. But I like Mark Williams better because Mark Williams can do everything Turner can do on defense, including the fact that Mark Williams is actually a better rim runner than Turner is. Even though Turner shoots better, Mark Williams is he's a better body in the paint as well as he's a better rim runner because Turner is not a rim runner at all.
Mm.
Yeah, he's including the fact that I don't like Turner's rebounding at all.
Yeah, Turner. A lot of people look at Turner and they see more than I think because I never was real high on him. And then
Yeah,
he's a
I don't.
problem also, man.
Yeah, I
If you
do
don't get
not
it
like
away.
his. For him to be 7 foot, he don't even average a double double. I don't like that.
They look
To
at
me, to
and he
me,
gets a
to
lot
me,
of
if
his
you're a
block shots
center,
on.
yeah,
He
to
gets a
me, if
lot of
you're
his
a
block
center,
shots on running down
he
players
gets
from
the
the back.
block shots. He gets the block shots, but he don't rebound. To me basically that's pointless. You block the shots, but you don't get rebounds. Nah, man. If you're going to be the anchor of my team and going to be the center, I need you to rebound.
Yeah,
That's point blank. But you got to get double digit rebound. That's no excuse for that.
but his frame
You
puts
know,
him in the mind of being a forward.
Drummond. He the thing is though he's 240, 250. He actually lost weight. So it's just that how you got Drummond averaging more rebounds than you, he come off the bench.
But Drummond a beast on the board. He's
But
a
that's how
spacey.
but that's how Miles Turner should be. He should be a beast on the board. That to me,
Well, he doesn't
him
have
not
that. He don't
averaging,
have the Drummond. He don't have the Drummond body. Drummond is a
but that
big guy.
doesn't but that's the thing. That's the thing, is Turner is taller. He has longer arms. To me, that just shows that he has lack of effort.
Yeah. Well, he don't want to be there. He don't want to be down low.
That's what
How
I'm
he gonna get
saying.
the
He want
how
he
is he
want to be a
gonna?
go.
Here's the question: how is he gonna get the rebound if he's shooting damn three?
That's what I'm saying, man. Like that's why I don't like him. That's why I like him. So even and also too, even Jeremy Grant would be available. So it's a couple of players that's going to be available
Yeah.
going to next
Well,
season.
I
But I
I agree with
really,
you.
but I really like that Gary Trent and Malik Beasley. Man, Gary Trent and Malik Beasley look good on this team, especially
Gary
Gary.
Trent. Gary Trent fit good on anybody's team.
Man, Gary Trent is a problem, man. I like him on this Charlotte team, and Lamelo will make him look so good, man.
Yeah. Gary Trent
Man,
going. He
and
gonna keep getting better. How old is Trent?
he's he's uh he's only 23.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Man.
that's what I'm saying. That he fits the timeline of LaMelo because you want
Did
your
you ever
team
see
to
his
be
dad?
able to grow. You
Did you
said
ever
what?
see his dad? Did you ever see his dad play?
Yeah,
Well, he was a beast.
yeah, he was. That's and I like Gary Trent Jr. So that's why I want him on Charlotte. Charlotte has the opportunity. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like I get it, where everyone's point of view is coming from about him leaving. And I get that, but I want to see how things are going to play out going to next offseason. This season, it depends on what they do with the trade deadline. We don't know. It's up in the air. But going into
And I
next
think
season,
I
where they
think
got all
it
that
I think
money,
I think it
I
depends
just
on
want to
how
see.
well they do in the regular season this year too.
Yeah. But that's the thing too. So they got a bunch of young players. Hopefully, they can compete for the 7-8 spot. So I feel like they got a chance to still compete for the 7-8 spot. I don't think they're going to go no higher than that until they go into next offseason and revamp the roster. But they can compete for a 7-8 spot right now.
Yeah.
So that's all they're going to compete for. That's all they're going to compete for right now until next season. After that, they'll be they can revamp the roster and get what they need to get.
Yeah, and that'll
Nope.
put hope in them saying. I believe that. Yeah.
I'm going to stick with bad. I heard someone say this on the stream a few nights ago. Bad organizations make bad decisions. I don't think they have the competency to put a good team around them. It's not going to happen.
That's what I'm saying. I still see. I still.
We just have to wait and see.
Haven't
I
seen a
agree. I agree
direction.
with that statement. We
I
just have to
haven't
wait and
seen a
see.
direction. What makes me think they're going to do something different now? That's why I've always said. And then I just don't see it. I don't either. I hope so, but I just don't see it.
Yeah, I feel you on that.
With the
That's why
Clippers,
I
we can at
said.
least say they had injuries over the years that derailed their potential success. This organization, nope. I don't think
You
they have
said
it in them.
you said you
Lack
said
of
you said
effort.
you said what? As far
So
as
at least with the
injuries?
Clippers, we can say they've had the injuries over the years to derail their potential success before we call them
I
a bad
mean,
organization.
Charlotte has, but I mean, I think it's just more. I mean, I think it's a two-way street with that. I think they did have injuries because going into Lamelo's first playing game, he wasn't healthy, and they didn't have a full roster then. And then the next time, they didn't have a full roster then. But I felt like that second time around, I felt like that was just lack of effort.
No, I'm going further out. Go 10, 12 years back. See, the Clippers, you had Lob City for a while, but they had injuries going into the playoffs and things like that. Then you had the Kawhi Leonard era. So what I'm saying is the organization has made some good basketball moves, but there was injuries that derailed their success more than anything else. With Charlotte, I haven't seen over the past decade good basketball moves. LaMelo was an accident. They didn't want him. They wanted James Wiseman. If they had the number 2 pick, they would have taken Wiseman.
Probably so. They needed that. They needed a big man more than a point guard, per se.
So going forward, I've not seen anything in the past 10 years that make me believe they're going to improve. It's kind of like they're the Jacksonville Jaguars of the NBA.
Damn, that's terrible. I thought that'd be the
Yo, you've been on the channel before?
Yes, sir. I was there like, I don't know, 3-4 weeks ago. We were talking
where
briefly
you
about
from again?
Lamar and mostly
New
about
York?
Jello.
You from New York?
No, from Baltimore.
Oh, Baltimore, okay.
Right.
I appreciate
I appreciate what you guys do. I listen to you all the time, man. And I don't know if you heard when I came on earlier, there was a story that came out mostly on Twitter about a point guard in Europe, and I was questioning the guys about that story because a few teams have an interest in them, including Chicago, and that segue into Lonzo potentially going to LA, et cetera, et cetera. So that's why I chimed in tonight, because I just wanted to get everybody's thoughts on that potentially.
Yeah, he's been on with us all night. Flight.
I know. I heard him. I don't know. That sounds kind of crazy, man. I think Lonzo he in Chicago right now. It might be too early to start talking like that.
Yeah, I was just basically operating off of the Woj tweet that Chicago's one of the teams that want the point guard out of Europe, and that's when I thought, well, if they get him, what does that mean? And then I thought about bigger picture politics and the money and the dominoes, and I thought, well, I know LA would want Lonzo now for the 2 reasons I stated earlier. And what I can't figure out, though, why Chicago really wants this guy, or if they were just simply saying they wanted him in the past for the few years before Lonzo got there. But they seem to be talking as if there's still an interest in Chicago right now for him. That's the piece of the puzzle I can't wrap my mind around. I don't know why that is.
Well, AK does have a thing for foreign players. I don't think they're going to make a move now, but like I said, AK does have a thing for foreign players. So, I mean, he's the one that drafted Nikola Jokic. So,
Yeah, and I mentioned that to him too, about how AK has interest in foreign players, and quiet behind the scenes, the Bulls do that quite often. But when it comes to Lonzo, it's to me that's a little different. The Bulls are real high on him.
Yeah, so he's gonna come in. I think he's gonna come into the season, get right, and I got high expectations of him making first team all defense this year for sure.
Well, Marvin had asked the question earlier, and I said then that I thought in the perfect world, just without knowing him personally, Lonzo would probably want to win a title in Chicago first before going back to LA.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the places that they seem to receive him well. I'm sure he feels appreciated there. And I don't know. I just get the vibe that he would want to have success there first. But yeah, all this is spawned from, to my surprise, a reported interest from Chicago for that player. And that's why I was like, well, that moves some dominoes then. What does that all mean? And that's how we got into everything else.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, we're about to shut it down because we're gonna pull back up early tomorrow for the Drew League game. So
what time you coming on, Flight?
Probably like early afternoon. The game will be on 2:00 East Coast time.
So you'll probably be on like 1:00.
So that sounds about right.
All
You
right.
know, everybody tap in.
Yes, sir.
Flight
Great
Sports.
show,
No
man.
doubt.
No problem.
Flight Sports TV, man. That's my dude. I rolls with him.
You heard what the man said. It's Flight Sports TV.
Like I said, Flight Sports TV, that's where it's at.